Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up?
Yeah, salute, 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 salute.
I work too hard, so I don't need a replacement. It's my vocation. All in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. Stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah, why they wanna put me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it.
So much going on one time, bro. Damn.
I see the flashing lights, make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the highlights with a few. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had.
Yeah. Salute, 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 salute. Salute to everybody in the building. Salute. Clap it up for yourselves, man. Another week of boxing. Another week of boxing. Right. Salute to everybody in the building. Kauai Elliott in the building. Big Hearn in the building. Sonny Augustine, salute to you in the building. Raphael 32 in the building. Jerome Black. What is really good. So much to build on today. Y'all hear me clear? Is my audio coming in clear? I heard that StreamYard was giving a couple of people in some issues, and I just want to make sure I'm coming in clear. Yeah, we're going to talk about it, Big Sarge. So much to talk about. I'm telling you, I love Tuesday News Day, man. You know, Monday Fun Day is good too, right? Monday nights when I get an opportunity, I don't have such a long day. Monday night's always a good night. But Tuesday News Day is great because, you know, we wait, let the whole weekend go by, and so much just happens in such a little bit of time, man. I just love showing up on this day. We got a lot to cover today, guys. I'm going to try to get through it. You know what I mean? I don't even know if we're going to get all the way through it, to be honest with you guys. Like, that's how much stuff we got going on. I'm sure you guys got a lot of stuff that you want to share and engage on and share some perspective on. You know what I mean? Salute, Big Hearn, no doubt, man. Thank you, man. Thank you for appreciating it, man. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, actually, I do know where to begin, right? But Ray Davis should be in a few, I'm sure. I'm sure so much to talk about, man. Salute to everybody. Please remember to hit the likes as you guys come into the building. So much perspective to share. 2025 is just looking more and more. 2025 is looking crazy for boxing right now. I mean, I don't want to say crazy because I'm sure somebody want to check my energy and be like, what do you mean crazy, Claymore? What do you mean crazy? Listen, man, we got somebody in the space, in the boxing space, who's willing to make the biggest fights. If as long as the fighters are willing to do it, as long as the promoters are willing to do it, it seems like, you know, Turki Alalshikh is more than willing to get involved in the conversation to help facilitate the fights. The young fighters are moving. We got a wave of fighters coming into next year. You got Keyshawn Davis who's looking like he's primed to do a crazy 2025, at least get an opportunity to do one. Jerome Boots Ennis, obviously, you know, up and down, playing with our emotions, but at the end of the day, at least he's in the news. Turkey seems to be trying to facilitate something for him, and he might have something coming around the corner that may make sense. I don't know. We got to talk about it, obviously. Does it make sense? Doesn't it make sense? We got to weigh it out how we feel about it. And, of course, we have a new IBF champion as well. Puerto Rico this weekend with the judging. We're going to talk about that as well, because some of that judging was just diabolical, right? I mean, let's be honest. Some of that judging was just ridiculous, and we're gonna talk about it all. Exactly, Big Sarge. Turkey's talking boxing, man, and the rest of the space is either gonna catch up. And like Turkey said a long time ago, I remember when they asked him about Oscar De La Hoya was pushing back just a little bit on the idea at the time of Turki Alalshikh moving into space in the way he was, and kind of pushed back at the idea, saying that, American boxing belongs in America and he wants it facilitated here. But, Turki Alalshikh just let him know, we'll miss you, my friend, because he made it clear at that point that I'm coming, and I'm coming like none other, man. We doing a whole nother era of boxing. Seems like Turkey's ushering in this era of boxing, and the space is either going to get down or lay down, right? But we'll talk about all of that. How do you feel about Nahir Albar calling out Abdullah Mason and his willingness to fight Tito Mercado at 140? I love it. I love it. Abdullah Mason is another one of those fighters in 2025. He's had a crazy 2024, right? A crazy prospect of the year, probably hands down. Very hard to really put any other fighter in the same conversation with him. I mean, you got your prospects, you got Xander Zayas, and you got Carmel Moten, and you got those prospects in the conversation, but Abdullah Mason really seems to have separated himself from a lot of these guys. So, man, I love it. I think Nahir Albright is a great fight. He coming over of a very competitive fight with Keyshawn Davis last year, right? Looking to make some moves this year, and Abdullah Mason is a prime candidate for it. I think it's a great challenge for Abdullah Mason. So let's see how that turns out, right? And then, of course, we still got one more event coming up this year. A big one, at least one more big event coming up, and that's Usyk, Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury 2 fight. A little change to that card, right, guys? A little bit of a change to that card. People get sick every day, right? Looks like Madrimov may be dealing with, or supposedly is dealing with some sort of bronchitis, conveniently, we'll talk about it. Is it inconvenient? Is it convenient? We'll talk about it. But it looks like him and Serhii Barchuk ain't going to be meeting up on the 21st, and looks like all he has to worry about now is February 22nd, right? So we'll talk about that as well. We'll definitely talk about that as well, man. What does Raphael say? Raphael says 2024 is better than 2023. In my opinion, 2025 will be great. Boxing has been great. All platforms this year. ProBox TV has really stepped up. It's big facts. ProBox TV is also needs to be highlighted and spoken about this year. They really, outside of Turki Alalshikh and what he's done, ProBox damn near saved a little bit of boxing in a little bit, right? Like the way they came this year, they really picked up the back end of where it was falling down a little bit. It seemed like ProBox was right there just in time to facilitate us with good boxing, some fights that we know we wouldn't have seen anywhere else. ProBox really being that platform that kept boxing really consistent this year. Yeah, ProBox definitely has got to get a lot of love, man. No doubt, no doubt. And of course, Hunter Young in the building here to spread the periodic cynicism in the chat. As he says, Turkey is the simp of boxing and good for boxers and bad for boxers. He is willing to overpay where promoters won't. Issue is when simp turns pimp, some boxers are going to suffer. Hey, listen, man, welcome to the world of boxing and what we've lived in forever, Hunter Young, right? He won't be the first and won't be the last. PBC was being accused of the same thing at one point in time. Fighters love to get money. As fans, the one thing that I love is we love to see fights. And whenever fights are getting facilitated, listen, man, I'm cheering them on, man. Overpaying fighters. I guess Turkey better watch out and ask the PBC about how that turned out, as it seems like they're having a hard time getting their fighters a fight now for regular rates. But look, at least he's playing with his own money. At least Turkey is playing with Saudi's money. They're playing with their own money, and they're not messing up a bunch of relationship with networks blowing out the budgets, right? You know what I mean? Got to look at the cup half full sometimes. So much to talk about, man. Oh, here he is. Y'all bring him in, man. Salute to my co-host. Ray, what's good with you, Ray? Hold on, Ray. Let me give you your round of applause, everybody. You know what I mean? And then everybody bring Ray Davis. Everybody bringing Ray Davis.
What up? You here? What's up, Big Sarge? Yeah, that was a nasty question, bro. How you gonna say that?
What
Young, you know,
about Turkey?
No, Young. No, that was good. That was a good response.
Yeah,
Listen,
I mean, look, it's half full, half empty, right?
Let me give Hunter Young his respect, man. Listen, I like to get that dude his flowers because he always comes up here and he sticks to his guns, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And only thing he's going to do is learn. You know what I mean? He can't. He's been institutionalized, and it's time for us to bring him.
Set you free, brother. Let you know we out here in the free world. This ain't
free, man. You know got you, homie.
Good. Got you a cell phone. Got you a new outfit.
Shout out to
you know what I'm saying?
In the building, man.
Got you a couple job interviews. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get you together, Hunter Young. We got you, brother. We got you, brother.
Man, you my brother.
Help you assimilate. We're gonna help you assimilate into society, bro. You know what I mean? I know how it is in there, man. It's real tense inside that prison. You know what I mean? It's hard when you come out, been in there for such a long time to get acclimated back to the world, get a job, get an apartment. You know what I mean? We got these new cell phones now. They all touch screen and everything. It's not like back in the day when it was like a flip phone back in your day.
Right?
Remember with the big chunky phone?
Yeah,
bro.
That's going.
It's a whole new energy, man. But we got you, Honey Young. Don't even worry about it. We're not even going to do you like that. Salute to Jackie Hernandez in the building, man. Jackie, how does Biz say? Jackie! Salute to you, Queen. Salute to you, Queen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, salute to the Queen, Jackie.
Rick Tim's in the building. Yo, this is
salute to Rick Tim's
right now, Clay.
Yeah, man. A lot of love, man.
Oh, look at
out to Fly Frequency in the building, you know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Frequency stepping out the wagon, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's talk about it, man. Where do we start at? Where do we begin at? First of all, how's your weekend been? I mean, we talked every other day, but, you know.
Well, you know, they had me going after I worked yesterday. Let me tell you, I was trying to go in like 9, right? And I told them I wanted to go in later. They begged me to come in. I ain't get no sleep since 4 o'clock in the morning. I've been up. You know what I mean? Worked the whole shift, plus the half a shift. Man, I was like, yo, and they wanted me to stay. I was like, no. No.
I mean, that's good. You know how they reward hard workers, right?
Oh, yeah, and then I need to go over there. They owe me my little bonus money from last week, man. Yeah, I talked to the manager.
They reward you guys with more hard work. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works.
Not me. I'm moving on up, man. They already like me. They this guy. They offer me work all day, man. I'm like, no, stop. Yeah, you're right though. They do. It ain't hard work.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. That's how they reward hard workers, bro. They give more
hard work. It ain't hard work when you get it. When you lock it in, man. It ain't hard work.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? Salute to the job. To the jobs out there, holding people down, offering them money. You know what I mean? I'm just glad that it's a salary-based job and I get OT. You know what I mean? Like it's a career. That's what's up.
There you go, Rick Timms. Rick Timms said my homie has been locked 30 flat, was approved parole, but he has a hella head start. He has a cell phone, so he's up to date on some technology. You know how it is, man. You know how it is. But boxing, I'm still at work. My day hasn't even started yet. I got my second job in a few hours. Bubs, you working hard, baby. Salute to Bubs.
Hunter Young.
Man, but God is good.
Shout out to Hunter Young. That word. If I can't be used, I'm useless. You right. Absolutely right.
No doubt. Nah, Bubs, you know what I mean? God is good, man. At least you got a second job. I'm sure you need it. You wouldn't be there if you didn't need it. So it's a good look for you, man. God's good. God is good.
Sure.
So let's start building on this damn boxing, bro. So much to talk about. There is so much to talk about. I'm gonna start off with the drama, man. Liam, 117-111, Liam Paro, diabolical. Boxing needs to do better, bro. Let's just talk about. I'm gonna go right into it. Boxing needs to do better. Puerto Rico, diabolical this weekend with some of the judging. Obviously, we know what happened with Jalil Hackett. Richard Hitchinson pitches out, a 9-3, 8-4 shutout win to me, as far as I'm concerned. Handles his business, and somehow, a judge in Puerto Rico finds Liam Paro 117-11, give him 9 out of 3 rounds in that fight. Almost robbed Hitchinson in so many ways. Even though Hitchinson won the fight, it still felt like he got robbed. It just still felt like there was some injustice lingering in the background. Although he had, although Richard Hitchinson, first of all, let's congratulate Richard Hitchinson, right? Number one, congratulations, Richard Hitchinson. We want to go ahead and congratulate Richard Hitchinson. Without a doubt, bro. New IBF junior welterweight champion. New IBF welterweight champion. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations to the king. But yeah, as I was stating, 117, 111, diabolical. What are we doing here? Boxing needs to do better. These judges really, you don't know what they're looking at, and you can't help but when you see a card like that, which is borderline criminal in my opinion, right? Borderline criminal. These judges cannot tell me that they're watching this fight and that this is not showing corruption in boxing. How does a scorecard like that look in a fight like this to you?
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I think is happening with some of these scorecards? I don't think these judges are knowing what side of the card these people are fighting on. And I think they're scoring the card for the person that's winning, and they give it to the wrong person because they just market a card and they just live that side as they're going forward. To me, it was a lot closer to what you said, but yeah, I don't see it. I still didn't see Liam Parham winning 117 to 111. That ain't gonna be diabolical, but that is ludicrous.
Did you see him winning the fight in any kind of way, even 7-5 in any kind of way? Right.
No, he lost. I had him losing 2 rounds. You know what I mean? I thought the 2 rounds that I thought there was one really round that was a really hard, tough swing round late in the fight. But I thought that that round, like round 11, I think Hitchison took the brakes off a little bit. I mean, put the brakes on a little bit and stepped off the gas. And Parle tried to make a little comeback. And I think that gave him a round there. So I was nice enough to give him a 7-5 round. 7-5 fight. Hitchison is the victorious champion as he is. About damn time. Should have did it when Matias had the belt, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. But at the same time, much respect to Richard Hitchison.
I don't look at it like that. He couldn't have done it with Matias. He
was number one. He was still number one.
He was number one, but Liam Paro and Subriel Matias was already scheduled, bro.
No, I'm talking. Oh, that was at one point.
He's supposed to fight the winner of that fight.
You remember? He also had opportunity prior to them scheduling that fight. He just chose to go a different route. That's why he looked bad against Homeboy. Karma's a sucker. But yeah.
Word. He had an opportunity before they fought. Okay.
He ended up fighting Gustavo's. Not Gustavo Limos.
What's his name? Jose.
Jose Cabrera.
Jose Cebedas?
No, not Cepeda.
Not Cepeda. Jose, yeah.
It was Limos. Who's Limos? Who's the dude that just knocked out from Argentina?
Yeah, Gustavo Limos. But that was an eliminator. That's what I'm saying. That was an eliminator fight. He had a chance to fight Subriel directly instead of fighting Gustavo.
He had a chance before that, because he was the number one contender. And remember, he was like, I can't make the weight. I'm going after Devin Haney, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of nonsense.
Oh, okay. Well, look, man.
Cool. Listen, we're here now. Congratulations. Whether you make it to class on time or late, you still got it, bro. Congratulations on your championship.
No doubt. Well, Limos, look, man, at the end of Limos, at the end of the day, like you said, we're here now. Hitchins is the current 135-pound champion. I thought the weight cut was going to be an issue. I didn't think it was going to be an issue. I was wondering if it was going to be an issue. That IBF rehydration clause is, it's something, at this point, though, he's won. He is a champion. So congratulations, Richard Hitchins. I said 135 IBF champ. I meant 140 pound. Excuse the miss the typo right there. And now it looks like Eddie Hearn wants Hitchins and Teofimo Lopez in Brooklyn, New York. Now, obviously, we got so much to talk about when it comes to Teofimo right now. Teofimo's all over the place, as he's been for a while now, calling out the likes of Terrence Crawford, one point Brian Norman Jr., and then kind of like sort of saying offers were sent out to Devin Haney, and then just causing drama with the way his antics has been, trying to build up some buzz around himself. But and now seemingly to be in negotiations with maybe even a Jerron Boots Ennis at this point. But Eddie Hearn seems to think that looks like a great fight. Both of them being from Brooklyn, New York. Hitchison versus Teofimo Lopez in Brooklyn would be a big clash in Brooklyn, a big fight, and obviously a unification fight as well. Big fight for Hitchison. What do you think about that fight if that was to be the one that came full circle?
Hitchison and Teo, I think that would be a great unification fight. One, I see both guys as competitive with each other. Styles make fights, and that's a good fight for them. If Hitchins fights the way he does, staying in the middle of the ring and using the jab, that could be harmful. Fighting Teofimo, who likes to move around. You know what I mean? Wants you to be stagnant, not be able to use your ability to move. But then at the same time, if Hitchins is able to just utilize that jab and keep you at bay, like I was explaining, you know what I mean? When you asked me for the breakdown, I was like, that's the way he got to win the fight. That's the same way he has to win that fight with Teofimo, keeping him where he is and 100% making sure that he's in the place he's supposed to be at all times, right in front of me, so I can hit him. So I mean, it's a good fight. It has this it's good points.
Yeah, man, I like it. I like the fight. I don't think it's a fight that's probably going to happen. Teofimo, you know, you just can't count on nothing like that to happen. It doesn't seem like he wants. It looks like he wants a certain kind of competition. And in many ways, what Teofimo wants, I think, is honorable. I can respect what he wants. Obviously, the way he's going about it happening is cringe at times. The extent he's willing to go to get the attention he wants, but I can appreciate him wanting to make big, huge fights, the biggest fights he can make. I can appreciate him wanting to fight Terrence Crawford. I can appreciate him wanting to fight Brian Norman Jr. or Jerron Boots Ennis, or, you know, any of the big fights. He's not trying to make little fights, but I do think the way he goes about it is a little weird. But look, man, as far as boxing is concerned, I've always spoken highly of Teofimo. I think that he's a great boxer. I think he has some mental blocks that he needs to get over at times. Seems like he plays down to his competition, as I've always said. But look, the big fights, I think he's realizing for himself that, similar to what Boots said before in his last press conference, his post press conference, when he said he needs fights that he needs to be able to get up for, right? And I think Teofimo might operate the same way. The competition makes a difference for Teofimo. Who he fights makes a difference on how he fights. He doesn't just have one way he fights. If it's not the right opponent, he'll teeter it down to the level of the opponent he's in, and therefore put him in a position to look bad in fights that he should look good in, right? Which always kind of like holds him back a little bit, because he'll get in a big fight, look great, then he'll get in a tune-up, and in that tune-up, it'll be where he looks flawed again, and then boom, we're back to square one. We're questioning him. We're wondering if he can cut the ring off, if he knows how to handle a boxer, if he needs to bring strategy to the ring. We'll start questioning all these things, but then he'll get in the ring with Vasily Lomachenko or Josh Taylor and shine, and then we'll back on thinking that he's the best thing since sliced bread. So I think he understands what kind of fighter he is, and he feels like as long as he can keep himself in the ring with those big matches, he's going to look great. Teofimo making some recent adjustments, obviously bringing Eddie Reynoso into the team, adding that in there. I think everybody wants to see what kind of Teofimo we're going to see with the Eddie Reynoso there, right? So it is what it is. We'll see what that turns into. Jalil Hackett, robbed in Puerto Rico, right? Question mark, robbed in Puerto Rico? Or did he get beat in Puerto Rico, or did he just lose a close fight? Look, man, I don't think it really matters at this point, right? Like Jalil Hackett, Puerto Rico, we already spoke about it. That judging and what's going on in judging, it's not just in Puerto Rico. We've seen it. We saw it with O'Shaquie Force a little bit earlier this year. We've seen some decisions that just didn't make sense. And some people even consider the Virgil Ortiz, Serhii Bohachuk decision a robbery. Obviously, I don't agree with that. But, you know, judging has always been what judging is. But when we're talking about somebody like Jalil Hackett, a prospect in so many words, right? Supposedly a promising prospect. People are looking to see some great things out of this kid. There's a couple of things going into this fight. I think me and you have spoken about before. The weight. Jalil Hackett doesn't seem like somebody who belongs at 147. Clearly, he's able to cut that weight and get into that division and compete at not even at a high level, right? This was the highest level of competition he had, and he looked regular, according to a lot of people, and even myself. Like, there's nothing special about Jalil Hackett at this point. He competes. He competes to win. He's an exciting fighter to watch, but he gets hit a little bit, and it seems like he's depleting himself a little bit to be in that 147-pound weight class division. Eddie Hearn spoke on it. Rumors going around that in the hotel for this weight cut, it got complicated for Jalil Hackett, that he almost didn't make the weight cut, and that he probably did it in a very unhealthy way, right? That he's depleting himself. So people are talking about him, and even though he lost his fight in Puerto Rico, there's losses there's bad losses, and then there's those like victories, like if you're able to pull out what you need to pull out of that loss. And I think this was might have been a necessary, dare I say, I know people might push back at me, but may have been a necessarily loss for Jalil Hackett, who doesn't seem like he was going to get the wake-up call as far as that whole weight cut situation, and B, also, you know, he seems to always be headhunting, always trying to knock the opponents out and leaving himself open to get hit a lot, and he doesn't seem to be developing in that way, getting ready to fight. You just can't see, when you see Jalil Hackett fight, you don't see him in championship fights with that style. I don't see him standing in front of a Brian Norman Jr. swinging for the fences like that. I mean, what do you think about the fight, and also as far as Jalil Hackett in general, just at this point with this loss at 147, what do you see for him?
I mean, I thought last time I was calling for him to go to 54. Seeing just the struggle at 47 was bad. I think he needs to go to 60. I think 60 is wide open for him to fight at. It gives him a great chance to develop, still continue his career. The loss of the prospect's not going to hurt him. It wasn't like he fought a fighter that had like 7 losses. It was a journeyman or some guy that just, you know, they found in a pub that they just can't fight. The guy started timing him. He started figuring out what he was doing. He started figuring out this guy's only here to throw haymakers, and as long as he's going to keep throwing those haymakers, I'm going to withstand it. I'm going, you know what I mean? I'm going to put my hands up. I'm going to do my best to guard it, and I'm going to come forward. I obviously have the height advantage. I have the reach advantage, and I'm going to make this guy understand like I'm not running from him. Once that happened, once we got to the point of, I think it was like the 6th round, maybe, you started seeing that fight turn around. I think homeboy even won the 7th round because it was like 5-0. It was like 5-0 Jalil, and it just looked like he gassed himself. It wasn't that heavy weight cut. That's a big problem. It looked like he started gassing around the 7th, and that's when it looked like it took off on him. But at the end of the day, man, as far as these boxers or just a Jalil Hackett in this sense, doing simple things such as like just coming into this ring just to expect this to be a walkthrough or pushover. There's a lesson learned. I mean, everybody take heed. And to criticize Eddie Hearn from what I heard so many people doing, that's not Eddie's job. Eddie's not in there fighting. Eddie did his job. He made the fight. He got the guy paid. That guy's there to do his job. That's to win a fight. And unfortunately, he played with his food, and his food won. So, you know what I mean? You got to be careful, especially when you're in foreign territory and you're fighting these guys, man. You got to be, you know what I mean? You got to understand there's hometown heroes out there, and these guys are going to sit there and they're going to draw from the crowd, especially when they start landing shots and your shots are not effective and you look tired and the aggression wears off. So, yeah, shout out to Jalil for doing this thing, accepting the loss as a man. The loss is not going to hurt him. Hopefully this changes the way we look at boxing with this O thing and everybody protecting the O. And Jalil Hackett bounces back, moves up in weight. Maybe if he does go to 154, cool for him. He stays at 47. It's for him, you know what I mean? But, hey, let's see what goes on, man. You know what I mean? What's going on, Richard Paris?
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on there, Clay. Let's see how this dude reacts to the loss and to see how he reacts to his next choice of where he wants to land.
Yeah. I don't know if he necessarily goes up in weight next, but I did hear him get in an interview with Mill City. Shout out to my brother Mill City with the great interviews. Caught Jalil Hackett and his father, and obviously you know what they talked about as well. But outside of that fight, you know, him and Devin, we'll talk about that a little bit later about Devin and Jalil. But what I liked about it was that at the end of the day, they were talking about improvements. They weren't really lulling over, you know what I mean, suffering over the loss or the quote unquote robbery. They were more so concerned about getting better, you know what I mean, implementing more of a jab in the game, you know what I mean, slowing the fight down a little bit, you know what I mean, just, you know, finding some understanding about themselves and being more focused on developing and being the better fighter next time around. And that's when fights like this are real good development fights. That's why I really don't trip over when the people are really holding Eddie Hearn and criticizing him or holding him under a magnifying glass because of matchmaking. And we're going to talk about that later in the show as well, because, you know, the whole shot at him matchmaking, it's weird, right? When the fighters lose, oh, that's because Eddie doesn't know how to matchmake. Well, it's kind of weird sounding. I'll be honest with you, because it kind of sounds like the boxing space may be embracing cherry picking and padding records and having fighters show up in their biggest days and their biggest shows and getting exposed on the biggest show. If you're going to get exposed now as a prospect, as you know what I'm saying, not exposed where you're getting into a fight that you're supposed to lose, but this fight right here was well inside of Jalil Hackett's realm to win. He knows he made mistakes. He was headhunting. He made a lot of mistakes in there that I'm not going to say lost him the fight, because I still believe Jalil Hackett won the fight. That's how I feel. I feel he won the fight, but at the same time, it was way more competitive than it needed to be. And you know, sometimes without that loss, sometimes a win is a win, and not all wins are wins, in my opinion. I think there's some wins like that Virgil Ortiz and Serhii Bohachuk fight, right? Like that was a win for Virgil Ortiz, but not a real win. A lot of people thought he lost, but more importantly, Virgil, bro, you was getting punched on a lot. You got dropped in that fight. If you walk away from that fight thinking you don't need to improve on something, or you don't need to get better in your next fight, if that fight is not showing you that, then, you know, maybe you should have lost. Maybe that'd have been the best thing for you. Granted, Virgil and Robert Garcia seem to be building the right way. They seem to be building up, acknowledging the mistakes, acknowledging, you know, those 12 rounds were very good for Virgil. But a lot of fighters sometimes just won't improve without the adversity. So this adversity hopefully works out in the favor of Jalil Hackett and just helps him become a better fighter, which is what I think is going to do. I'll be honest with you. From what him and his father were talking about, it really seems like that's what they're going to do. So good fight, and hopefully in a good developing fight. Eddie Hearn getting held for it. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So Top Rank also running an event the same night. Saturday night was a great boxing night. I was literally watching two televisions, two monitors at the same time, watching Top Rank and watching Matchroom get busy. And we saw Rafael Espinosa maybe literally break Robeisy Ramirez. A rematch, fighter of the year last year candidate, right? I was excited to see that. This is one of the fights I was excited to see for. What a letdown. Just wasn't nowhere near the same fight that we saw last year. I saw Robeisy Ramirez being pretty successful in this fight at certain points, but also Rafael Espinosa being successful. I saw him make the adjustments as well. He wasn't getting caught up. It looks like the intimidation factor was missing with the whole fighting the Olympian and getting his, you know, his title shot. And it seemed like he stayed more on his jab, fought like how I would like to see Sebastian Fundora fight. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Really using his physical attributes. We know Rafael Espinosa standing like 6'1", in the 126-pound division is almost like a phenom to watch him in the ring. He looked way bigger than Robeisy Ramirez. I'm gonna say this though, Ray, right? Like to me, he looked even bigger in this fight than he did in the last fight, or I don't know if it was just perspective, but yeah, Robeisy Ramirez, no mas, bro. I think it was round 4. What round was it? 4 or 5? Was it 5th round? I can't remember. But but regardless, he quit, man. He quit. Broken orbital bone, we're going to assume, or something like that. A little bit of conspiracy as far as to whether or not it was an elbow earlier in the earlier rounds, or if it was that direct right hand that he took right to the eye. But walked away, put his hand up and walked away, let down a lot of people. I know my brother was upset. He had Robeisy in the parlay, did well in the parlay until he came to Robeisy, who looks like he just gave it away, took the money and ran. How'd you feel about the fight?
I was shocked. I'll tell you that. I thought Robeisy had that fight under control. I thought he had though it was a good battle. I think it was going back. It was a little back and forth, but it was more so Robeisy was landing the shots he wanted to land, and he knew, and he had the opportunity to land them when he wanted. Mm-hmm. As far as on the other side of the fence, when we have Espinosa was utilizing his jab well. He was definitely looked like he was desperate. I'm be honest with you, Clay. It looked like he was desperate. Robeisy was staying in close when he needed to engage, and it was making it hard for Espinosa really to land those big shots. Mm-hmm. He was getting his tees off, you know what I mean, when he was doing the jab, but when it came into close quarters, it was really hard, and Robeisy took advantage. As far as the fight goes, it kind of lived up to the hype until that incident happened. I just don't know if we see Robeisy fighting again. That's at the end of the day. I don't know. And I thought that I didn't see the elbow. That's another thing. I didn't see the elbow. What I did see is that punch right into the cheekbone. Mm-hmm. And it looked like he broke his eye right then and there. It was crazy. It was like, I was like, yo, it looked like he broke his bone in his face. because it just the way it swelled up like instantaneously, and the way he like his eye glazed, like you could see it right there in the ring, like it just glazed and it just closed. I was like, yo, he's done. I didn't even know he was gonna quit over that. I just thought it was like something crazy, but it is what it is.
Not yet, Roscott. We are definitely gonna get to it. Trust me, man. Robesi, you got to question his heart. Not too many people really have been empathizing with his situation. Tim Bradley said, look, man, I get it I think Tim Bradley put it the best way from my perspective, where Tim was like, as a fighter, he can't relate to what Robesi did, but sitting in his seat as a commentator, in hindsight, looking at how boxing is and how boxing can be really a no-love kind of sport when you're said and done. Robesi Ramirez picking his own health and his own eye, you know what I'm saying? His own ability to potentially see, or, thinking about his own well-being is not a hard thing to understand, right? Him realizing like it's early in the fight. I'm catching elbows randomly already. The ref hasn't really called it yet. Maybe this punch was the punch that put his eye in that situation, but maybe seeing, the future of the fight to be like, listen, man, I'm walking around with one eye. He's kind of doing this elbow thing. The pain is excruciating. I don't want to keep taking shots that I don't need to be taking this early. I can't see. I'm seeing double or triple or whatever he's seeing through the one eye, and decide to walk away. I mean, look, man, at the end of the day, I'm not the fighter. I'm not in the ring. I'm not going to sit there and judge him too much. I can say that boxing is a hard sport, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you might have to make up your mind if this is a sport you want to be in. Adversity is part of it, right? And this was an opportunity, obviously, for redemption, but also to get you back in the title contention. The 126-pound division is moving in the right direction, with thoughts of Monster Inoue potentially coming in there. And obviously, you have some great champions in that division as well. There's some opportunities potentially coming that way. People are even forecasting potentially maybe even a Robesi Ramirez versus a Monster Inoue at some point if he was able to get this belt. So a lot of opportunity, he got missed out on, and the boxing space seems to kind of be looking at a certain way, may have stained his career a little bit, wondering if he can even, come back from something like that, walking away. I remember, and I'll give it back to you, but I do remember, I think it was Victor Ortiz, right? When he kind of like quit in the middle of a fight, and his career seemed to me that really never rehabilitated itself, right? Like he was always kind of looked at that way. Even to this day, if you talk about Victor Ortiz, that's what you talk about. It's about that moment he did that. But what do you think?
Yeah, no, I disagree with a lot of the fans. I mean, obviously, the biggest critics are the fans, the people that watch the fight or pay for the fight. They want to see the fight go through and end the way it's supposed to end. But we don't understand the tolerance of pain. We don't understand what that shot, that punch that he hit him with. I'm telling you, I never seen nobody get punched like that with one shot and end up in that situation. Now, I've seen fighters get beat up. I've seen them get overwhelmed. That didn't look like it was overwhelming. He was boxing them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It looked like it was something freakish that happened. Now, to Tim Bradley's point, one, when you're in that situation, not to risk injury. What happens, like, we don't know yet. And I can tell you right now, because the loogie blew out of his nose, that was serious, because that was his navel cavity. You know what I mean? That area is your navel cavity, and that's coming from me having a medical background right now. Yeah, man, that's it is what it is. But as far as him being quitting, I think he had a few situations in that fight or not in that fight, in that situation. I think he had a few moments of minutes or seconds or so in that round. He could have made it through the end of that round and just stayed away, played it safe, got in the corner, let the doctors and stuff look at it. Then made that decision from the stool. It would have been better for him. By the way, it was a 6-round Clay. But yeah, him doing it in the ring like that, I mean, it's telling. I don't care what people say about him being a quitter or whatever the case. It's telling. When people do stuff like that, it's telling. It's something really wrong there. It's not like certain fighters that just give up because they just feel. I see the fighter. I can't remember who it was. And they were boxing. They just couldn't get a hit on. They got so frustrated they quit the ring.
Oh, Danny?
The fighter at one point. It was a talented fighter. I forgot who it was. It was like probably around the same time as the Victor Ortiz fight.
Oh, I mean, Vasily Lomachenko was notorious for doing that too, rigging out.
That's who it was. That's who it was. Right.
Yeah.
And and working out, just like he just quit. Like, yo, I can't do anything. Like, this guy is overwhelming me, right? So this brings everything back to that point of, was it that case? No, because he was winning the fight and he was putting on a great performance.
Right.
This is a situation of, yo, something just popped in my face. I've never felt no pain like this, and something's wrong. I need to go get this checked out. And I'm telling you, that's probably, in my opinion, that's what it was.
And I mean, we and I agree with you. I also want to add to it and say, because I don't want to take away from Rafael Espinosa, right? I don't. To say that the threat he was presenting was also part of the decision, right? Him figuring out what Robeisy was doing, landing way more frequently. He's a hard puncher as well. Robeisy Ramirez, I mean, legitimately, Rafael Espinosa will knock you out, bro. You know what I mean? In his last fight, right before that fight, I believe he stopped the opponent in like the second round. Right, the second round or something like that. Now, Robeisy coming off of stopping his opponent as well later on, I think 6th, 7th round, but still, Rafael Espinosa is a big threat at 126. I mean, even with rumors of him entertaining going to 130 pounds, which we'll talk about later, because there's actually a super fight or a big fight that for the hardcore boxing fan that can get made at 130 that we'll talk about as well with Rafael Espinosa. But he's a big threat, and we have to give him his flowers and say that that Robeisy quit because of Rafael Espinosa, however you want to look at it. Rafael Espinosa is the one who landed the right hand, who hurt his eye, and Robeisy clearly knew that it was probably going to be an issue, and he didn't want to get hit anymore with that injury. He didn't want to risk the damage that was going to happen because of the opponent that was in front of him. One could argue if Robeisy was in front of the right opponent and got that injury, that he maybe would have weathered the storm. Right. But when you have a threat like Rafael Espinosa in front of you, listen, man, that puts things into perspective, right? I mean, it could put things into perspective at least. You know what I mean?
And shout out to, like you said, shout out to Espinosa. I would like to see him fight Brandon Figueroa. I think that's a 6 foot junior. What was it? Super feather? No, that's a featherweight.
Is it a super featherweight or
featherweight?
126.
So,
featherweight. Yeah.
I would like to see them two go at it. Either there or 130. They both plan on moving up from what the rumors are saying. That'd be dope, man. You know what I mean? But
no doubt. Salute Chris Brooks in the building. Salute Chris Brooks. Salute Alonzo Spectacular as well, man. Salute. But yeah, man, listen, man, we'll see what Robeisy Ramirez decides to do with his future. If he hangs it up, it is what it is. I don't know if he's a young guy, you know what I mean? Wish him the best, man. I will watch him fight again. I think there are fights still there for him to make. I think there was a legitimate injury. I don't think he was lying about the injury. How the injury happened, I think is up for debate. Clearly, what we saw with him getting with that right hand, we can't act like we didn't see that, but I did see some usage of the elbow and forearm from Rafael Espinosa. And once again, when you talk about these freakishly tall fighters in these divisions, same thing with Sebastian Fundora and the injury he gave to Tim Tszyu, right? Like when you're fighting those kind of fighters, you're kind of like injury, prone a little bit, with just based on the physics of the whole entire situation. It can be complicated. So, and I say that just to say that Robeisy Ramirez, there's not a bunch of 6'1" Rafael Espinosas walking around in the 126-pound division. And outside of, Rafael Espinosa, Robeisy was one of the top guys in 126, in my opinion. I think, you put him against 7, 8 out of 10 of the fighters at 126, I'm going to probably favor him, or at least know it's going to be a very competitive fight, Right. So we'll see what he decides to do. I'd love to see him in the ring with a Shushu Carrington at some point, or there's some fights in there for him to make. And Nick Ball, I could see him. Let's see what he decides to do, man. Robeisy. But that being said, for Rafael Espinosa walking away,
another one. Shushu tall too. He like 5'9", 5'10". Yeah, they taller than that.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So there's some fights there to be made. But like I said, congratulations to Rafael Espinosa. But on to the next with Rafael Espinosa, who's, look, at this point, he's shown that fight against Robeisy Ramirez wasn't a fluke, right? He's defended his title twice now. One of the defenses being against the guy who, he supposedly got lucky against and had to literally come back in the fight. He shows his dog, showed his will, his ability to box. His record is not a fluke, man. The man has a very high knockout ratio. So at this point, he has options, right? And people want to see him fight. He's an exciting fighter to watch. He can obviously shoot to go ahead and unify at 126. But a lot of people were talking about him going to 130 before this fight, prior to this fight, that he had 1 foot out of the division already, and him going to 130 pounds. What do you think makes more sense for Rafael Espinosa at this point, just looking at the landscape? Does he stay at 126, unify the division, or do we see him just go ahead and maybe take a shot? Because there is a big opportunity for him at 130, right? We know that he is, and he is the WBO champion at 126, and there's a WBO champion at 130 that also had a great night, you know what I'm saying, in that division. So talk about it. What do you think?
I think making the move upward is always the best move. The challenge is always there. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that the guys at 126 can't challenge him. Obviously, it could run into some issues, but it seems that he's already he punched that ticket. He already ridden that ride at the amusement park. Pause, because I know Fly Freak say, "Yo, that's terrible," whatever. But yeah, no Diddy. I think he should just move up to 130 and maybe try to stretch that career out as far as he can. You know, maybe even touching to 135, possibly even 140, where his frame look like it'll fill in at 140 well, and we can see the best of him fighting the best, because being a 6'1" fighter, you know what I mean, those small divisions, one, is the advantage, and two, you have room to grow in your frame, and him getting to 140 will be interesting to see how he plays in that division with the other fighters. You know what I mean? If he's that's where I eventually would like to see him. But 130 looks like it's the way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, man, I'd love to see it, man. I'm not gonna even hold you, bro. You know what I mean? I think obviously Oscar Navarrete. I said Oscar Emmanuel Navarrete busting down Oscar Valdez the way he did. Look, man, at the end of the day,
you're right though. He did change Oscar's last name, didn't he? He didn't beat him twice.
Yeah,
Toby.
Oscar Navarrete made him his son. You know what I'm saying?
Oscar said Toby.
Yeah. he said Toby. He said Guta. He was like, no. Yeah, at the end of it, he was definitely like Toby. Yeah, man. I mean, that's another conversation, but not even a conversation. Oscar Valdez at this point, man. Man, I don't know even what to tell him to do, man. Some fighters are stylistically just horrible for you. Oscar Valdez seems to be that Mexican, just a quintessential Mexican boxer, come forward, go for the big shots. But he said he was going to go into this fight, box. He wasn't going to get into those dangerous melees with Emmanuel Navarrete. He learned a lot. I mean, he even brought up the Shakur Stevenson fight as to why he would never try to challenge Shakur Stevenson again, because he really felt like he was the best version of himself that night, and Shakur just dismantled him, and just really felt like he felt what Emmanuel Navarrete, he felt what Emmanuel Navarrete had to offer. He thought it wasn't that he could come back, adjust, and beat him. Thought he was a very beatable opponent. I think he kind of slept on Emmanuel Navarrete, being that he has kind of been slipping on a downward trajectory a little bit with that performance against Dennis Berinchyk, obviously. But speaking to that, Emmanuel Navarrete, speaking about injuries he was dealing with going into these fights and things of that nature, and as to the reason as to why he performed the way he did. And in a way, in my opinion, he proved it in that fight, because he really just showed that Oscar Valdez had no business being in the ring with him, to be honest with you. That's what I saw in the fight. And honestly, when I look at him, I question about how a lot of people are going to look in front of him at 130 pounds. I'll be real with you. I question how a lot of these guys are going to look. I know Shaky Forster is interested in the opportunity. We have the addition of Raymond Ford in the division. But look, Rafael Espinosa performing the way he's been performing at 126, and it seems like he may be acknowledging that maybe the cut is not necessary, that 130 is very realistic for him. He's a big fighter at 126, probably will be bringing that size, influence and energy right up there to 130. I like that fight. I think that's a huge fight. You let me know that Rafael Espinosa and Emmanuel Navarrete are about to square up for that WBO title up there, I'm all in.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you, punches and bunches can win you fights at times, right? But it also leaves you available to be punched. That wasn't the case in this fight. I'm going to say Oscar Valdez has been a little shell-shocked since the Shakur fight, since taking that beating from Shakur, because his second loss, was right after that to Navarrete. And not only did he lose, he lost worse than he lost to Shakur that first fight. I mean, with a point where he was sitting there talking and blood was pouring out his eye, right? So it was a very violent beatdown. Also, I think when you get into situations like that, these type of memories happen. Yeah, you believe you can achieve and all this stuff, but you just realize once the first punch happens, you're like, yo, here we go again. What did I sign up for? And you start putting these thoughts in your head like, yo, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, and you just can't because your spirit won't let you move. They won't let you be that guy because they're telling your inside is telling you like, yo, I don't want to do this anymore. And you can see that in Oscar Valdez. It doesn't look like he also wants to continue this career. Like he's obviously going to say he'll do this, he'll do that. If the money's right, he'll get in the ring. We already know how these fighters do, and this is how they get injured long term. Maybe it was time for him to move up out of the division. Maybe it's time for him to maybe even step down a weight. Being that he was such a smaller fighter to most of these guys in the division, you know what I mean? It's so much to say when you look at this shellacking that he took. And it was ugly, man. It was uglier the first time without even hesitation of saying.
Listen, you saw what you saw. In my opinion, is you saw an Emmanuel Navarrete who literally wanted to show everybody, like, yo, bro,
this wasn't a fluke.
He stepped it all the way up. Like he was like the best version of himself in that fight. And then you saw an Oscar Valdez that was average at best, not listening to his corner. You knew Eddie Reynoso specifically spoke towards what the game plan was going to be looking like, that Oscar Valdez was going to be boxing and making sure this fight doesn't stay mid-range or actually keep it sort of mid-range, but avoid the melees. And he jumped right into it. I think he got hurt early in the first round and just kind of went back into that emotion. And I'll be honest with you, Oscar Valdez is an emotional fighter. Like he really is. If he gets hit, his instinct is he's hunting back. And a lot of these fighters who fight this way suffer from the consequence that Oscar Valdez does, right? Like they get overly focused on getting that hit back. And then somebody like Emmanuel Navarrete who's throwing with those long arms. I mean, the man has long arms for his size. I mean, he's a big dude, but he's not that tall. But he got these long arms, and he can throw like these hooks and from like a long distance, right? And he just throws them from way back in California and hits you over in New Jersey. Yeah, and then he hits you in New Jersey, like, and it's like, what happened? Where did that come from? I mean, he was putting that all over, and I mean, ultimately ended up stopping him with a body shot, right? That just shows you where the power's at within itself. The way Oscar Valdez was flailing, you know what I'm saying? After catching a shot like that. So look, it makes me question, what are we going to see at 130? Who's going to put the work in? Obviously, how does O'Shaquie Foster look against this guy? How does how do the other champions in the division look against this guy? Even a Lamont Roach or I mean, even some of the up and coming guys at 130 right now. Look, Rafael Espinosa checks the boxes as a fighter I want to see in front of this guy. I want to see how Navarrete's wide swinging, all that stuff that he does. And you got Rafael Espinosa, who's a straight shooter. He loves to use that 1-2, stays on that jab, loves to throw that right hand right down the middle. You know what I'm saying? I think that's personally, I think that's a fight where Navarrete, I can see him getting stopped, to be honest with you, by Rafael Espinosa, but at the same exact time, how can you call it? He's so tried true at this point in that weight class division, dominating, in my opinion. I think the fight looks good. I want to see it. I'm all in.
I don't know, Clay. How's it look at 130 for him? It depends on the day, man. I think he's one of those fighters, like, he's got to be given that moment. You know what I mean? Like, he's got to go in there believing he can win, because we seen what happened with Baranchyk. He looked terrible, right? He's doing the same thing that he did to Oscar Valdez, swinging for the fences, throwing wildly, looking terrible. He did the same thing with Robinson Kasickiao, right? Mm-hmm. Robinson was in there tagging him. But actually, I think Robinson won that fight. Robinson should be the WBO champion. WBO, right?
WBO, yeah.
Yeah, he should be that champion. Like, it shouldn't even have been him in that ring, because that looked terrible for him. So he is definitely a beatable opponent, and I think he goes in there with nothing to lose. He's willing to take the punches to go get his shots off, his punches off, to land cleanly and be aggressive. That has its consequences. It also has its advantages. So I think that when we're looking at somebody like Navarrete, he's not going to be able to do that against everybody. Unfortunately, it's going to be multiple people that's going to catch him, and they're going to end him and embarrass him. Especially like you said, your Nick Ball, your Fords, your Shockies. Shockey might, depending on what Shockey shows up, if he wants to take it easy or he wants to go aggressively. But he will have to be high powered because this guy's going to keep coming. He's going to get in your way.
And he takes shots well. He got a good chin. He
right.
takes shots well.
Yes, he does. But you also don't want to get in that land of fire when the guy's throwing 12 shots, you know what I mean, trying to knock you out, and they're all landing on the same spot. Somebody like Espinosa moving up, that would be a good, interesting fight. But I think he can beat Espinosa due to the fact that you know what I mean, he'll attack the body. I think he'll break Espinosa down. But it will be a good fight because I would like to see how Espinosa controls the range,
right?
In a fight like that with somebody that's wild. As far as
you don't see like Espinosa like walking him into a lot of problems, like if somebody who's going to be coming forward like him, and you know, it's kind of like the way I look at it is Emmanuel Navarrete likes to swing wide, bro. He's not a straight shooter like that.
Right.
I see Espinosa landing first a lot in those exchanges, and I think Espinosa has the power to sit him down. You know what I mean? To get him together. And I don't know if Navarrete has a chill version of himself where he's like, all right, I'm getting tagged in the middle.
Right.
I gotta start setting up these shots a lot better. Does the IQ of Navarrete put him in a position to adjust accordingly against a Rafael Espinosa who looks more like a disciplined fighter? Right.
What we've seen, he has no footwork. So if somebody like Espinosa just keep him at the end of the jab, and
Espinosa got a good pedigree, like he's a good boxer. Fundamentally, he's pretty sound.
That's what I'm saying. Then it's all night, long night for Navarrete. But if he sits there and he lets him, you know what I mean, wheel and deal a little bit and test the waters, it could be a long night the other way. You know what I mean, go either way. But we have to wait and see on something like that. Well, I was getting to Lamont Roach and Kakashi, right? Kakashi's very aggressive. He actually fights like a better version of Navarrete.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean?
He actually has a straight 1-2 too. He comes down the middle. He's gonna be
1-2, 1-2, and then he likes to swing wild rights and lefts, and then he comes back to that 1-2 a lot. And then he goes to those overhands and those looping hooks. So that would be an interesting fight because I just think they're going to just punch each other in the face until one of them fall down. I ain't gonna lie, that'd be interesting. I think that's the most interesting of the fights. There will be them two because
believe it or not, right,
because they fight the same. Lamont Roach.
Yeah, you froze a little bit. Yeah, Lamont. Like yeah, you were frozen. So go ahead and go back on what you were saying about Lamont.
Yeah, I see it. I said we'll see if he takes a fight like that or not. Coming off whatever happens with Tank, you know what I mean? Does he drop the belt if he wins? Does he keep it and wait to come back down to defend and lead the belt up north? We don't know, so we have to wait and see on that before we even consider what's going on with him.
Yeah. Interesting enough. We'll see what happens, but I think there's some interesting fights. Roscott says Yahi, the announcers, say Navarrete looked big in the midsection because he rehydrated a good 150, 155. Yeah, he looked soft in the middle. I was actually shocked that Oscar Valdez wasn't taking advantage of that and really attacking that body a little bit more. That he was just headhunting somebody who just looked like he was super resistant against the punches that at least Valdez had to offer. He never attacked that body, and he did look soft. He looked soft in the middle, man. I'm not going to lie to you, but yeah, man, we saw that. To me, also makes me question, looking at his build, I've always questioned like his commitment to the sport a little bit. Just, you know, maybe he should be at 126 and he, you know, would be in shape at 126. That fat around the midsection is kind of like, you're not cutting the weight where you could be cutting it. I don't know. But at the end of the day,
so we're so used to current boxers, Clay, in the way they look in the ring today. There have been plenty of fighters that look like that from heavyweight down, where they had a little soft packaging and their shoulders are smaller inside because they, you know, the punching abilities and things of that nature. Now we have boxers that want to be chiseled and look like Apollo Creed, Clubber Lang, Ivan Drago. They want to look like these guys in the ring, you know. So when you get this whole change of boxer, it makes you wonder because if you don't recall. Julio Cesar Chavez wasn't like the most rugged shaped fighter in the world either. There were moments where he came in the ring where he looked like he was like you said, like he got love handles and stuff. And there was moments when he looked in. Oscar De La Hoya, he used to fight like this, and you would see him get love handles when he got into his defense, right? And it'd be like, yo, Oscar looks like he's skinny, but when he rehydrate, you can see him look a little different. You know what I mean? So doesn't mean that these guys can't still fight. It just means that you don't look like the fighter that we expect you to be, or the guy that did the weigh-in type thing. You know what I mean? So I get it.
I know. No, it's not that he can't fight. Obviously, he can fight. He's
right.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying
but,
they look like it's you look at him, you're like, yo, this guy's a boxer, because we're so conditioned to what boxers look like today. I'm telling you.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. I agree with you. I think in the Navarrete case, it does kind of show like that midsection, and just like Rick Timms is saying here, those smaller fighters, they tend to not really look like that. The bigger fighters, yeah, but the smaller fighters, 130 pounds, anything below really like 154 below it, you kind of see they don't walk around with the muffin top. You know what I'm saying? And he definitely has that.
He's an older fighter too.
And there were rumors at one point in time with Emmanuel Navarrete as far as like his commitment to the sport, as far as like the traditional approach to the sport, him being somebody who still regularly drinks beer and regularly has a recreational outside, life activity, things of that nature. But I mean, obviously, listen, man, he's disciplined enough to be the only person who was able to beat him is an Olympian Ukrainian, and Dennis Berinchyk. He's been a champion. He's dominating in the division he's at. So to act like he's not committed to the sport, at least to get him this far, we ain't gonna throw shots like that at him. But it does make me feel like, oh man, I wonder what he would look at 126 if he could cut 126 if he committed more to the sport. But at 130, he seems like he's very comfortable there, and he's doing a lot of work there, man. And still bench. He said, man, I smoke crack and still bench 360. No doubt here for boxing. We special though, you know what I mean? Not everybody can do that. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Let's keep on moving the needle here. So Jerron Boots finally speaks on the confusion, the miscommunication, quote unquote, of what exactly happened with the negotiation with Virgil Ortiz. He spoke for himself. Shout out to YSM Sports, put together that interview. I think it was a well-needed interview. It was refreshing to hear Jerron speak for himself. What'd you walk away thinking from that interview, man, after you heard it?
Still a lot of unanswered questions. Like I figured, I told everybody there's a lot of holes going on in this situation, right? And you're looking to see where it's going, where it's going to lead you. You know what I mean? Was it Mario Brothers when you jumped in the green tube and the shit took you with warp portal or warp hole, whatever. It just looked like you didn't know where to go as this was coming. So as you're dealing with Boots, you had this part of the story, Turkey with this part of the story, and you have fan base with this part of the story. Oscar calling out Eddie on some nonsense in his Thursday day, clap back. And it was just like a lot of uncomfortable conversations going on. I like the fact that Eddie cleared it up first. That was clarity. As much as what Boots said kind of like pushed a little bit towards what Eddie was saying about, you know what I mean? It was like a time decision offer. You know what I mean? And yes, fighters make decisions in the ring, or they say things, you know what I mean, that are in a moment type things. And we've seen it happen before. It's just we're looking at Boots to the fact that this is what we're expecting. We're expecting him to move somewhere where he can get fights. But he knows that like I told you, what I call it the floodgates. He knows that floodgate at 147 open for those champions. Yeah, he knows it's going to be some paydays and they got to do what they got to do to get these fights. But it's once it's open, and it sets up for him to have the opportunity to unify. And the man even said he wants to unify, then move up. And it's crazy because in my opinion, I don't really think Boots wants to be at 147. I think he's being pushed there because he has to do it for his dad. He's living for his dad. He's fighting for his dad. It seems like Bosie's goal is to be undisputed at 147. It seems like it's Bosie's goal. You know, I mean, if it was up to me, I'd be like, yo, Bosie, and no disrespect to him, you go out there and get the undisputed title. Let Boots go up to 157 and get the undisputed, 154 and get the undisputed title. You know what I mean? Let him go fight his career. But it seems like we're just seeing it's an in-house conflict. I think we're going to see something in the next couple of years where they either split or something happens, because it's going to be something where it's uncomfortable for Boots or Bozy in conversation. You can see Boots always talking when he's in interviews, you know what I mean, about 54, and he looks over to his shoulder, like when his dad's there, like, damn, I didn't mean to say that. It makes him uncomfortable. So I think him and Eddie has already had these talks, but the 154 thing is crazy, and I'm glad he addressed it at the end of the day, Clay. And to stay on topic, I'm glad he addressed it. I'm glad he put his 2 cents out there to make us understand why he made the choice he did, because the opportunity now has opened and it has arisen for him to stay at 147 to make these title fights, as opposed to moving 54, dropping his belt, not guaranteed a championship fight ever again, which he just went through for the IBF. Makes more sense for him to move that way.
Right. I hear you, man. I'll be honest with you. I like the interview. I know some people wanted to see more coming out the interview. Listen, man, I personally, I always say this, man. It's been about damn near a year I'm campaigning for Boots. Now, I'll say about a good 6 to 8 months campaigning for Boots to potentially go ahead and move up to 154. Especially when he jumped into this new deal with Eddie Hearn. I was like, look, man, take that opportunity while Turkey is interested in you. The payday's there. I always tell you guys, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but what do I say? I say the payday's there, the legacy's there, and the activity is there, right? And this is something Boots was always dealing with. Coming from Cameron Duncan and Steven Espinosa over there at Showtime, the activity, he was kind of hurting a little bit with that whole entire separation with Showtime and the PBC, and Showtime and boxing period, not just the PBC. But ultimately he suffered, and obviously the untimely passing of Cameron Duncan, rest in peace of Cameron Duncan, didn't help the situation get any better. I wanted to see him be active. He spoke on it himself and said that activity was one of the biggest reasons as to why he went with Eddie Hearn. So Eddie Hearn's been doing a good job of trying to keep him active, but he's in a division right now. He got the belt in a way where he was not happy about it. A lot of the boxing community pushed back, called him an email champion, and it seems like this thing has been floating over his head for a while now, as it seemed to be part of the reason as to why he hasn't moved up to take this opportunity with Virgil Ortiz, that he wanted an opportunity to beat a real champion, according to Boots Ennis. He wanted an opportunity to become a real champion. I can respect that. Obviously the communication could have been better between him and Turkey, or Eddie and Turkey, and that's another part of it that's in the air, as far as how much was this Eddie Hearn dropping the ball as far as the communication with Turkey is concerned, and how much of this was really a decisive issue with Boots. Now, Boots did put in perspective to say that, look, he was given like 24 to 48 hours to pull the trigger on that, and it just wasn't enough time for Boots to make the decision, because contrary to popular belief, it's not that the IBF would strip him of that belt, but Boots seems to have an understanding about how it's going to look when he moves up to 154. And what I mean by that is to say that he's not really into going up to 154, competing at the highest level, and then cutting weight to come back to 147 to go ahead and defend his IBF title, especially when you add that rehydration clause to it, right? We can be honest that adding that rehydration clause to it just adds a little bit more difficulty for him. He spoke about Roy Jones and his cut up to compete heavyweight and then come back down and accrediting his loss to Antonio Tarver to a bad weight cut. So he's basically saying, if I go to 154, I'm not coming back to 147. I would be voluntarily vacating my title, because I would not come back down to compete at 147. I can respect him wanting to win the championship in a real way. Looks, that's something that could haunt him for the rest of his career, being a quote unquote email champ at 147, moving forward to 154 and competing there, and always thinking to himself, like, that title will always be brought up, that I was an IBF champion at 147, but there'll always be a detractor out there in the crowd who always be like, yeah, but you ain't beat a champion. You know what I mean? Does that really count? He didn't want to deal with that. So I understood the reasoning. I always understood the reason as to why he was going to stay at 147. I actually spoke about it before the whole entire mess happened, right? I said it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Does he go up to 154 and then come back to 147? Does he stay at 147? Even with the rumors of Victor Ortiz coming down to 147 to compete with him. He kind of clarified that as well, which I knew as well. Like, I don't think it's been that difficult. I think people really have pushed back on Boots aggressively. I think it comes with the game. Obviously, the boxing space wants to see him at 154. They want to see him compete with all these killers in that hornet's nest of 154 pounds. Virgil Ortiz was right there. A fight, I think, boxing fans, hardcore boxing fans, mouth started to water. Like, oh man, it's about to go down. We about to see it. And then Boots, let it be known that I still got unfinished business at 147, and I don't want to move on just yet. Look, man, at the end of the day, after that whole entire spiel I just went through about how I felt about it, this is how I truly feel about it at the end of the day. Do what you got to do. Make your next move your best move. Unify, because if you don't unify, it's going to look even worse than it looks right now. But I think Boots will be just fine. I think he's an exciting fighter. I think he's one of the best boxers in the space right now, probably the best boxer at 147 pounds. Let's give him the time to do what he has to do. Seems like other opportunities have opened up for him as well. Maybe there's some redemption in there, or maybe people might throw shots, because he does seem like he's going to get an opportunity to fight somebody coming up from 140. But we'll talk about that, you know what I mean, at a later time, right? But it is what it is with Boots. Madrimov pulls out of Riyadh season 12-21 due to bronchitis. Inconvenient, convenient. It is what it is. We know Madrimov recently replacing Boots in that fight against Virgil Ortiz, February 22nd. He gets out of this fight 12-21, has bronchitis. How convenient, right, Ray? What do you think about it?
I think it's hilarious. And I told you, there's no way this guy is Superman. Listen, I was giving him the credit. I was like, there's no way this guy's Superman. There's no way he's going to go in there. He's going to be able to fight this guy on this card. That, like, my first thing when I heard his name, put it this way, when I first heard his name, I was like, yo, hold on. Isn't he fighting like a month right before that? That's crazy. There's no way he's going to be able to go back in training for another person to get that fight, especially if he loses. Like, if he loses, how is he going to this fight as a, you know what I mean, and represent? It was. I'm glad whatever the excuses was, or whatever.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. The excuses.
I think the offers came from, obviously it's from the same party, right? I think they didn't realize they double.
No, they realized it. Turkey spoke on it. He spoke on it.
They did. They did publicly after the fact that it happened, Clay. But I'm telling you, like, the initial thing is, I don't think they realized they double booked him. I think once they figured that, all right, we got this guy, he's available to fight, let's put him on the card. Think about it. He's available to fight, let's put him on the card. And then somebody, like, after it was made and put up there, somebody was like, hold on, he's fighting this guy in like a month and a half ahead of that.
Yeah, salute Kawhi Elliott. Oh, man, cancer-free 8 months, man. Congratulations. Salute.
Congratulations, man. Salute.
Oh, yeah, man. Cancer-free, man.
God bless you, man.
Sure.
Many blessings. But, yeah, absolutely, man. Like, I think...
man, Kawhi Elliott is a queen, man. From my understanding. Yeah,
oh, queen?
Sure,
okay,
yeah.
well...
Yeah.
Okay, well, that too. Yeah, salute, queen. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Blessings, though. Yeah, Clay, I just was like, yeah, they definitely knew they messed up, and then they moved it into the to that paradox. Or we ain't gonna give them.
I don't think that's what happened at all, bro.
I'm telling you, they didn't realize they messed up until I don't think that's what
after
they made the fight. Yeah.
I mean, that's not like that's not what Turkey was saying, you know what I mean? But it is what it is, right? Like, Turkey pretty much acknowledged and spoke to him. Matter of fact, even had a backup plan lined up for it. They spoke about it in an interview. He spoke in depth about the thought process behind making the matchup with Madrimov and Virgil, and taking into consideration the Serhiy Bohachuk fight. And keep in mind that Turkey's coming from a different era of boxing, that how he sees boxing. He doesn't see it as the worst thing in the world for this guy to fight 2 months later. But he did acknowledge that if he doesn't make it through that fight unscathed or too injured to fight, that there was a backup plan coming, right, at the end of the day. But I wanted to take a moment and segue over to Rafael, who said Claymore Rain. He said, but it's not what he said after the post-fight in-ring interview. He said, it's time for me to go to 154. No, listen, Rafael, that's not exactly what he said. And I think that's another thing, is people are hearing what they want to hear, and they're not hearing they're not taking the whole entire statement into consideration. He did say if the opportunities opened up at 147, that he was going to stay and unify. He stated that Other than that, though, looking at his performance, he said he think it was time to go to 154. And he wasn't saying it was time to go to 154 because he was necessarily weak, even though he did speak to the fact that he expected that he'd have more pop on his punches and be a better fighter at 154. But he just basically said that I think he was more so emphasizing on if he can't fight big fights that he can get up for, then he's risking himself giving these lackluster performances. So just basically acknowledging that, saying, listen, man, if it's going to be me and the likes of a Karen Kukujachian or me just fighting mandatories, then I might need to move up to 154. He was just basically acknowledging the lackluster opponents that was in front of him, ultimately affecting his performance. But he made it very clear in that same sentence, or maybe a comma in the next sentence, that he's still open to unifying 147 pounds. And if you guys are going to be honest and acknowledge who Jerome Boots Ennis is, if you've heard him, and he doesn't speak a lot, but when he speaks, he lets it be known what he wants, as well as Bozy. I want to unify 147. They always say that's the most important thing. So people don't want to acknowledge that. They want to, and I get it, right? Like, you just want to see him move to 154. There's a part of me that empathizes with it because I don't believe he can unify 147. He can unify a belt, but he can't become undisputed, in my opinion. He can legitimately, but the way the landscape plays out with the champions, as far as Mario Barrios, as far as Stanionis is concerned, I'll say Brian Norman is a given that it'll work just because of the interest that the Norman family has shown in the fight. But in real time, I don't think him unifying a division is something that's very. Let me stop saying unifying. Because he fights Brian Norman, he's unifying. Undisputed, I don't think is real. But he also stated that even a unification would satisfy, his need to prove himself at 147, that he'd be willing to move to 154 afterwards. But he didn't tell the world that he was going to 154. He was basically letting it be known that he was open to it at this point, dealing with what he was being confronted with at 147, which is a division of champions that don't want to fight him, that don't want to give him an opportunity to unify. He was just acknowledging the elephant in the room that I think a lot of people we've been speaking about for a long time. But he didn't overcommit and, just throw it all away and say he was going to 154. A lot of people just really, look deep into it.
What they catch on that, Clay, is after that second statement was made, the question from the interviewer who came back and said, "Oh, so you're talking about 154? Who do you see fighting this? Who do you see fighting at 154?" That's what they laid the question, the answer on. Is the repeat question that came back, and then him talking about 154 after that. It's, again, hand in hand. And again, Boots kind of did it to himself by mentioning it. He could have just been like, we got to go back like everybody else to the drawing board, see what me and my team want to do. You know what I mean? We may move up. We may stay here. Like, this is what happens when you have a lack of interviews. And don't get me wrong, they interview, but I'm saying like big pressure conversations. I don't know how to say it correctly, but an audience. There you go. When you have a big audience in front of you, you don't know, the right things to say. You just kind of blurt things out, and exactly miscommunication. And you're starting to say things that just like you're thinking, and you're not thinking them through as you're saying it, and this leads into all these speculations, and that's what it is. He wants another email belt. That's terrible. He actually said that he didn't want another email belt. And he wants to go up. He wants to fight for a title. Actually, that was a great point he made too, Alonzo. If you watch that interview, he said he was given a belt. He didn't like the way he got it. So he really wants to go fight another champion before he moves up to say he won a belt. That was a very important piece of that interview he did with YSM, which I thought was cool. But, hey, you know what I mean? If he gets an email belt, ask Tank why he got one. Sorry.
But at the end of the day, look, man, Boots is making the decision he's making. Like you said, Eastside Easy, I'll read what you said. I realized it was miscommunication. He said, I still feel like it's miscommunication on Boots' end when these fights come up, and finding a smaller man in T.O. after insinuating you to move up doesn't cut it. We're going to talk about the T.O. situation because I'm actually okay with that fight. I'm be honest with you guys. I'm very okay with the T.O. fight. I think it's a big fight. I think T.O.'s looking for a big fight. I think he gives an opportunity for T.O. to put up or shut up, as he's been calling out everybody. I think a win against Boots makes a better argument for him to fight against Terrence Crawford. I think Boots and Teofimo is a bigger fight just in general. I think it would have pushed up Boots' market value a little bit. T.O. is not, this is not the same as, like a Tank Davis pulling up a Lamont Roach or things of that nature. I know people want to compare it, but at the end of the day, Teofimo Lopez is a 2-time lineal champion, right? The best fighter in as a WBO champion at 140 pounds. He's training with Eddie Reynoso right now. He's got a lot of market value and buzz that he put around himself, whether it's negative or positive. I think the fight can manifest into a lot of great things for Boots and also get him ready for these title unification fights, because in all reality, the champions at 147 pounds right now are really all tied up. Mario Barrios was coming off of his fight over there on the MVP card, not to mention supposedly maybe in negotiations with Conor Benn. Stanionis, I think, is going to be defending against a mandatory, and I believe Brian Norman has a fight lined up in March as well that he's supposed to be fighting against I can't remember his name right now, something Cuervas. I can't remember his name right now, but really the timing of this fight, and I'm hearing the timing they want to make the fight March 1st, unfortunately the same date as Gervonta Tank Davis's a fight with Lamont Roach, but still puts him right in the conversation, right in the right time period for him and Brian Norman to fight each other again in maybe like, a June. You know what I mean? A June, July fight, you know what I'm saying? To unify that WBO title, or maybe even get a fight with Stanionis, as I'm hearing Eddie Hearn was also ready to offer Stanionis' opponent some step-aside money to offer Stanionis a big payday to fight against Ron Boots Ennis. So it's a good stay busy fight, to say the least. And, Tio's going to bring his A game. He's going to move around. He's going to bring that pedigree and that IQ. You're going to see a different Boots that night. You're going to see a Boots who's going to have to, like he said, step up his game. It's going to be a fight that he can get up for, because he knows the kind of fighter that T.O. is at the end of the day. Maybe not so much a punching threat, but still a great boxer, man. I think it's a great fight. You know what I mean? But we'll see what happens. We'll see what ends up happening. Terrence Crawford tweets, 2025 will show greatness. Look, the boxing space has been talking about it forever. Terrence has been talking about it for well over a year now, trying to get this fight with Canelo Alvarez. Rumors about him being injured and not coming back into boxing until May. We know that Canelo Alvarez is back in boxing in May. I'm not thinking this fight would happen in May, but, listen, Turki's talking about how he's still open to the negotiations. Canelo Alvarez not as negative to the question anymore. When he gets confronted about fighting Terrence Crawford, he's not all like, he has nothing to gain from it. He just basically saying, I'm not talking about boxing right now. He says he's basically probably not going to even come back to the table until about January, February, as far as speaking towards who he's looking at fighting in May. That's how he kind of looks at it. Terrence putting out a tweet like this, how does that make you feel? Like, are you thinking this fight? Listen, the rumors are rumbling, man. How does that make you feel about a potential Terrence Crawford Canelo Alvarez fight in 2025?
Here's the thing: we hear that's what he wants to do, but I'm also seeing, and I don't know if you've seen it too. He's talking to Brandon Figueroa. He's standing next to him, having a conversation with him, and I don't know if it was a lobby somewhere, and it was very interesting. You know what I mean? So. Is he going for unification again? You know what I mean? To be undisputed?
Brandon Figueroa with Terrence Crawford?
I'm sorry. Listen, these tall Mexicans, bro, got me confused.
Come on, Sebastian?
No disrespect. Yes. Fedora, he's standing next to Fedora, talking to him, bro. And no disrespect to Mexico. There's too many of them right now in the boxing race. But he's standing next to Fedora having a conversation. So that could be what his announcement is. We don't know. Foreseeable, we all want to see the Terrence Crawford fight. But if they did recognize him and give him the opportunity to fight for the other two titles to unify, because he is the WBO mandatory, he is also the he is the mandatory for the WBC as well. I think he won that, right? He won that WBC mandatory, even though he's not taking those fights because whatever the case may be. They put Earl in place, and they put what's the name is the interim, Virgil. Those things really have a lot to change. But hey, let me tell you something. Either way, I'll take the fight. If he fights Canelo, I do think that's going to be a tough fight for him, possibly career-ending if it goes the way that I think it's going to go. But then again, Bud has been special. He's a special fighter. He can also prove me wrong in what I believe in he can show the world that how good he really is, and he can do something that is pretty much not unheard of, but you know what I mean, spectacular to say. And I can see that being the case for Bud. If he does move to the Canelo fight, I would take it. I like that option. Either way.
Yeah, I think it's real realistic. Him talking about making 2025 a year he shows his greatness. I think that's a fight that would make him look great. Is a fight against Canelo Alvarez, man. And that's a fight he's obviously been looking forward to fighting. He speaks about it all the time. He's excited about it. I don't see him putting out he's going to show he's great in 2025 by fighting Sebastian Fundora. I don't think that to him.
His claim was to go undisputed at 157 or 154. So
no, that wasn't his claim. His claim was to go fight Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, before that, he said he wants undisputed at 154.
He was just talking.
Okay, so he's just talking about Canelo, Clay.
No, he's not just talking about Canelo because he doesn't talk about 154 anymore. He doesn't talk about fighting and becoming undisputed anymore. He was saying that at a press conference. He was talking about potentially doing that when he was setting up the fight with Madrimov. But everybody knows what he really wants is Canelo Alvarez. He talks about all the time. He just recently did an interview with Carl Froch, and all he was talking about was making that fight happen. That's the only conversation that's on his lips is Canelo Alvarez. The whole entire boxing media space, anytime they see Canelo Alvarez, brings that fight up. Turkey, every time he gets in front of a social media platform, brings up still wanting to make that fight up. That fight is the fight that he's looking to make. And I think it's fair to say, and look, there's rumors, other inside sources that I've heard from who are talking about that these negotiations are happening in real time. You know what I mean? That these things are really happening. That's what's been holding Terence Crawford up. See, the thing with Terence Crawford is if he wanted to unify and become undisputed at 154, he could have been started that this year. He could have been made to fight with Sebastian Fundora. He could have been lined up fights in the division to do that. He's been holding off on those fights. He allowed Errol Spence to get an opportunity to fight Sebastian Fundora and said, hold off. The reason he's doing that, in my opinion, is because the negotiations are they're moving forward. It's not happening yet. It's not guaranteed. It's not a contract, but I believe Canelo Alvarez has been way more open with the communication with that team over there, whether it's with Bud's team or whether it's Turkey's team. And I believe that thing has been just moving along. Canelo also always says, I'm a businessman. I'm entertaining all offers. I don't believe there's a more lucrative opportunity on the table in front of him than Terence Crawford. I think Turkey will make sure of that, right? Like whatever he's being offered with other fights that could potentially happen, Turkey's going to make sure that when Canelo Alvarez walks away from a Terence Crawford fight, that Canelo Alvarez is also walking away from his biggest payday, to make it clear, like, you're all right, you're choosing to go that way, but it's not going to be because of the money. It's going to be because you just don't want the fight. Because money-wise, this is going to be the biggest plate of money on the table in front of you. Outside of, shout out to Rick Timms, potentially a David Benavidez fight, which I'm going to be honest with you, I believe Canelo Alvarez wants no part of David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? At this point in his career, that's what I believe. But hey, either one of those fights, I agree with you, Rick Timms. If David Benavidez, the only other fight that will be as lucrative as a Terence Crawford fight, and I'm arguing with you to say that I don't even know if it's more lucrative, because who's going to pay for the David Benavidez fight, as Turkey's already made it clear that he's not interested in paying for the fight. What other entity is about to offer Canelo Alvarez more money to fight David Benavidez than Turkey's willing to offer Canelo Alvarez to fight Terence Crawford, a smaller fighter, less of a threat? This guy is on his way out the door, guys. Canelo Alvarez has 2-3 fights max probably left before he retires. He's even entertaining fighting Jake Paul potentially, from what I understand. So this guy's not somebody who's in the mind state of fighting no damn David Benavidez. I think Terence Crawford becomes more and more real as we get closer and closer to the first quarter of 2025. I'm going to be interested in see what happens. I think that's what that tweet is talking to. I think Terence Crawford is feeling a little bit more confident about this fight coming together, and he's communicating to the space. Look out for me in the end of 2025. Look out for the kid. Maybe like September, Mexican Independence Day. What do you guys think? Maybe. I don't know. We'll move forward. We'll move forward though, and go into my guy Keyshawn Davis, and he is my guy. Shout out to Keyshawn Davis. Listen, guys, I've been a Keyshawn Davis fan for a minute now. I'm be real with you guys. You know what I'm saying? I was super disappointed last year in Keyshawn Davis when he popped on that marijuana test and got that fight reversed against Nahir Albright, who's also been rumbling right now in the space. The way he reacted to it, I was scared. I'm like, oh man, this kid has so much promise, man. I remember getting into heated discussions with Ray Davis about Keyshawn Davis fighting the Floyd Schofields and fighting the Frank Martins. You remember those conversations, and you're like, nah,
we were heated, but I'll take it.
Not heated, but I don't mean heated like we were arguing, like yelling at each other. But we had about a good hour and a half debate on Keyshawn Davis. You know what I'm saying? I think at the time it was right around that time where Frank Martin and Keyshawn kind of had their little face off, their little situation where Frank stepped to Keyshawn, you know what I mean? And Keyshawn and them had that little moment on the camera, that little argument back and forth. But I was saying that.
No, that was at the Earl and Bud fight. That was in pressers, but it's cool. Yeah,
that's what it was. That's what I'm saying. But they had a face off there where Frank was in the middle of an interview. He walked away from the interview to go confront Keyshawn about what Keyshawn was saying about him online. It was at the Errol presser, though. You're right. It was at that one. And just basically saying that Keyshawn was that dude who wanted all the smoke, man. He was here for the smoke, and I believed in the kid's abilities, man. I think Keyshawn is a unique fighter, man. I think he presents issues for anybody at 135, including a lot of people's favorite fighter in Tank Davis. And look, probably the comeback of the year. He might be comeback of the year. The New Year's show is going to be spectacular. You guys make sure you guys tap in. He might be comeback fighter of the year for me. You know what I mean? I mean, Daniel Dubois is in the conversation as well. But look, Keyshawn Davis, keeping it focused on him right now, ending this year, coming off of 3 spectacular performances this year. Jose Pedraza, Miguel Medueno, and obviously recently Gustavo Lemos, going into a title fight from what I understand is already penned out, maybe in late February. They're looking to put that Keyshawn Davis versus Dennis Berinchyk for that WBO title. Keyshawn Davis has big plans for 2025, man. He's building up a lot of buzz, filled up. I can't remember the place in Virginia. What was the name of was it a Scope Arena? What was it called?
Which one?
Where he just performed right now with Gustavo Lemos in Virginia. What was the name of the
yeah, that was shoot.
No, it doesn't matter. Look, he filled up the place. 10,000 people in the arena. Him and Tank Davis coming off of that heated back and forth Twitter war that was going back and forth, you know, letting Tank know that he wants the Scope Arena, exactly Dante's boxing talk. Going back and forth with Tank Davis. And then this year, at the top of the first quarter of 2025, going to get an opportunity to become a WBO champion. If he wins this fight, and I got to think he's favored to win this fight, he speaks about what he wants to do after that fight. One of the obvious choices for him is to unify with Gervonta Tank Davis, go for a title unification with him, but says, listen, if that fight doesn't happen, it doesn't matter. I'm in the best place right now, top rank in ESPN. Raymond Moritalla is either going to be fighting Vasily Lomachenko for that IBF title or fighting Abdullah, I can't remember what his name is, for vacated, as Vasily Lomachenko is rumoring to be potentially vacating that IBF title. Either way, he said, look, naturally, I'll fight Raymond Moritalla next, hopefully for that IBF title. What does 2025 look for Keyshawn Davis as a potential unified 135-pound champion, potentially the only unified 135-pound champion? This kid goes from prospect end of 2023 to comeback of the year contender of 2025 to the only unified champion 135 pounds in 2025, in 2024, and in 2025 be a unified champion. I mean, come on, man. Is that a comeback or is that a comeback? And who is Keyshawn Davis in 2025? I'm
going to tell you right now, if you don't think that Tank and Shakur are making this fight next, you're out of your mind. One of them will be unified. And if Keyshawn or Loma or Moritalla get that other 2 titles, you can best believe that will be a big fight at the end of the year, November, December. So, yeah, how I feel about him trying to being the only unified. I mean, he might be the first one. Maybe. It's very possible.
Wait, let's put the schedule in perspective, right?
Right.
We got Tank Davis fighting March 1st. Keyshawn will be, if everything goes according to plan, end of February, Keyshawn will be the WBO champion, right? So Tank going into that fight March 1st will be defending his WBO title. So right there, he's already ahead of schedule, right, to fight to being the champion. He will more than likely fight before Tank and Shakur fight if they schedule it. Because if Tank and Shakur schedule they fight, they're probably going to fight like July, June?
Yeah, roughly,
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Keyshawn can get that fight with Raymond Moritala, or you know what I'm saying? Or for that vacant title. He could be a unified champion before Tank and Shakur fight each other.
Very, very simply.
And
I didn't say he couldn't be. I didn't say he couldn't get it first.
And that's but I'm just trying to say, like, him as a unified champion, he'll be the only unified champion, even if it was for a few months. He'll be the only unified champion at 135. And we don't know that Tank and Shakur are going to fight each other. Tank has been dismissing that fight. You know what I mean? I think they will. I hope they will. But Tank ain't been talking like he's excited to make that fight happen anymore.
I think him mentioning, and again, I think I talked to you about this, and you say you don't believe so, but I think the call out is going to be Shakur. I think him having that fight set up for Houston was set up to be a Shakur's current resident of town, right? Then I think him coming to Brooklyn is close to his home residence, his hometown. So that's two phases of him trying to get into the area of Shakur Stevenson to get the fan base there, to get Shakur in the arena, to make it so that he can be like, yo, if he sees him there, yo, we next. He said he's calling somebody out. And I best believe he's calling out Shakur. They said the fight was going to happen in 2025. I think it's going to happen. I think he's just tired of all the pushback either way, and I think it's going to happen. But back to Keyshawn.
Wait, so I just want to go on record. You believe that March 1st, Tank Davis calls out Shakur Stevenson in that ring? That's what you believe?
Yep.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised they sent him a ticket to the fight.
Hey, man.
I'm here for it. Like I said, look at the areas he's fighting. He could have fought in D.C. and made this fight big, right? Mm-hmm. He chose Houston first, where Shakur resides. Then he chose New York City, Brooklyn, which is literally 4 miles away from Newark in a linear line, close distance. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay. You see chess, not checkers. I got you.
I do.
But go ahead and finish on Keyshawn because I want to tap in, but I don't want to.
Keyshawn could very possibly unify first. I just don't see whoever the winner is facing Shakur at those two combatants. So we might see somebody drop the belts. Well, if Tank wins, I can see it happening. If the money's right, I can see Shakur and Tank. Keyshawn fighting or Moritala. Like I said, we got to see who wins. We can't just give everybody a chance. I'm gonna put all contenders, Loma, whoever. We got to put them all in the same circle because we don't know who's going to win any of these fights, right? We're just speculating on who we think will win. So we have to see who, at the end of the day, holds all these titles. And we have a 2-fighter, 4-belt unification, which would be dope at the end of the day.
Right. Man, look, man, I'm going to be 100 with you, man. It's just a feeling. It is what it is. I think Keyshawn, and, obviously Keyshawn has to do his job, bro. He has to win. He has to win these big fights. He has to do his job, bro. Nothing is given, right? But at the end of the day, this man is doing great things. His momentum is he's got the most momentum at 135 pounds right now, in my opinion.
He could become the boogeyman too. Nobody want to fight him after he beats Barry.
I believe he's low key the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? I think Keyshawn Davis, outside of Tank Davis, is the most exciting fighter in 135 pounds right now. And obviously them fighting each other would just be, I don't care what the boxing space wants to say. You got a lot of people who can't get their feelings out the way. They can't get, they can't see past their nose, right? This fight between Keyshawn Davis and Gervonta Tank Davis would be one of the most exciting fights that we've seen in the longest time. I'm talking about fight of the year candidate. And listen, I don't take that lightly when I say those type of things. Keep in mind, my fight of the year candidates this year have all worked out. The only one that I'll be honest with you, and I didn't say it was going to be fight of the year, but I gave it its props for being fight of the year last year and thought it would be a great fight this year, was Robesi and Rafael Espinosa, who could have called Robesi Ramirez doing a no-mas thing. But in all honesty, let's be honest, guys, those first 5 rounds were good rounds. It was a good fight. But anyway, not to pat myself on the shoulder too much, but I called the Sergey Bohachuk fight of the year. I told you guys what that the Miguel Medueno fight could potentially look like that. And I almost guaranteed you guys that Gustavo Lemos fight was going to be fight of the year candidate. And we saw what Keyshawn did. It wasn't that competitive, but it was a great fight. And Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua. I'm telling you guys right now, if Keyshawn Davis and Gervonta Tank Davis get in the ring, it's going to be a crazy press buildup. Keyshawn's going to be talking crazy in that buildup. The whole place is going to remember how Keyshawn Davis did Gustavo Lemos. If he wins that title against Dennis Berinchyk in a dominating way, forget about it. Keyshawn Davis is the hottest thing since sliced bread in 2025 for 135 pounds. The boxing space will be screaming for that fight to happen between Keyshawn Davis and Gervonta Tank Davis. It'll be Davis versus Davis. That within itself is interesting and intriguing within itself.
Hosted by Ray Davis.
Yeah, hosted by Ray Davis, right? The Davis is the trifecta, right? And then you look at Shakur Stevenson. This is where it gets a little complicated for me. I'll be honest with you. Shout out to Shakur Stevenson, who's going to get his opportunity February 22nd. He's also going to be obviously there competing against Floyd Schofield. We can't miscount that. He gets an opportunity to be part of an exciting fight. I don't think Floyd Schofield Jr. can be in a boring fight. So Shakur, just by default, is going to be in an exciting fight in February 22nd that we're expecting him to win, but he could lose. Listen, man, he could lose. Floyd Schofield's a decent puncher. Things happen. You know what I mean? Explosive, athletic. Hey, man, it can go down. It's going to be an exciting fight. But after that fight in February, Tank has his options right there, clear as day, right? You got February 22nd for Shakur and Floyd Schofield. And that same month, Keyshawn will be fighting against Dennis Berinchyk to get his title. March 1st builds up more. I think this helps builds up the fight between Lamont Roach and Tank Davis, not because of the fight between him and Roach, but I think people are going to be more anticipating literally the post-fight press conference. Everybody's going to be anticipating the call out. It's already been slipped out that he's going to make a call out, probably his first call out that he's ever done that I can remember. I don't think I've ever seen Tank Davis call out anybody before in a fight. So he'll be saying it in the ring. That's going to build anticipation right there. Keyshawn Davis, Shakur Stevenson, who do the people really want to see? I think those performances in February are going to make a big difference in what that looks like. I think those performances in February, they're both right there within a week of each other performing. Those performances are going to make the argument about who the crowd wants Tank to lean towards. Is he going to use those performances is that going to leverage who he calls out? Or does Tank Davis already have it put together as he is a diabolical mastermind marketing boxer, you know what I mean, boxing genius when it comes to this space? You could throw shots at Tank Davis in so many different ways, but when it comes to this boxing thing right here, he knows how to pull the crowd.
Operate, right. I
think Keyshawn Davis is well in that conversation, man. I'm looking forward to see what he does in 2025. If he doesn't fight Keyshawn Davis, if he doesn't call Keyshawn Davis out in that fight, then we'll still see Keyshawn Davis get an opportunity, more likely to do who said it right here? Let me put it up what he said here. Hold on a second. Let's see. I can't find it. I can't find hold on. Let me shout out Blade Brown, man. Blade Brown with the $5 holler. Yeah, man. Thank you, Blade. Yeah, bro. We've been cooking. I forgot. Ain't nobody show no love. Hey. Make sure we hit the like buttons up in here. And yo, don't be scared to throw a little color in the chat. Thank you for reminding me, Blade Brown. Thank you for the love. But yeah, man. I think somebody said it in the chat a little bit earlier about Bob Arum and how he works. If Vasily Lomachenko indeed does vacate that belt, listen, man, it's almost done. If Keyshawn Davis is the WBO champion at that time, whoever is fighting for that IBF title, you can be sure that Bob Arum will do everything in his power to line that up with Keyshawn Davis to become a unified champion and challenge for that belt, man. Right. One way or the other, 2025 looks crazy for Keyshawn Davis. I'm excited for him, bro. Definitely one of the comeback fighter of the year candidates. I'll let you know if he wins or not on the New Year's show. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what Keyshawn does for 2025 without doubt. Without a doubt, man. Let's go ahead and continue to move the needle. So Devin Haney finds time to speak on Jalil Hackett. Man, Devin Haney, man. Devin Haney's been quiet for the most part ever since the Ryan Garcia fight. You know what I mean? Obviously, we know about the lawsuit. We know about Ryan Garcia popping on a PED test and his suspension. We know about the boxing space and how they feel about the lawsuit, how they even feel about Ryan Garcia being caught up on the PD conviction or whatever you want to call it, right? And now there's rumors are going around that Ryan Garcia is actually suing Bill Haney, right? And Devin Haney's team. But he's quiet as kept. You might see some videos every now and then of Devin doing some pad work, working with Mickey Bay now. He's staying quiet and staying focused, and everybody's anticipating Devin Haney's return to boxing. But Look, Jalil Hackett has a performance that's not one of his best performances. People say he got robbed, but regardless, it was a loss. He finds time to tweet out that something negative on Jalil Hackett. What do you think about it?
I mean, we talked about it. I just think it's just boxer talk, man. And I would say the same thing for any other boxer that did something along those lines. I mean, was it called for? No. Was it? I don't want to say it's clout chasing. No. I just think it's just something for him. He does this a lot. Believe it or not, Devin Sneak does this a lot. And be honest with you, there's so many fake accounts out there, and I'm not making excuses. We don't even. Well, it was him. Anyway, he should have did it. In my opinion, it was not. It was a low blow. Kind of like, I mean, not did that. There's other fighters out there talking about you and saying things about you, such as Keyshawn, such as Africa, and Liam Parle made a little statement about you. All you did, you put the video out, which was cool. But regardless, I mean, there was other fighters there that made statements, and you should have been saying stuff to them. But hey, you know what? Maybe he feels like he's going to 47. That might be again, he's a prospect. That's a stupid move, but maybe he feels like that's where he wants to test his valor up there. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you straight like this.
What
if Devin Haney is planning on fighting Jalil Hackett at 147, so be it. Let the games begin. I'm gonna step out the way and I'm gonna enjoy the show, because I know it's ultimately going to end up in these guys fighting each other. Salute to 2 Cents. Salute to Cornelius Burnett in the building as well. Salute to yo, if I haven't said salute to you officially, my bad. You know what I mean? All you guys, Hunter Young in the building. I don't know if I had said something to you officially. Erico, all you guys, man. Salute to all you guys. But I'm going to tell you straight like this. And listen, man, this is where people get upset with me, because a lot of people put me as a Devin Haney fan. I don't get it. I genuinely don't. Maybe it's because I do
associate with Devin Haney.
I guess so. You and Frequent and all those guys, right? But at the end of the day, you know, I would also think, because I you know, at time do criticize or hold a magnifying glass to how Tank Davis is moving. And look, I tell you guys all the time, it's because at this point I really want to see Tank fight somebody I want to see him fight. And it seems like, especially now with the retirement, come on, man. This is what the fear was, right? That he would even think of retiring without fighting the fighters we want him to fight. And this is why I was putting pressure on him for the past year and change, because I kind of saw this coming. Not necessarily the retirement, even though he blatantly said that before, but because he said he had a 6-fight deal for $240 million, I chilled. I'm like, all right, let's see him make the fights. But now he's talking about being gone. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so maybe that's why people think that's the reason I criticize Tank Davis. They feel like I'm a Devin Haney fan. That's why I do it. I can't fight it. Whatever people want to think is what they're going to think. I don't even have the patience to fight it. So let it be what it is. Let the cards lay where they lay. But when it comes to Devin Haney, you know, I do celebrate him. I think he's a great competitor. I always said Devin Haney's willing to fight anybody and everybody. He's always tried to make big fights, as far as I'm concerned, either chasing legacy or even chasing Tank Davis around for such a long time that people thought he was clout chasing. I always give him his respect. But I'm not going to lie to you. Him talking on Jalil Hackett's loss was petty and out of pocket for me. You know what I'm saying? I think it was also a waste of energy. I want to see Devin Haney focused on his return. I want to see Devin Haney speaking to fighters he actually wants to fight. I want to see what Devin Haney has planned. I want to see what he looks like as far as recovering from this loss from Ryan Garcia, whether it was because of PDs or it was because of his left hook that was hitting Devin Haney when his right hand was down. I want to see Devin Haney focus on his career as far as boxing is concerned. I do think it looks weak for him to be in the space that he's in right now, getting all the pushback he's getting from the boxing space, and not just from haters, from boxing pugilists across the space, from the Tim Bradleys to you know what I mean, to boxers across the space, and obviously his peers as far as Keyshawn Davis, including Jalil Hackett, and a lot of other boxers, from Robert Garcia to Emiliano Vargas, to many of fighters I can go down the list of who've commented on the whole entire journey that Devin Haney's been on for the past year. And he needs to replenish, reinvigorate, and reignite his boxing. And if he doesn't have anything he's speaking on that's speaking towards that, then he needs to just focus on training and doing mitt work with McBay and getting his game together. Him throwing shots at Jalil Hackett was out of pocket. I think it makes him look weak. I think he's getting caught up, and he's continuing to make himself look weak with these moments. It makes him look spoiled. It makes him look like he's never experienced anything real in his life. I give him all the respect in the world for his competitive spirit and for the work that his father's done with him. But that shot at Jalil Hackett was stupid. And unless it's going to be backed up, what Jalil Hackett did was he went to Mill City and spoke on it and said, listen, man, I don't even want to talk no more. I want to fight. He says it. Set up the fight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk down on my performance and not want to fight me, because now you whack. We're boxers. We're fighters. And if we're not going to fight and we're going to do this Twitter war stuff, then it starts to make you look weak. So, yeah, man, focus on your boxing, brother. Focus on your fighting. I want to hear what you're getting ready to do to come back. Yeah. I seen him put out that also he said these promoters and networks are full of ish. You know what I mean? Something of that nature. Basically, I guess putting the blame on these promoters, saying that these fights don't want to happen. I don't know what's going on. Focus on that. You know what I mean? I have my personal opinions about promoters in this boxing space right now. I talked to Ray about it a few days ago about what's really holding back the boxing space, and we'll probably get into it a little bit into this show right here. But look, brother, I'm not gonna lie to you. This Jalil Hackett shot, I'm not gonna defend no nonsense like that. That was weak as hell, bro. It was weak. Unless, once again, because I'm gonna leave space to be corrected, if you're gonna make this fight happen with Jalil Hackett, I'm all in. I'm going to sit back, grab my popcorn, and get ready to watch a crazy fight at 147. I'm excited if that's what's going on. So let's see what happens with that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Let me see. I see the chat was going crazy. I was running my damn mouth. Let me see what I missed in here a little bit. Claimer, oh yeah. Sak passe. Sinubule. How you say it? Yeah, nah, yeah, Hunter. Yeah, sak passe. No, well, sak passe, and it's not boule. That's the response to sak passe. You know what I'm saying? No doubt, Hunter Young, for sure, man. But yo, one day I'm gonna come up here and play a little Kim Pasote on here, bro, and blow everybody away, bro. That song right there, go crazy at the Haitian parties. That song is older than my mother, man. No, that's not older than my mother. I'm lying, but it's right there. That's in her youth days, man. So one day I'll put a song on right there. But yeah, I'm Tank all day, yet he's full of shit with this retirement chatter and saying Shakur, blah, blah, blah. Let me read through here. Okay, Dev has zero merit trying to troll anyone right now. Let me pull this one up here. I want to pull up some of the chats yet. I'm Tank all day, yet he's full of ish. No, sorry, wrong one. Where's it at? Where is that? Here we go. Dev has zero merit trying to troll anyone right now, especially after that ass whooping Ryan gave him. He easily wins a rematch. Being his normal jab and movement. All that tough guy-ish will be his demise. Yeah, I mean, look, man, it is what it is, man. You know, and I'm not playing that game. That annoyed me. I'm not going to act like it didn't. I saw the tweet in real time when he did it, and I was like, why in the world did he just do that? It just seemed to be, I don't care about no personal vendettas going on between you and Jalil Hackett, bro. You've been quiet for too long, bro, to sit here and the first tweet that you putting out is to see him throw shots at this kid, a prospect who, you know, has learning to do. He is developing, but it's still, with what you got going on right now, nah, bro. Now you should fight that boy. You fight him, or you're going to look weak. Because I'll tell you right now, the pressure is building up on Devin right now. His next performance, if God forbid you lose your next performance, bro, listen, man, if Devin loses his next performance or ends up in a fight like what he was with Ryan Garcia, getting knocked down in his pockets and end up getting clipped and confirms what a lot of people think about Devin right now because of that performance against Ryan Garcia. Now, I don't think much of it as far as I don't think that performance against Ryan Garcia was Devin Haney. I think that was a Devin Haney that just wasn't himself, out of character. So I haven't seen nobody beat the Devin Haney that I expected to compete with Ryan Garcia. But if that Devin Haney comes back and gets pieced up, 140 got a lot of punches in it, man. I'm hearing rumors about him staying at 140. I don't know how that weight cut's going to be for him. And Jalil Hackett at 147, maybe he sees Jalil Hackett as, you know, somebody who's suffering from the weight cut. Maybe he sees him as a depleted fighter. Maybe he's looking at him as food, and he wants to make that fight happen with Jalil Hackett. If it's going to be like that, if there's going to be a fight between Devin Haney and Jalil Hackett, I'm all for it. I want to see it. But Devin, I'm not going to lie to you. If you're talking just to be talking, it looks weak, brother. It definitely looks weak, man. But we'll see what happens. We'll see how the weeks come together. So actually going into the next topic here is what we were talking about. These promoters, right? And what Eddie Hearn what Eddie Hearn is doing and what Devin Haney is saying and what the space is saying about Eddie Hearn and his fighters losing right now, and they're trying to throw shots at his ability to make good matches for his fighters as they're losing. It does seem like it's looking like that for him. He has a lot of fighters that were supposed to be promising before they came to Eddie Hearn, and now that they're with Eddie Hearn, they're losing, right? Or they're taking their first losses. What do you think about this, Ray? As far as like, is Eddie Hearn's like bad at matchmaking? Like, what are we talking about here with Eddie Hearn right now?
No. Here's the thing. First of all, he can't be blamed for the Jared Anderson fight, which is weird. He can't be blamed for Canelo Alvarez losing to Bivol. He can't be blamed for any of these things. The problem is people are so quick to push blame on something when something happens outside their normal comfort zone. They look to say that someone else is at fault. Eddie Hearn is just a schedule maker. He's just the guy that puts these guys in the ring. These guys decide what they want to do, and we talked on this earlier, whether Jalil came in that ring ready to go, whether he came in and he was, overweight or just had a bad weight cut and he got tired. That's on Jalil Hackett. That has nothing to do with Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn didn't say, hey, you want this fight? Oh, you better come in on time. If you don't, I'm going to make you lose. Like, no, I didn't see none of that happen. He came in there and probably thought this guy was going to wash this. What's the young man's name, by the way? He probably thought he was going to wash him. And it didn't happen. And he was like, hey, what do you want me to do? Dude got in there and he laid an egg after the 5th round. You know what I mean? 6th round, this guy started picking up his punches. 7th round, he took the round. After that, you pretty much got an even fight going through. If this guy wins the rest of the fight and they give you 1 or 2 rounds, it's an even fight, so it's going to be close. And what was it? It was a split decision. It was close. It was right down the line. So it is what it is, man. You can't. These are fights you can't put yourself in those positions for. You can't throw haymakers and be aggressive, missing haymakers, and think that the guy that's patting you with lefts and rights is not going to get the points. Mm-hmm. It is what it is, and I seen that happen, and I see why it happened. So, if you want to blame Eddie for that, then blame Eddie. But that's just ludicrous again, or as you would say, Clay, diabolical. You know what I mean?
That's Biz. I'm always give Biz his props for that, man. I'm definitely.
You know what I mean? That's hold on.
That's man. I'm out here jacking a lot of
out there, right?
Yeah,
right. Press
those
1.
guys right there. You know what I mean? They setting the trends out there, man. We following them. You know what I mean? Those guys are
all these dudes. They stole it, Clay. Press 1. You know what I mean? Press 1 if they stole it. Because at the end of the day, I'm telling you, yo, this is just crazy that somebody will really put in their mindset that a promoter is putting fighters in which they need to make money from these guys, their fighters, against people that they want them to lose. That doesn't make any sense at all. And and that comes down to what we're going to talk about next. And we talked about this yesterday. And I told you, I was talking to somebody, I was talking to Kev. I'm not going to reveal who Kev is. I was talking to Kev and talking to him. I came up with that assumption. We talked about it. And he was like, yo, Ray. And you put more, you know what I mean? You put a better way of saying it.
Right.
We're going to get there. I'm telling you, it's going to surprise the world because they're going to understand what we talk about today.
Right. As far as Eddie Hearn is concerned, I'm be real with you. Eddie Hearn said it. I think Eddie Hearn, first of all, has done a great job in boxing this year. I don't care about none of that stuff that people are talking about, because let me tell you something, man. These fighters the best has not been fighting the best. And what you're seeing is boxers are getting exposed. Boxers are getting matchmaking made for them. And you want to call it cherry picking. You want to call it good matchmaking. I don't care the word you use to describe it. The fighters are not developing properly. When you look at the Olympics, when you look at the amateurs, when you look at what's happening with the pedigree of these fighters, it is not the same as years ago, right? Like, these fighters aren't getting better. And then you'll see Jared Anderson get in the ring with a Martin Bacol and get exposed. You'll see Raymond Ford go out to a Riyadh season and be in a super competitive fight, who you guys considered a nobody fighter, but turned out to be the boogeyman of 126 in Nick Ball, right? You'll see fighters like Jalil Hackett go to Puerto Rico to fight fighters where he's supposedly 8-1. With the fighter who's fighting against him is like an 8-1 or 12-1 underdog. I don't know what the number was, and Jalil Hackett being a competitive fight. Fighters aren't developing properly because of the matchmaking that your favorite promoters are doing for the fighters.
Right.
And what happens is they get into these big shows on these big stages. You come to an Eddie Hearn who's going to offer you the activity, who's going to do everything to put you in these fights because you're complaining wherever you're coming from. When you look at Jalil Hackett, why did he come over to Eddie Hearn? He came there because he wasn't active. He said it. He didn't go to the PBC because of the activity. He was leaving Floyd Mayweather promotion because of the activity. Same thing with Richard Hitchins. Richardson Hitchins, right? Leaving Floyd Mayweather promotion because of the activity. He comes over to Eddie Hearn, and inside of a year and a half or so, he's a damn champion, bro. And he couldn't even fight over Mayweather promotion. So he's doing his job. Richard Hitchinson could have lost very easily against Liam Paro, but he didn't. If he did, would that have been Eddie Hearn's fault for him losing? And is he going to get the respect for Hitchinson's winning the fight and becoming a champion and him putting Hitchins in that position? That's what boxing is missing, is the people with the mind state of Eddie Hearn. It's point blank, period. Jalil Hackett will become a better fighter. What do you mean he was too young to be fighting that grown man? You're talking about somebody who literally is talking about fighting Brian Norman Jr. for the WBO championship, bro. Come on, bro. You're talking about to fight that guy, and you're telling me he can't fight. I don't even remember what the dude's name was. That grown man. What are you talking about, man? No, bro. Jalil Hackett is doing the right thing. He's taking this loss in stride. He doesn't believe he lost a fight. Most people don't think he lost that fight. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it was a very competitive fight, and Jalil Hackett had some bad habits that he needed to get ironed out, and he got them ironed out. He realized, that weight cut is kicking his behind, potentially, at least from what I hear, with the rumors saying that I heard it was a nightmare in that hotel for that weight cut. I heard it was really a nightmare. I heard they really didn't think he was going to make the weight, and then he was very depleted, and people were questioning Jalil Hackett's conditioning going into that fight. You know what I mean? They were people around there. I'm talking about people in Puerto Rico who watched the weight cut at the hotel was like, I don't know what he's going to look like in a fight. Like, he's going to make it on the scale because he did what he had to do to make it on the scale, but I don't know what kind of fighter he's going to be in the fight. So he got to learn. This is called fighter development. If Jalil Hackett is a fighter he's supposed to be tomorrow, it's going to be because of this fight. Yep. This fight right here is going to be a big needle mover for Jalil Hackett in his career. And I like the way he's responding to it. I like the improvements that he's talking about making. I like the way his father is dealing with it. They understand what comes with it. They were asking for activity. Eddie Hearn is doing his job. He's keeping that kid busy. And he got into a fight that was tough. Welcome to boxing, bro. That's what it's all about. But the promoters like Oscar De La Hoya, who will sit out there and criticize Eddie Hearn for making these matches. Well, look, man, fighters are starting to push back a little bit at the idea of you just constantly wanting to cherry pick for me, right? Floyd Schofield, the Schofield family pushing back at Oscar De La Hoya, saying, no, I don't care what you think, bro. I want to fight. I want to take this opportunity to fight Shakur Stevenson, win, lose, or draw. I want to be better. I want to test myself and see who I am. Virgil Ortiz, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro, I want to fight Adron Ennis. And if not Adron Ennis, put me in front of Madrimov. I want to fight the best in the division. David Benavidez pushing back at the PBC and saying, nah, bro, I don't want to fight Jesse Hart. I want to fight the best. Put me in there with David Morrell. Yeah, the promoters, you know what I mean, who are matchmaking in the space and who are criticizing Eddie Hearn's willingness to put his very best against the very best that's available, shows you what the issue is with boxing today in America. That you guys believe that good matchmaking is putting killers against tomato cans. And you believe that's the proper development of fighters. And we can go into the next part of the conversation a little bit, what me and Ray were talking about yesterday, going into like what potentially was the catalyst that moved the culture of boxing in his direction in America. You know what I'm saying? As to why we're seeing our fighters develop the way that they're developing and being exposed by these Eastern Europeans today. These Eastern Europeans are coming over here and come on, man. They're exposing a lot of flaws and holes inside of the culture of boxing in America today. Specifically, with a lot of the Black American fighters, people of my demographic who are being exposed in a certain way when they get into these rings. You know what I mean? Shout out to Terrence Crawford, somebody who's challenged himself and has experience and has a well-rounded career, who understands when he got in the ring with an Israel Madrimov, the way to approach it, because he understands what can happen. He knows these guys coming in with that crazy amateur experience, how fundamentally sound they are, and he fought the right fight clearly. When you look at what happened with Bakram and Tim Tszyu, who's not, Tim Tszyu's not an American fighter, but in a lot of ways, in my opinion, fell victim to thinking that becoming an American-style fighter was his future, which is why he moved literally to Vegas, conveniently enough, right before that fight with Bakram, and was like, I need to come over here and make it, was so concerned about making over here. And it got exposed by an Eastern European who wasn't with all the razzle-dazzle stuff, but fundamentally was sounding, had some crack on him. He could punch, and he put that boy together, got that boy together really early. But we can go into that. Let me just tap in a little bit as to what in the chat, and then we can get into the conversation that I know you want to get into. We can talk about that for sure. Let me see here. Thomas Hill says he doesn't want to give another fighter a shine. Hold on, let me pull this up here to see what's going on in the chat. I know I was running my mouth and I seen your chat going crazy. Let's see here. No, that's Ostarina not. Let's go. Thomas Hill said he doesn't want to give another fighter shine off his organic buzz, especially promoting a fight against a different fighter. Plus Kier already disrespected him anytime. Oh, they talking about Tank. Okay. He could have said all that. They're talking about Devin Haney. They talking about Devin Haney. Floyd beat a 36-year-old man. Tyson was once in a lifetime. Everyone ain't the same. Jalil is overhyped and should have been moved slower. Rollo, I'm gonna tell you like this. Maybe, right? But let me tell you, Jalil didn't feel that way, right? Jalil and his team didn't feel that way. They felt like they were up for the biggest challenges. Eddie Hearn was actually trying to discourage Jalil Hackett into fighting Pete Dobson. Y'all remember that fight? He was like, man, I don't know, man. There's a lot of fight for you right now. I don't know if you need to be doing that. And he talks on it. Eddie Hearn spoke about it at that fight and said, I told Jalil I don't think this was a fight. And Jalil wanted to challenge himself. So he put him in the ring with that, and he showed out. He showed out and won that fight. Now, in my opinion, I saw a lot of holes in his game in that fight with Pete Dobson. But I'm like, look, he's here. He's got that dog, and he was fighting, right? And I didn't like the way he looked on that weight cut as well. So what are we supposed to do? Go down for Pete Dobson? We're supposed to act like he didn't perform the way he did against Pete Dobson and that he should fight a lesser opponent? Jalil ain't going to have that.
And he's older than the dude that he just fought, right?
Exactly.
I think he's younger. I think he's like 3 years younger.
Yeah, I think he's younger. And that dude's really on his way out the door. Really was just fighting just to be fighting because he said he's this close to considering retirement.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, these fighters want to challenge themselves, bro. You moving them slower, yeah, to a degree. I mean, look at Oscar De La Hoya trying to move Floyd Schofield slower. He wanted to move Ryan Garcia slower. But these fighters, if the real fighters are going to want to challenge themselves and fight the best.
Right.
And the question is going to be in this conversation as we move forward is as to whether or not what the problem is in boxing. Is it the fighters that don't want to fight each other, or is it the promoters who are doing good matchmaking? You know what I'm saying? And developing these fighters into the position where we end up never seeing these fights happen when they're supposed to happen.
And let me just add to this, Clay, real quick. I mean, we're looking at, if that's the case, I mean, we're looking at fighters across the board. Stephen Fulton losing to Inouye. We're looking at what's the name? Losing to this guy. I forgot his name. Sorry, it just slipped my head. I should have wrote it down. But these guys are all fighting fights that they believe that they can win, and the public sees them winning these fights, and they're big. They're plus in the plus and minus, right, in the odds. So these guys are not supposed to lose these fights. So it's not just us that's sitting here saying, hey, this is that. No, these guys are really getting matchmates against people that they shouldn't be in the ring with. And it's because they're moved a certain way. They're fighting people that when the tough gets going, it gets going. And they don't know how to move out the way. They're not training. They're not taking it seriously. And these things all come down to play when it gets to that point. I don't care if it's and I'll even put it on Devin Haney in that sense of him with fighting Ryan, whether it's Osterine or not. I seen Rick Timms and Frequent going at it, whether it was Osterine or not. He went in there with an agenda. He went in there to prove something to who? Not us, not the fans, not himself, to Tank Davis. I can fight him at a bigger weight and not make him weight drain. I can go in there and stand in the middle of the ring with him. I can take his punches. Guess what? I can let him be overweight at the press conference and come in heavier. I don't care. Guess what? You find out the hard way. So it doesn't matter because nobody sure as hell didn't have that remorse for Devin Haney when he lost to Ryan when they found out he cheated. No one cared that the man came in 3 pounds overweight, was damn near a welterweight. No one cared about him getting hooked by a guy that was basically 190 pounds. And they keep saying it was 175, but they did the math, and Tank himself said that man comes in the ring at 180. And I'm damn sure know what a 200-pound man look like, pause, when I see a 200-pound man. I'm not saying Devin was a 165, 170, whatever the case may be, because I know that's going to be the next league, right? That's cool. But he still was outweighed by Ryan Garcia. And hey, he got his punishment dealt to him the way it was. I get that. But we're not defending that part, but we're defending Jalil Hackett in this sense of Eddie messing him up. Come on, man. Let that go. That's crazy.
Yeah, Eddie just doing his job, bro, and he's challenging these fighters, and like Boxing Hacker just said up in here, that's straight up a fact. That's what it comes down to. Jalil was the favorite in that fight, man. He didn't put him in that fight in a fight he was supposed to lose. He put him in a fight that he was supposed to win, bro. And yes, I agree with. I think Thomas Hill said he won that fight point blank. Period. I agree. I think Jalil won that fight. I'm not going to see him play no games and act like he didn't win that fight. What I am saying, him losing that fight isn't because of Eddie Hearn bad matchmaking. You know what I'm saying? It was because of bad judging. I mean, we saw Hitchins give a one-sided ass whooping to Liam Parra as far as I'm concerned, and we found a judge who not only didn't go his way, but only gave Hitchins 3 rounds out of a 12-round fight. So we know judges can be corrupt, to say the least. I started the show literally with 117, 111, diabolical. That was the most biggest thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I saw for all the events this weekend. I'm like, Puerto Rico is wild. And then not just Puerto Rico, judges in general, but that in this case, you know what I mean? This judge happened to be Puerto Rican, man. It seemed corrupt. It seemed like things were involved in that was out of, you know what I mean? I don't know. You got to kind of, if I was an American fighter who's trying to protect my brand and protect my record and wanted a fair shot, I don't know if I'd want to fight in Puerto Rico. I'll be honest with you. I don't know not against a Puerto Rican, at least.
Can I tap in on that? Let's salute that guy from Australia that was a judge too, by the way, for keeping it honest, because he could have quickly went to his guy and said, "Look, I'm gonna get the points to my guy." But no, he kept it right where it was supposed to be. He gave it to Africa, right? Hitchins. He gave it to Hitchins. So the Puerto Rican judge was that guy that was supposed to be that decisive. You know what I mean? In case it was a one side, and then he was going to be that guy that gave it, you know what I mean, the decider. And now that we see where that fight would have went, if the Aussie judge would have gave it to Parra would still be champ. And they would be questioning what the hell happened. Yeah.
So, I mean, acknowledging the corruption in the judging and everything, and how Jalil Hackett got a raw deal as far as the judging was concerned, but also bringing it full circle to what it's all about, which is what it says on the screen, right? Which is Eddie Hearn's catching a lot of heat. He's catching heat for matchmaking, and I think he's been doing great matchmaking. I think it's refreshing to see a promoter who's willing to put his top talent against other top talent, challenge those fighters. And those fighters in the long run will be better fighters because of it, if they're staying real. And if they know they have a promoter who's going to put them in these kind of fights, and also listening to his fighters, putting them in the fights that they want to be in. You know what I'm saying? Putting these fighters in the fights that they want to be in, as long as it makes sense. That's refreshing. And boxing benefits. Boxing benefits when we have promoters who think like that. We as fans, benefit more importantly, because that's what we are, is boxing fans. I'm not a promoter. I'm not a trainer. I'm not a fighter. I don't make money with these promoters and these fighters and these trainers. There's no reason for me to be rooting for them that way. I'm here for great matchups, and promoters who are making matchups like that benefits me. So why would I throw shots at him and encourage him to start putting his best fighters against tomato cans and cherry picks and avoiding the best competition out there that's possible? Doesn't make no damn sense, right? So, yeah, man, shout out to Eddie Hearn for having some heart and some backbone to stand up against the status quo. I've always told you, dudes, a normal person in a world full of crazy people will always be the crazy person, but it doesn't make that crazy person, it doesn't make the crazy people normal, unless you're talking about comparing them to the status quo. And we're in a world right now where women are men, men are women, kids are dogs, cats and kittens, everything in between. So if we start going with the status quo, are the people who are saying that stuff crazy, or are we the one crazy trying to stick to what we understand is scientifically real? You know, you got to be careful what side of these conversations you end up falling on, because sometimes you think you're crazy and sometimes you think you're normal, but you're looking at the world and valuing what the world is saying more than what you understand it to be. As a boxing fan, you want to see competitive fighting. You know what I mean? Jalil will be okay. He's going to get better. And he's going to get better as long as he's getting matchmaking made like that. He's going to be forced to get better. He's very motivated right now to get back in the ring. He's very motivated to get his fight game together. Jaron Boots Ennis is very motivated right now because of that fight he had with Karen. He's going to come back way better because of it. He's going to be refocused and ready to rumble. Virgil Ortiz is going to be way better because of that Serhii Bohachuk fight, period. Keyshawn Davis.
He's going to be better. He wants to test himself now.
100%. He's going to be that. And Keyshawn Davis is who he is because of the matchmaking he's been involved in. You know what I mean? This is what this game is all about, man. We got to stop being soft and like Eddie said, you know, grab your have some testicular fortitude about you. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Have some testicular fortitude, bro.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's nonsense. I'm all in on Eddie Hearn's style of matchmaking. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's move on. I had something to say. I'm moving on. No doubt. So, Tio's calling. We talked about this a little bit already. Tio calling out Jaron and Jaron accepting it. I don't know if we need to elaborate on that anymore, or I think we kind of spoke. I mean, we touched in it. I didn't really conversate on it. I just think that it will be. I think it's going to be a more exciting fight than people expect. I think Jaron current fighting situations with via Avanesian and Kugajan, I think the last 3 experiences we've seen him in the ring plays in the part of Teofimo Lopez. A lot of people probably don't think so. Teo's also been working on the body and power shots to the body. If y'all notice what he was doing with Eddie Reynoso, a lot of that stuff was lower, break your body down type punishment. It was not necessarily him utilizing the jab. I think his arms are too short to throw a jab. I think he likes to get in the frame. And he likes to throw hooks, jabs, uppercuts. That's just Teal's style. And I think he's now trying to develop some power to the body so he can knock people, get to beat the body up, pause, and knock the wind out of them, and then decapitate them from the top. I think that's his new style, his strategies, and that's the way he's moving. That puts a lot of emphasis on Jaron Boots Ennis if he accepts his fight and he fights the way we've seen him fight in the last few fights. That means he's going to stay in the phone booth. He's going to try to be a slick fighter, and he's not going to realize where these shots are coming from. The opposite end of this conversation is Teofimo is an athletic fighter. He does know how to move and throw from angles. He does have power in both hands, and he does have great footwork when it comes to him moving laterally and backwards. As far as him moving forward, we know that's where he stumbles. He needs the speed bumps. But does Jaron Boots Ennis make him chase him around the ring? Does he utilize his jab? Does he switch back and forth between southpaw and orthodox? What are the tricks that he's going to do? Or is he going to work on the things that he failed in his last 3 fights that we've seen him struggle with or have struggled with, and he's saying he's just having fun? Is he going to see him step these things up and say he's going to take it seriously? Because Teal is one of the guys that can probably put his lights out, and then we'll be wondering how this guy came from 135 to 140 and then put the champ's lights out in the ring if this fight is made. So Boots needs to definitely take this seriously. Teal needs to take it seriously. I can see this matchup being really good, and hopefully it goes the way that we want. Exciting.
Yeah, man. And listen, there's so many angles to cover in this fight because I know people are going to push back. Why? Because everybody's going to compare whatever opportunity Jaron Boots Ennis takes. They're going to compare it to the opportunity he walked away from in Virgil Ortiz. That's just the way it's going to work, right? No matter what he chooses to do. If he chooses to fight Brian Norman, they're going to say, yeah, that's cute. I know it's for a title, but man, he gave up. Virgil Ortiz was, he ducked. You know what I mean? He ducked Virgil Ortiz for Brian Norman Jr. Or, in this case, even worse case, right, is the fact that instead of going up to fight 154-pound interim WBC title holder in Virgil Ortiz, that he's choosing to potentially do what people are criticizing Tank for right now, which is bringing up a champion from a lower weight class, up to his weight class, and maybe even weight bullying. However they're going to choose to look at it, right? But I spoke on already how I feel about Jaron Boots Ennis's stay at 147 and the reasons as to why he didn't go to 154. I'm not going to double down on it at this point. I'm going to say and look at it for what it is and say that Teofimo Lopez, in my opinion, is a great option for Jon Boots Ennis. It's a money fight. It's a fight that the investors in boxing, like Turki Alalshikh, can get behind. They believe in the ability of this fight to make money. They also believe in the fight to be an exciting fight. I think Teofimo has shown and proven that when he's put up to the challenge to fight his biggest challenges, that he's gonna step up. That means that the fight's gonna be great. I think that Jon Boots Ennis wins the fight easily. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he's gonna put Teofimo out, man. I ain't gonna even hold you. I think we're gonna see a different face of Jon Boots Ennis in this fight. I think we're looking at a very motivated Jon Boots Ennis. Jon takes all that talk and everything that's going on in these boxing streets personal. He doesn't like people questioning his ability to be the best version of himself at any time. He takes it personal. He's going to train like it. He's going to work for it. Bozie's taking it personal. His ability to train and strategize with Jon Boots Ennis is under fire. So he's going to coordinate and strategize accordingly based off of that. This is the kind of fight that Jon Boots Ennis spoke about being involved in, which is a fight that's going to make him get up. I can see him getting up for this fight. I can see him being excited about this fight. And on top of that, it's the perfect fight to keep him busy, get him paid, and get him ready to do what Eddie Hearn is claiming is going to be something that he can do, which is get him to unify these titles at 147. I already done told you guys, Brian Norman Jr. is almost a guaranteed fight, in my opinion. I think without a doubt, that's probably going to be the first. It's such a guaranteed fight, it doesn't even need to be first. Eddie just needs to focus more on Stanionis and Mario Barrios and getting those fights, because Brian Norman Jr. is a guaranteed fight to make happen unless Brian Norman loses his title, in his title defenses, right? So Teo is a great fight for Jon Boots Ennis. Now reverse it to the other side of the conversation, which is how this benefits Teofimo. This is a perfect fight for Teofimo, because Teofimo's talking about he wants to fight Terrence Crawford. So this is a fight to get him ready. If you want to fight Terrence Crawford, well, you fighting the guy who everybody thought would beat Terrence Crawford or should be fighting Terrence Crawford and beating him, that makes the argument, that takes away the whole argument and makes the fight almost, the fans will demand a fight between Teofimo and Terrence. Will it happen? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But it'll make him, for one moment in his career right now, it will change his career a little bit, take him out of the jacket that he has on him right now, which is somebody who's talking for nothing, and it will show that he's been talking for something. He gets to put his money where his mouth is and fight somebody who, if he beats Jon Boots Ennis, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I'm gonna give Teofimo the respect, even though he said some real weird, cringy ass stuff that makes him look real racist, at least at a minimum insensitive to people's triggered emotions about racism, clearly at a minimum, if not racist totally straight up. He would shut up a lot of people. It's an opportunity for him. It does something way more for him than Brian Norman, the Brian Norman Jr. fight would have done, because that's the fight that supposedly was in negotiations, was that he was supposed to be fighting Brian Norman Jr. for his WBO title. Man, he beats Jon Boots Ennis, man. Look, T.O.'s stock goes that way, 100%. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it's going to be a competitive fight nonetheless. I'm all for it. Can't wait to see it. I hope they put it together. I do hear that it's going to be on March 1st is what they're projecting to try to do it on, which we know is the same day that Tank fights Lamont Roach. So naturally, people believe that he's throwing shots at that Turkey's throwing shots at Tank Davis by trying to put an event on the same day as him, very similar to what Turkey did with the UFC and the Canelo fight, I guess. Look, man, all's fun in love and war, man. If it's war, it's war. If it's Tank against Turkey, it's Tank against Turkey. If it's the PBC against Riyadh, it's the PBC against Riyadh. I don't think that's what it is, but look, man, Turkey's well within his right to defend himself the way he knows how to defend himself. If Tank is going to throw the middle finger up at Turkey and say he needs 3 Ferraris now and doubles down and discredits his intentions in the space, or his ability to facilitate something that's worth Tank Davis's attention, then maybe this is Turkey's way of responding to that, and this is how he fights. He uses his money, he uses his influence and his resources accordingly, and he's well within his right to do that as well. What do you want me to tell you, bro? You know what I'm saying? He's a human being. Who are we to tell him how to react? Nobody regulates how Tank reacts when he throws shots, or when the fans throw shots at Turkey and call him dry turkey, or they want to take him down, or fans put up things on Twitter telling everybody to boycott Turkey's events and things of that nature. Nobody thinks that the fans are going too far when that happens. So if Turkey's using his resources to respond the way he does, so be it. Either way, I guess on March 1st, you guys will have an option, right? You can watch Tank and Roach, or you can watch Jerome Boots Ennis and Teofimo. A lot of people say that, what would the argument be? Do the fans want to see competitive, real boxing, or do they want to see their favorite fighter knock somebody out? We'll see that night on March 1st, if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? What we got here? Hunter Young says, I'm being biased. Let me see what I'm being biased about. What am I being biased about? Let's see here.
Being biased, Clay.
Clay Mulroney is being biased for this fight because he wants to see T.O. get beat. You know damn well T.O. isn't a draw.
Listen, I want to see him get beat by everybody.
Let me say this, Hunter Young.
Damn, hold on. Let me tell you something. Clay ain't biased on this. I'm going to be real. Hold on. Let me just say this, Clay. I am biased as hell when it comes to Teofimo Lopez. Yes, I respect his skill set, but Clay, I tell you, I want that dude to lose to everybody, including Claggett, including Cambosis again if they fight, including anybody and everybody. I don't care if it's the only person maybe I want to beat up is Ryan Garcia. It's okay, but whatever. I don't like Teofimo Lopez, to say the least. I don't know what it is. It rubs me the wrong way with this dude. I just don't like him. Clay will tell you that. So I am biased, but I do respect what he does in the ring. So I do pull back from my judgments on certain situations. So Clay ain't biased on this guy, man. He's just speaking the biz at the end of the day.
You heard March 14th Secret Dance? I haven't seen March 15th yet, but listen, man, I'm saying the information that I saw it. Yesterday, I saw March 1st was a big thing. I saw people complaining about it, saying that Turkey was trying to sabotage Tank's event. I don't know. That's what I heard. But maybe if it's March 15th, maybe it is. I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? I mean, didn't you hear that? Is that what you heard? Didn't you hear March 1st, Ray? That they were talking about making
I heard
March
1st. I don't know if I sent it to you. No, I didn't. I sent you just a picture of the other thing. No, it's cool though.
Yeah, it is what it is. But nah, man. Let me respond to Hunter Young what he said here. So he says, I'm being biased for this fight because I want to see T.O. get beat. Okay, and you know damn well T.O. isn't a draw. Listen, man. I'm telling you guys, it's not. There's some fighters who are draws, right? Like Tank Davis is a draw, right? Canelo Alvarez is a draw. And what does that mean when a fighter is a draw? It means that it generally doesn't matter who they fight against, right? That they're going to just pull the attention because of the attention they're able to pull by themselves. But there's also fights that are draws. Stylistically, fights can be draws, right? So in other words, maybe I'll give you a perfect example, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this. I'm going to say that Tank is a draw, but who will Tank fight against to sell 1.2 million fight of views like he did against Ryan Garcia? The fight between Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis became the biggest draw. Fights are bigger draws than fighters as draws. That's how I feel about it. And I think this is one of those situations where that could be put to the test, where you'll see Tank Davis fighting against Lamont Roach, a fight where the boxing space is pushing back at the fight, right? Don't really want to see the fight like that. And then, you know, on the same night, you'll have Teofimo fighting against Jerome Boots Ennis. On top of that, you do the price exchange, right? You say, well, Teofimo and Jerome Boots Ennis could either be free or for something in like $24, $25 range that they'll charge for it, or Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach will be $70 to $90. It'll be interesting to see what the boxing space is willing to spend their money on and what they want to spend their money on, right? Like they'd be willing to spend their money on Tank versus Lamont if there's not another option, but would they rather see a competitive fight between Teofimo and Jerome Boots Ennis, or a perceived fight? Because believe it or not, Teofimo does have a big fan base. You speak to Punch Drunk Boxing, and you watch him, in the Latino community loves Teofimo Lopez. They love him fighting against Terrence Crawford. They want to see him fight these big fights. They're supporting his movement, right? He's going to be bringing that fan base to a fight where people want to see him win against Jerome Boots Ennis because they want his argument to be legitimate about what he's going to do with Terrence Crawford. And then you bring Jerome Boots Ennis, who, come on, most people are going to think are supposed to beat on Teofimo. Not to mention the black community is very upset with Teofimo right now. How many people are going to watch that fight just to see Teofimo get beat down? So don't be shocked if this fight doesn't do real well on pay-per-view, that people don't really want to see this fight a lot more than you think they want to see it. You know what I mean? Yeah, T.O. isn't a draw. He's not selling pay-per-views. He's never even headlined a pay-per-view. I don't know if he's ever even been on a pay-per-view. But listen, fights are bigger draws than fighters. And a fight between Jerome Boots Ennis and Teofimo Lopez might do a lot better than you think it's going to do. I'm going to tell you that straight up. You know what I mean? We'll see. I can tell you that the press conferences for these fights are going to be crazy. There's going to be a lot of energy inside those press conferences, a lot of scuffles in the audience between the Teofimo fans and the Jerron Boots Ennis fans. Race is what race is in America. Welcome to America, man. Racism is in the foundation, into the actual cloth of the building of this country. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we got here for boxing up here. Salute here for boxing. How long you been back there?
How you get in there? How you get up there?
What's up with y'all, man?
I don't know how you get up here.
Come on, man. I was ringing the doorbell for like 10 minutes.
My bad. I didn't even look down. I just saw down there and looked down there, and I'm like, damn.
Hey, yo, you know come on, man. Hey, come on, yo. Pause.
I was like, what's going on down there?
Hey, yo, come on, man. Pause.
Pause. You're right.
We need the pause button. Yo, so me and Ray talk all the time. So me and Ray kind of had this conversation about Boots and, you know, his perspective as opposed to mine. And I can understand, as a native Philadelphian, it pains my heart to say that I can understand how people optically feel like Boots duck Virgil Ortiz. The optics is simple. After the Corinne fight, he said it might be time to move up to 154. That's because you had doubt on your performance. You didn't like your performance. And I think when people have bad performances, they're often looking for a reason or an excuse and an explanation as to why it didn't look right. Then you follow that with the things Bozy said. Bozy said, yo, we tried to get the Virgil fight and they turned us down. We'll take that fight in a heartbeat. And then the fight was offered a few days later and y'all said no. So if the fans are feeling, if they saw everything I saw, it's understandable as to why they feel like it's a duck. But the bigger issue is that Boots and his dad don't seem like they're on the same page as far as communication with the public. And there's a guy who claims he's from Philadelphia. He does YouTube videos. He's really from Chester. He's not from Philly. He's from the suburbs. He's like, oh, how could you be from Philadelphia and say that Boots is a duck? Well, if you start putting the city that you're from into it and try to use that as the reason why you can't criticize the fighter, you've lost all credibility. I don't care what city you're from. If Boots was from Omaha, Nebraska, y'all would call him a duck. And I'm not saying he's a duck, but I'm saying I understand the optics as to why people could think that. And I think that just comes down to communication and learning how to speak to the media and also being on the same page with your entire team. Because if the only thing the public is going to remember is that you said that your dad said, oh, we'll take that fight in a heartbeat. And when it was offered, you didn't take it. That's what's going to be remembered. And I heard the same content creator, the dude that says from Philly, is like, well, if you pick Boots to beat Virgil, how could you say that Boots duck? It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what Boots thinks. It matters what his team thinks. And if they have doubt, it doesn't matter what I think. I'm just a fan that's going to buy the fight. So do I think Boots ducked? I don't think he's scared, but I just think he's not ready to go to 54. And with that being said, if you're not ready to fight Virgil at 54, you can't mention Crawford anymore. You can't mention anybody else at 54. You got to handle business at 47. No more barking up. Just deal with what's in front of you. And when you move to 54, then we'll entertain the conversations that you have about fighting Crawford. But until then, you can't talk about Bud. You got to leave it alone. Got to back off it all the way. Got to be done with it.
But let's be fair, though. Let's be fair. I want to be fair about something when it comes to this Crawford conversation, man. I just want to really be fair. In my personal opinion, watching Boots, just like everybody else has been watching Boots, when was the last time Boots called out Terrence Crawford? Now, I want to be clear about this, right? Boots has been confronted with fighting Terrence Crawford by the reporters, and he'll answer and let it be known that he's more than willing to fight Terrence, right? That if that fight comes across the table, he's willing to do it. But he's also been just as vocal in saying that he's not concerned with Terrence right now. Terrence is getting ready to retire soon. He's looking to make bigger fights, and he's always steered the conversation back into becoming undisputed at 147. Bozy has literally gotten frustrated with reporters asking him about Terrence and always been like, look, Terrence ain't on the menu for us, bro. If Terrence wants to fight, send the contract. We'll get it done. But that's not what that man wants to do, and we're concerned about 147-pound division business right now. So I think if Boots were to go out his way right now and say that he wants to fight Terrence Crawford, I think it'd be out of pocket. Eddie Hearn kind of answered to that a little bit by saying, don't get it twisted. He said, if we go to 154, who we're gonna fight is gonna be Virgil. He said that. He said, if we go to 154, it's gonna be Virgil. That's the fight that needs to be made. Right. But he's saying, listen, though, my fighter wants to become 147-pound undisputed. I'm here for my fighter. That's what we're working on doing right now. When he moves up to 154, won't nothing be on our minds but Virgil Ortiz, because we understand.
Let me ask you, Clay, did he say that before the Virgil debacle or after it?
No, before the Virgil debacle, he said he'll fight anybody at 154. He didn't say Virgil. But right now he's responding to the Virgil situation just to make it clear that we understand that Virgil was on the table, and if we come to 154, that's the only fighter at 154 we're going to be fighting first. We're not going to allow it to look the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to go to 154 in the next 2 fights, and all of a sudden we're looking to fight somebody else. No, we're going to fight the dude who y'all think what y'all thinking about. You know what I mean? But as far as Terrence Crawford, Boots, in my opinion, and his whole team have walked away from the whole idea of him fighting Terrence. They've left that idea in the dust. They let it be known, like, we're not fighting that guy. He don't want to fight us.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just to say he's not trying to fight us. He's trying to fight at 168. We're not trying to fight him. We're trying to unify at 147. If y'all want the fight to happen, if Terrence decides he wants the fight to happen, being he is the A side, and he sends the offer, we're going to take the offer because we down to fight Terrence. That'd be the ultimate fight to validate us as the champions at 147. But they're not chasing Terrence down. And I'm only pushing back because there's a big consensus going on that, you know, Boots has been calling out Terrence, and it's like, when was the last time he really called out Terrence? He did it. I'm not going to say he never did it, but it's been a while.
Well, I think what happened is, you know, after the Errol Spence fight with Crawford, Boots became like the new guy. And every time his name came up, it was only about fighting Crawford and how Crawford was scared to fight him. So, you know, that's naturally going to be attached to Boots, whether he likes it or not. You know, you only can really put that on the fans. And then the way he answered some of those questions along with his dad, like even when he was on the phone with Gilly that day, Gilly and Wallow, and then they had Crawford online, they called Boots. And Boots was like, man, we've been trying to fight you for years. Come on with all that. We've been trying to fight you. And Bud was like, when? Boots was like, come on, man. You know we've been asking that fight since 2018. Bud was like, that's news to me. So it's kind of like, you know, these conversations have been had, but I think what ultimately needs to happen with Boots and Bozy and Eddie Hearn and everybody like that, his team, and the people who get on the internet, even Greg Hackett, they need to sit and have a meeting of the minds. And everybody needs to get on the same page. This is what we're going to say, and this is what we're not going to say. But you got 5 different people saying 5 different things, and ultimately it causes like a scramble, and it just starts making people look bad.
I agree.
So what needs to happen is we just all need to be on the same page, because this could have all been avoided had Bozy really not said what he said, as far as if we were offered the Virgil fight, we'll take it in a heartbeat, because that's what you said. That is what you said, and we can only hold you responsible for what you said. And somebody's like, well, Bozy don't speak for Boots, but he does. That's his son. Like, what do you mean? Like, they speak. That's a team. They speak for each other. And y'all just got to be on the same. If anybody knows Boots, Bozy would know.
Right.
So again, I just feel like
they say that with the other father-son combination, right? They speak when one speaks, the other is speaking. So I don't see why that's not the same thing.
Yeah, they get mad. They get on Devin Haney. I mean, Bill Haney's ass all the time for the things that he says. Now all of a sudden, Bozy don't speak for Boots. Come on, man. And like y'all know, I'm from Philadelphia. I love Jerron Ennis. I knew about Jerron Ennis for the last 10 years. I'm a huge Jerron Ennis fan. I don't think he's scared of Virgil. I just think there was some massive miscommunication and a bunch of people saying a bunch of different things. So I can understand why the public would say, "Yeah, this shit don't look right, bro." I can understand.
I understand 100%. I agree with you. That's why I think the biggest thing is with Jerron is the communication. But I'm going to say like this: in that YSM video, he seemed to take some ownership of the communication and his lack of being hands-on a little bit with what the social media space and what the boxing space is thinking when it comes to certain conversations. He understands now that when he sees things moving around in the space, he should, you know, take the consideration to get in front of some of this stuff, because it starts to catch fire like a dried out forest. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like one fire starts here and then a little breeze comes by, and before you know it, it's a damn, you know, the whole world is watching the forest burn down. You know what I mean? Watching America on fire. You know, he really does need to get in front of these situations, and I think he needs to become a little bit more of a decisive person. I remember earlier Ray said that, you know, I'm trying to remember what you said a little bit earlier about Boots saying that basically, you know, Bozy's influence on Boots is kind of having Boots kind of in a split situation where Boots kind of has what he wants to do, but he also has kind of like what Bozy wants to get done. He's kind of like he's trying to be in the middle space a little bit. I brought that argument up the other day with Blue, and Blue said, you know, and Blue happens to have hands-on understanding of how Boots's and Bozy's relationship works. He's seen them function, you know what I'm saying, outside of what people see. And he says that Boots is pretty much moving on his own drum of his own beat, that Bosie's really supporting Boots. That it's just that Bosie speaks up for Boots, but this is what Boots really wants. He wants to become a champion. He wants to fight for a belt. He doesn't want to, he's very uncomfortable with the email champion thing. This thing is bothering him, and he's uncomfortable with moving on with his career into another weight division until he legitimizes himself. And he feels like the way to do that is to unify. Boots spoke to the fact as well that Undisputed doesn't have to happen. That if Undisputed can't happen, he's okay with he just wants to fight a champion at 147. And he wants the unification would legitimize himself not only as a unified champion in the division, but legitimize his IBF belt that he currently has. You know what I'm saying? He feels illegitimized. He feels like he's an email champion. He's not getting the respect that he has coming to him.
So real quick, I see Rosclott in the comments saying, why is Virgil not being criticized for bringing Boots up? But what is the wait, he said, but hold on, I want to make sure I get it right. I lost the
I'm gonna pull it up. Let me find it. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on, I'm gonna find it.
Okay.
Roscott, I don't care either way. Point Crawford, bang. Roscott, it wasn't recent. Was calling as assumption to believe. Can't hold. Bosie. There's an audio Crawford saying Boots is nobody. How come Ortiz bang? I got you right here. There it is.
Yeah. So the thing with that, and this pulling up conversation, I think people kind of misunderstand the definition of pulling somebody up. Tank pulls people up because he's picking and choosing who he wants to fight. So Tank is digging through the weight class. He's digging through the bargain bin looking for a guy to fight. Everybody already the consensus is Boots should be at 154. He's a big dude. So a lot of people already think he should be there. He says it just as much. I've never heard Lamont Roach say, hey, I'm going to 135. I want Tank. It's the other way around. He's getting pulled up. So Boots getting an offer from Virgil at a weight class that most people think he needs to be at. It's not him pulling him up. It's just him sending an offer to a guy who can comfortably make that weight and perform at a high level at that weight. Nobody has any reason to believe that he can't. As far as Boots pulling up Teo is barking up at 154 to Crawford. So I don't want to hear that he's pulling him up to 47. Teo has been long talked about going to 47. He's been talking about being done at 40 for a while now. That's not pulling him up. That's him moving to the weight class he wants to be at and calling out a guy that he wants to fight at a bigger weight class. That's not.
Yeah, and here for boxing, just to add to what you're saying, I believe Teo's team is the one who's putting the offer out to Boots. This is not Boots putting an offer out to Teo. This is Teo like literally the offer is coming to Boots, and Boots is like, all right, if that's what you want to do.
Because I've never heard Boots say, I want Teofimo next. Tell him to come see me. Then the conversation can be had. But when you're barking up, Canelo's not pulling. He's not pulling Crawford up. Crawford is barking up. So whatever happens to you, happens to you. And I love Terence Crawford, my favorite fighter. I would pick him to beat Canelo. To be a tall task, but he can do it. But if you get knocked out, remember, you asked for it. He didn't pull you up. You went up.
Oh, 100%. And I'm a Terence Crawford fan. And I'm ready to see him get knocked out. Like, I don't want to see him get knocked out, but I accept the fact that this is part of the deal. Like, you're fighting Canelo Alvarez, this can happen.
I hate to throw this out there. But and look at all the same people that's clamoring and crying about people being pulled up and pushed up in weights. But when Devin was beating Regis, right, they wanted him to move up to fight Boots so bad, right? Am I wrong? Nobody was crying about it. They was all pushing for that fight. Oh, Devin needs to move up and fight Boots.
Right, over at Candyland, he was trying to say for Devin to make a comeback, he needs to go fight Boots right now.
Right. Here for boxing, Roscott said that he's not saying that he's pulling him up. He said he's asking a question why people aren't saying he doesn't feel this. Basically, he's saying he doesn't feel like it's the same thing.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. Okay. He said, how come Ortiz not criticized for pulling him up? Well,
when did hold on, time out. Can I ask you a question? When did Devin ever talk shit about Boots?
Never. He never said anything about it. Devin don't really talk about anybody unless they talk about him.
When did Bill mention Boots in a disrespectful way? Or did he ever say that he was a bad man jammer when that time was right and that fight ever happened? He can make that fight.
Called him a bad motor scooter.
That's what he said, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, if that fight ever came across my board, you know what I mean, we'll have to think about it. But until then, you know what I mean, let that man do what he do. Did he not show that man respect?
And that's a really good fight. Devin and Boots is a 50-50 fight. I don't care who likes it or who doesn't. That's a really good competitive fight.
I remember, you know what's so funny you're saying this, bro, because I caught so much hell for this. This is another one on Candyland that I caught hell for. Another one of these arguments that I made.
Candyland is hilarious, man.
Yeah, listen, man. I said the same argument. They were talking about Boots and Devin potentially fighting. And I said, listen, man, Boots is not. I said Devin's not finna walk up on Boots Devin's not finna walk up on Boots the same way he tried to walk up on Ryan would be a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not what's gonna happen. But if Dev boxes, he has the pedigree and the IQ to box with Boots.
Right.
Now I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think Boots stops Devin. That's what I believe. But I think it's a good fight. You know what I'm saying? I think that I don't know about right now, this moment. Devin just needs to get busy again and show me. I don't know who Devin is right now. And this is what ends up happening with these guys when they stay out the ring too long and they go through the things that they go through. The same way with Errol. Like, it's the same thing with Errol Spence. Like, people talk about Errol Spence is this and that. I'm like, is he? I don't know. Who is he now? The Errol that I knew back in the day, yes. But is that the same Errol? I don't know. How can you guys be so confident? The man has been out the ring for over a year, bro. And his last fight, he got pieced up to death. Who is this guy now? Has he been training? He has a whole new trainer. We don't even know who the new trainer is. Right. So I can't call who Errol is right now. I don't know who Errol is. He has to show me. And Dev is getting there too with me.
Let me ask you this, though. Pound for pound, well, not even pound for pound, at 147, who you think hits harder? Ryan Garcia or Jaron Ennis? I think Ryan hits harder than Boots.
I think Ryan's left hook hits harder than Boots' left hook. But I think
pound for pound, his left hook might be the hardest punch in boxing over everybody.
Quite possibly, but I think Jaron Boots is punch for punch. And I think for punch, he has more powerful punches than Ryan. I think Ryan has a signature punch that is not to be played with. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's his, that he's taken and made his.
I just saw Devin, survive against a guy who was juiced up, came in overweight. I'm just saying. I'm saying I saw Devin survive. I mean that in a complimentary way towards Devin.
Right.
He survived a brutal beating at the hands of a cheater, a guy who refused to make weight. And people always say, like, oh, it's only 3 pounds. And that's how I know you don't know anything about boxing. It's not just 3 pounds. It's the strain you refuse to put your body under to make that weight, because it's like, I'm trying to find the words, but cutting weight is serious business. And if you just disregard cutting the weight, then your body never went through the trouble of cutting the weight, which means you're naturally bigger, stronger, pressure. And so Ryan is already a big guy, refused to cut the weight, so he never put that strain on his body that Devin put on his body. He had the ostarine in his system, and he already hits like a house. And he didn't stop Devin. Devin fought to the 12th round. Devin won 8 rounds. Like Bill said, he won a lot of rounds that fight. He only lost the rounds he got knocked down in the first round. He lost the first and then the knockdown rounds. Other than that, Devin did pretty well for himself.
Right.
And so I don't see Boots stopping him. I think it'll be a highly competitive boxing match. I think it'll be a decision to Boots. 116, 112, 115, 113, that type thing. I don't see anybody getting knocked down or anything like that. I see Devin fighting a real smart fight behind his jab. I see Boots trying to do the same thing, and it's more of a chess match, if you ask me, than a beating. I don't see a beating happening.
Right.
And after what Devin went through, I don't think he'll put himself through that again. Like psychologically, like trying to brawl with these dudes, he's gonna fight his fight like he fought Regis. That's the Devin we'll see going forward.
And not to mention, I'm gonna quote Ross Clark: "They all bums. I don't care. All of them bums."
Yo, they all bums until they show us they're not bums, man. And look, one thing for sure, 2 things for certain. I respect every boxer in the boxing space. I understand they're doing something that I cannot do. Something, I give them the respect for it, man. I admire them for it. But yeah, when Ross Scott says that, that's one of my favorite lines that he says, man, because it's just keeping it 100 that, man, I don't care about none of these fighters to the point to where I'm willing to give them accolades that they have not earned. You know what I mean? They all under the same pressure, under the same microscope, and under the same standard that they have. For them to be who they want. They want me to call them great. They have to do great things. And then when they earn it, I will call them great. I call Terrence Crawford great because for me, he's checked the boxes. I think he's a great boxer. I think he's beaten who he needs to beat. He's chased legacy. He's accomplished. He's like I always say, I can't pick against him. If he goes in a fight with Canelo Alvarez, I'm going to be picking Terrence because he showed me I should. If he loses, I'm not going to see him cry and act like, you guys might try to throw it in my face. I don't care, bro. It's boxing. But until he loses, he hasn't.
That's what I'm saying? If Crawford gets knocked out, it is what he asked for. And Terrence Crawford is my favorite fighter, but you asked for it. Nobody made you do it. You chose to.
Yeah, I'm going to celebrate him, though. In the loss, I promise you, I'm going to celebrate him like that man tried to be great. What did your fighter done? All right, don't talk to me.
And history will remember Crawford being, 42-1. His only loss to Canelo 2 weight classes up. And he got his money, he got out. He ain't going to suffer like life-altering damage.
Right.
If Charlo could survive, Bud could damn sure survive.
Right.
Listen, I think he's going to do more than survive. I think even if he loses, I think it's going to be like, damn. I think Crawford at a minimum he will show his greatness in loss, if that means anything to anybody today.
Yeah, there won't be any jokes about it. Like, oh,
right.
It ain't no joking. Like, that motherfucker's serious.
Right.
He just too small.
Like I believe Canelo Alvarez will be great because of him beating Terrence Crawford. Where people try to think that they're going to take shots at him for beating somebody smaller, I think no. When they talk about the greatest fights he was ever in and what made Canelo Alvarez the fighter he was, Terrence Crawford will come up in the conversation, bro.
I mean, in all due respect, look what they're doing to Charlo right now. They're actually giving Charlo more credit than they are taking away from him now because of the way he fought. They're talking about him daring to be great, and I'm seeing a lot of people.
I'm not giving him no props for that fight.
I ain't see him dare to be great. I saw him dare to survive.
I dare to get a bag.
Well,
I saw him dare to get a bag.
Undisputed. Let me tell you something. He dared to be great and get undisputed at 2 different divisions. He skipped a division. He took his brother's fight. He went up there, took Earl's fight. After the debacle,
no. All that stuff you're saying is true.
It's okay,
but it's also true that he went up there and BS us in that Canelo Alvarez fight.
I think he realized. See, Clay, the difference is Clay,
bro.
He got in that ring and realized what was really in front of him. He did the same thing.
He chose not to fight.
The same thing Robeisy just did, and realized it was something I don't want to do right now.
And Robeisy's getting all types of shit thrown at him that he deserves, that he's going to get. That's part of the game. He gave up, bro. Charlo gave up very early in that fight. We saw it in the body language. We understood what happened.
Hey, fellas, real quick, work duty about the call. Ray know where I'm at. I'm gonna jump back and get with y'all later.
All right, no doubt, family.
All right, fellas, appreciate y'all.
No doubt. Hey, bro, he said, Erico says you're working off expectations, Rain. Listen, I don't care. I wanted to see him fight. He went up there to fight Canelo. He should have fought. I'm not saying go out there and fall out on your shield, but I saw that man change his mind and decide early in that fight that making it to out of this fight was more important than fighting Canelo Alvarez, bro. And I'm not saying he's a dirtbag for it or that he's not, but I don't give him that respect, bro, that I would. Even other fighters spoke on it. Terrence spoke on it. Like he speaks about it when he's going to fight Canelo. He says, I am not going. Nah, bro. It's not only about being rivals. It's about understanding. It's about, damn, dude, if you're going to take this challenge, Canelo was Canelo before you took the challenge. You see what he does. You should know how you should know how about the fight. The reality is that you had a game plan that if Canelo hit you and you didn't like the way you got hit, you had a game plan about how you were going to play the game and get the bag. And God bless you, bro. I still think you're a great fighter. Can't wait to see him come back at 154. I think he's going to be amazing. He's probably going to dominate in that division again and probably will only lose against a Terrence Crawford or, whoever the top elite is of that division. He is a great boxer, but his going to 168 to compete the way he did, nah, bro. Sorry.
Well, okay. You want to move the needle back to this other conversation, or to what we're about to go to, and bring some people in, or you want to keep going? It's up to you.
No, I don't care. I'm wherever the conversation's at. I don't even give a damn. The Jamel Charlo just came up. What you want to talk about? You talking about Adrian and and all that? You talking about that? Yeah, let's go. Let's build.
All right. So I'll start it off, and I'll let everybody know how the conversation went. So actually, I was actually talking to here for boxing, and he had brought Adrian Broner up. And then I brought it to Clay's attention that that's where today's boxing went wrong. So many years ago, when Adrian Broner was this.
Hold on, my bad. Yo, secret dance move. You're damn right, bro. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Listen, bro. I'm not gonna get long with it. I'm just gonna say, going into that fight, I was rooting for Jamel. I didn't think he was gonna win, but I'm like, yeah, that's what's up, bro. I wonder what kind of Jamel's gonna show up in the ring. He got bigger. He added more to his training regimen. It was disappointing, man. It was disappointing. And like you said, he dared to be great, but he stopped daring after that knockdown. After that knockdown, he didn't dare nothing no more. And that was early. Go ahead. My bad, bro. Adrian Broner, we were talking yesterday.
What I was saying is that I think he was the prototype of the era. He was coming off the Floyd Mayweather era. He was a superstar. And he did something that we just talked about. He dared to be great. He reached out to the promotional company. He wanted to fight the best of the best. And eventually ended up taking some L's, still getting these paydays and ruining what the promotional companies had. Adrian Broner himself even spoke on it. Part 2 to this prototype, I think you even mentioned was Deontay Wilder. Who they figured it out was, if we keep this guy away from certain fighters, You know what I mean? And we just have him use his power. He knocks out these guys that we know he can beat. We can still make this money off him. We don't have to make the same mistakes we made with Adrian. We'll be able to move him the right way, and we'll keep that and he'll be the superstar that we want him to be. And we'll see how to and that was like part 2 of this project. So we see how boxing has moved with that whole conversation. I'll let you elaborate and break it all down. I'm just trying to be real quick. We have seen how it moved where in today's world that all the boxers just want the bag. They avoid each other. They avoid the old. They avoid the tough fights. And it seems like it's not the boxers. It seems like the boxers may be winning these fights, but the promoters just seem that they want to move them a certain way to make this bag happen. And it seems to be kind of weird, you know what I mean, at the moment. And we're starting to see this, Clay, and we're starting to see how things move. We see it with Jared Anderson. We just mentioned all these fighters earlier that have gotten into these rings with these fighters, and they all got these bags. And when they get in there with somebody tough or somebody not expected, they get the run around, they get beat up, or they look bad. So we're starting to see this pattern. I don't know what it is, but let me see. What's your take on that? What's up, Just Do?
Salute, Just. We spoke about it yesterday, and it's a real. I'm gonna be honest, it probably needs its own segment. I almost want to do a video on it because I wasn't prepared to really speak about it, to be honest. It was a conversation that we were just having. This is what we do when we talk about boxing. But I think it's a good thing to bring up. You know what I mean? I thought it was an interesting conversation, and I could definitely understand why you want to bring it up because it was a good conversation. And it was just talking about when did it change? You know what I'm saying? At what point did making the best fights stop being a priority with these promoters? That's what it came down to. At what point did making the best fights not become the priority, where it just became, getting a fighter who can carry it on his own, finding a fighter who can carry the market value on his own, and now you can, put him in front of fighters that nobody's asking him to fight, but it doesn't matter because he's such an explosive, exciting fighter that, he'll attract the attention, he'll garner the attention. Especially casuals, right? Who watch boxing and think about a knockout. Now, listen, all boxing fans think about a knockout. Hardcore boxing fans, especially, we want to see it, right? But I think, me personally, I understand the significance against a knockout against a boxer that's a high-level boxer, right? Like if I see Tank knock out Shakur Stevenson, it'll be the best knockout I've ever seen Tank Davis do, in my opinion. When we saw Terrence stop Errol Spence, it was epic because it was Errol. It wasn't epic because Terrence just knocked out any fighter. It was super epic and historical because it was Errol the Truth Spence. It was like unbelievable to watch it. It was like, oh my God. And it was a moment that we all got to watch live, right?
It was a Super Bowl, right?
It was a Super Bowl because of how competitive the fight was going to be. If we see Keyshawn knock out Tank, for example, it'll be the greatest knockout we've ever seen because you can't imagine Tank being knocked out, right? I'm sure some people take that now Keyshawn knock out Tank. I'm sure somebody want to hang their hat on that and make it all that. Yeah. Right, so, right. But I'm saying that who the person knocks out makes the biggest difference. Even when Daniel Dubois, knocked out Anthony Joshua, it was a great knockout because it was Anthony Joshua. It was just like, damn, you know what I mean? You didn't expect it. It could happen, but it's more significant than Daniel Dubois knocking out Richard Torres. You know what I'm saying? Like it just doesn't, it's not the same fight. So at what point did that change? At what point did the promoters, then the business of boxing, understand and condition the boxing fan to not care about the fights being made, but more so care about the outcome of the fight? And he brought up a great example, and he said, was it around the Adrian Broner time? Well, I said, yeah, you know what? I could say, as far as the PBC is concerned and the way they put these fights together, you know what I mean? And us not getting to see the Demetrius Andrade against Canelo Alvarez, or, you know what I'm saying? There's certain fights that we always wonder why we didn't see in these fighters still became huge. And not only, I want you guys to really just understand the moment, because not only did making the biggest fights not become necessary, but also the pay-per-view uptick became more paramount, right? Like, not only were they not making the fights we wanted to see, but they also started charging us pay-per-views to see the fights we didn't want to see, right? Where fights were kind of like the fights you didn't want to see may have been free, like on the networks that you pay your subscriptions to, but But all of a sudden, the pay-per-views went up and the competitive fights went down. And when did that happen? And I think it happened like what Ray was saying, probably around the Adrian Broner time, when Adrian Broner, for all argument's sake, was going to be Gervonta Tank Davis. He was going to be the next Floyd Mayweather, right? And Floyd, had his career where he had a lot of competitive fights, but he started to feel like, you know what, maybe they didn't need to all be competitive. That if you build your status a certain way and you protect your O and you stay undefeated, then you can actually begin to cherry pick and pick the fighters that stylistically make more sense, give better performances, and we can show the fans what they really want to see, which is great performances. They want to see people get knocked out. This is what they want to see. And it seemed like with Deontay Wilder, they may have walked the same path a little bit, right? Where it didn't matter who Deontay fought. It was just a fact that he was going to knock everybody out. What do we know Deontay Wilder for being? He has like damn near 100% knockout ratio outside of his losses against Tyson Fury, and obviously his two recent losses between Zhang Zhang and Joe Parker. They understood that. I know people would like to believe, and maybe it is true, I don't know it to be one way or the other, but I think it's a 50-50 shot that although people think that Deontay's team, I think Deontay without a doubt wanted to fight Anthony Joshua, but did his team really kind of protect him from that and really build his wealth and build up the money around him off the strength of the guaranteed knockouts rather than putting him in 50-50 fights? See, with Adrian Broner, they were doing that with Adrian, but what happened? They moved him a little too fast, or they didn't get the money they could have gotten out of him because they threw him in the ring with Marcos Maidana, right? And then that ended up getting shortened up. And then it kind of went downhill from there. And I think when you look at the way they move with Deontay, and yes, even with your favorite fighter, Tank Davis, that the PBC, that the promoters around him put him in fights based on making money, obviously, making money for Tank, obviously, as well, but more importantly for the PBC, for the promotional platform, and maybe potentially is getting in the way right now of Tank Davis making the biggest fights that he wants to make happen, because maybe they don't see the benefit of putting him in a fight that he could lose, because if he loses, then that whole strategy behind the way they, behind that Floyd Mayweather strategy in this Mayweather era might get shot in the foot. And maybe they're fearful that it'll end up like an Adrian Broner situation to where his market value goes down. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know when it started. But I can tell you with this new era of boxing coming in right now, and I feel like it's a new era coming in the way with Turkey's moving it, and I think it's inspired Eddie Hearns to kind of move with his fighters a little bit differently, and it's inspiring a lot of these promoters. Oscar De La Hoya getting out of the way of Floyd Schofield fighting Shakur Stevenson, getting out of the way of Ryan Garcia fighting Gervonta Tank Davis. You know what I mean? Bob Arum getting out of the way of Jared Anderson fighting Martin Bacoli, or maybe even in the future, getting out of the way of Keyshawn versus Tank, or things of that nature, right? I think, or even Vasily Lomachenko making the decisions he's made. We're looking at a new era of boxing coming in, and what you're going to see is a lot of fighters here stateside who haven't been getting matched properly, who haven't been getting developed properly. They're going to be getting exposed. They're going to get in the ring with these Eastern Europeans. They're going to get in the ring with these fighters, these way more competitive fights. If you're going to fight on a Turkey card, you're going to fight somebody who can beat you. And if you're not who you say you are, you will be beat. Now, people will try to be like Turkey setting up these fighters for these losses, and they'll try to put up arguments out there to say that Eddie Hearn is setting up these fighters, but that's not the case. It's just called competitive boxing. It's 50-50 fights. And get used to it, boxing fan, casual fans who don't know about this. Hardcore fans know what this is. You're going to start going into matches wondering who's going to win. Welcome to the club. Enjoy it. Maybe you want to be a little resistant to it right now because you feel like you're losing power or some leverage, and all this is stuff that's going on in your head. You're just conditioned and institutionalized. That's all. Trust me. It's not really happening in real time. In reality, get ready to be excited again about boxing. Get ready to wonder who's going to win. Get ready to watch fights because you want to see who's going to win the fight. Get away from watching fights just to see your favorite fighter knock out anybody, not caring who they fight. Right. Get ready to go into that era. Leave the era of I don't care who my fighter fights, and welcome to the era of I want to see what this style against this style looks like. I want to see what this fighter against this fighter looks like, and enjoy it. It's a new era of boxing. Things change. I'm sure in another 10 to 15 years it'll go back when boxing builds itself back up as the #1 sport in the world. It'll go back to cherry picks, and you guys will get to see your favorite fighters knock out nobodies and enjoy it.
You know what's something crazy, Clay? Even in the, I guess a little before the era was begin there. My favorite fighter in like that era of 2000, early 2000s and late 90s, Winky Wright. Winky Wright had losses. He still beat champions. He took a tough loss to Fernando Vargas, which I didn't even think he lost that fight. I think they gave him that fight because that was out there in California, and they wanted Vargas to.
Did that happen? What's here on the bottom of the screen? Is that what happened? I don't know what happened with that story. That's such an interesting story because, according to Eddie Hearn, they didn't get the proof of the money of the $50 million. That's what, according to Eddie Hearn. But I do know about this argument, Secret Dance Move. I do know of it. I've heard it on this side of as far as the PBC saying that, Wilder definitely saying that there was money on the table for AJ and that AJ didn't take it. But according to Eddie Hearn, it's not the way it went.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I hate to bring this up, and Ross Cloud gonna yell at me.
Who, me?
But wasn't there money on the freaking table for Tank from Turki Alalshikh?
No, but I'm talking about specifically what Secret Dance is saying here about Wilder.
I'm just saying,
and I don't know
money didn't exist.
It might be, might not be. I don't know.
I'm just saying. My point is, we can't utilize those conversations. Listen. I'm going to tell you all right now. I mentioned this before. I like Tank Davis. I think he's the most exciting boxer in boxing today. Right. The problem is, so many people that horn swallow him are so caught up in everything going a certain way, and then when it applies to him, when they use an argument or they use some statement that you can actually throw back towards him, they get defensive and they want to argue the point wrong. Please make sure, as they say, right? Think about the words that come out before you say them, because when it comes back to you, you don't want to be that person looking at yourself being like, no, that's not true, and you get argumentative. So, you know what I mean? Look in the mirror and say that to yourself before so you can actually, and no disrespect to you at all. Who was that? It was
Secret Dance Move?
Secret Dance. No disrespect at all. He knows that. I'm just saying generally, you just got to make sure that you're definitely saying these things with purpose. And I think you have purpose, but just remember that if you say it and then someone else, and I come back with that, I don't want to get into an argument over who was right or wrong in those situations. I'm just making comparisons of what happened. My bad.
Right. Yeah, man. For me, yeah, I don't think one has to do with the other, man. I think they both can be what they are. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, once again, we're talking about promoters, and we're talking about whether or not fighters want to. The reason for the conversation me and Ray were having yesterday was a conversation about why aren't we seeing the fights we want to see? Why aren't the best fighting the best? Is it the fighters who are legitimately ducking each other, who don't want to fight each other? Or is it the promoters in the business of boxing that's got a whole new business model that they've been riding for a long time? And the question is, if they have been riding this business model for a long time, since when? Because there was a point in time when it didn't seem like that was the model, where it seemed like actually pay-per-view was set. I mean, let me know if I'm bugging. Pay-per-view was set up for the biggest fights, for the best fighting the best. That's what the pay-per-views were all about. It was those special fights, right? It was special fights that were made and made people at home pay for them because there were fights that you've been asking for. At what point did it turn into every fight is a damn pay-per-view fight? At what point did it not matter anymore who the fighter was fighting against? It just mattered if the fighter you love was fighting and it became worth pay-per-view money. It happened at some point. And when did it happen? And Ray Davis highlighted a certain time period in a certain fight as to where he feels, and I agree with him when you really look at it, but I'm not saying it's definitely that, but it's a legitimate candidate for a fight in the time period when it started happening. Was right around that time when Adrian Broner was getting ready to start to take the reins from Floyd Mayweather, where Floyd Mayweather had Adrian close to him the way he had Tank close to him. And Adrian was becoming about billions and getting moved in a certain way. And he got put in that fight with Marcus Maidana, did he get stopped or was it a decision? I think he got stopped, right?
He got beat, yeah. He
got stopped or did he get
it was a TKO,
decision?
Right?
I think it might have been TKO, but I don't know. I don't want nobody screaming on me because I'm saying what it was for Clay, exactly what it was for Clay, Blade Brown. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he got. I think he did. I feel like it was a TKO. I feel like Marcos put hands on him. But regardless, whatever it was, after that, all of a sudden the matchmaking, it seems like, started to become a lot more. Oh, it was a decision, Hunter Young? Okay, cool.
Decision.
Yeah, it was. It was a decision. I do remember now. It was a decision.
It was lopsided too.
No, well, he survived pretty much, and actually gave Adrian Broner a lot of props for being a dog he was, because Marcos could have stopped him. It looked like, you know what I mean? It was looking crazy in that fight. I gave Adrian Broner a lot of props for that fight, as far as the dog he had in him. But it does seem like the matchmaking started to change a little bit, and all of a sudden the PBC started putting on a lot more pay-per-views as well, and it became less the fights that you wanted to see, and you still had to pay for the pay-per-view. Not only pay for more pay-per-views, but pay more for the pay-per-views. The price started getting pushed up. And I think that's where the business model that the PBC started running became unsustainable, because they started focusing on paying their biggest stars the most money they ever got paid. And so they started putting them in pay-per-views, making them eat what they kill, but at the same time, not putting those big stars up against fighters who could legitimately beat them. You know, I'm not saying any fighter can legitimately beat somebody else, but there's fights where you started going into the event knowing who's going to win. Like, this dude's going to beat this dude. This dude's going to beat this dude. I don't know why they even put him those kind of fights and them charging us for us. So,
you gotta hear for boxing. Sit your super chat.
Oh, word. Oh yeah, word. Salute to Here for Boxing for the love, man. For the hard work, dedication to craft, unbiased content, for creating the platforms for adults to conduct themselves as such. That debate shit is played out. Salute, fellas, no doubt, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the love, man. And you keeping it 100, bro. That debate shit is for the birds, man. Debates is for facts, not for opinion, man. The way you feel and what you think and your perspective is not up for debate. I just want to hear it, and you should want to hear mine. This whole idea that one opinion is more legitimate than another opinion, once again, that's an opinion. That's perspective. So you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, what are we really arguing about? Just share the love of the game. Right. Give me your perspective. I'm going to respect it every time. I might not agree with it, but I'm going to respect it. And I'm definitely going to respect you as a man, as an adult, and as a man. And I'm not going to play no games to where you need to be trying to take my damn head off of because I'm testing your manhood. That's nonsense on the internet. Nothing gangster about that, and really nothing respectful about it. Really just a bad habit that we as a people have, as far as the amount of respect we have for each other and the lines we're not willing to cross because of the respect. Really just a whole skip the generation when it comes to just respect inside of a room full of men. You know what I mean? Shout out.
Exactly. That's not even musty energy, Clay. That is straight female mama baby raising energy. Sorry.
Yeah, when you talk about, I know we got some people inside the space who inside this room in particular, who have been in I don't want to bring it up and glorify it in any kind of way, but prison. And you guys understand, you know, I've had friends who's been in there for a long time who came out after doing like 15 plus years. And they tell me, yo, bro, I don't know how you guys do it out here. Prison is one of the most respectful spaces, bro, because you can die over some ramen, over looking at somebody so step on their shoe, not saying sorry. Respect is everything. The way people play in these YouTube streets, the way they're willing to let these conversations go over some boxing, over some fighters. Now, it's crazy, bro. It's insane, and it just shows you the lack of accountability and consequences inside the space that we're in. Because if they, I mean, I don't understand how people speak to each other the way they do. I watch it, I can't believe it. That's why I don't go into these spaces. I can't go for it. Like, it's insane the way it's insane. It's insane to say the least.
Just respect your brothers, man. We all grown men out here, bro. At the end of the day, it's only opinions, and they don't matter. I know. I laughed.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe that's what it is, bro. Yo, bro. Listen, man. I'm telling you, I have a friend who didn't come out of his crib for like 2-3 months, bro. Would just go to the corner store, come back because he was scared he was going to go back. He was that fearful about going back to prison. I'm telling you, he was scared to death because he was like, I'm going to catch a case, bro. I can't be outside. Like, he was literally scared. Like I don't even want to go over here because I'm just going to end up violating parole. Scared, legitimate fear. Like, come on, bro. It's not like that, bro. Just ignore them, bro. No, I can't do it. People who fearful of the subway or the train in New York. Like, I can't, man. People are wilding, bro. They don't care. They bumping you. They don't say, excuse me. They staring at you for no damn reason. They'll say any damn thing that you want to. I'm not built for that. I'm like, damn, bro. That acclimation is serious. Them acclimating back to this savage world, and they thinking they coming from a savage world in prison, right? Where it's dirty in there and it's kill or be killed and all that stuff. But they're like, nah, there's respect in there, bro. You carry yourself a certain way in there, and you have to make sure that people are respecting you in a certain way. You can't just talk to me any kind of way and I let that happen. I got to do something to you, or I'm not going to survive in here. I'm going to be food in here. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So yeah, man, I try my best to provide a platform that is available for people to talk like mature adults about boxing and understand that your opinion is that, bro. And it's okay for somebody else to have a different opinion, bro. And you guys can agree to disagree and walk away from it and still be able to see each other in the streets or at an event one day and be like, what's up, dog? And not feel like it's on site when I see this person over a damn conversation about two fighters, bro. It don't make no sense, bro.
Especially the internet make you look a certain way you not.
Yeah,
one person be like, yo.
Like, you just literally walking out here going to events, looking out for people. I've heard the conversations. I hear you, dude. And that's why I'd be like, on legitimately, I'd be like, please, dude, don't come up on me with none of that nonsense. It's just don't do it, because this internet thing will have people in a delusional space of thinking that because somebody is soft-spoken or articulating their words correctly or showing some form of education, that this represents some sort of thing that it doesn't represent in the real world. You know what I'm saying? And you're playing with people's freedoms. A lot of you dudes are honestly letting the devil use you, and you're just setting your mind in a space to where you're ready to trick good people out of their freedom, bro, out of their families, out of their lives out here, because you're so amped up and wired and think that this is something that it's not, that you put a person in a position where they gotta, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's crazy. And so I'm like, please leave me out of it, because we all about that manhood. You know what I'm saying? That manhood and living that life and taking care of our families. It's bad. You know what I mean? So yeah, this space, shout out to all the adults who understand and who understand and who are grateful for a space like this. I'm grateful for spaces like this. I think I see my guy Just Do Boxing in the chat. He provides a space like that. There are shout out to those guys who provide those spaces, man, where these conversations don't gotta go too much further than the platforms that we're having it on. But all the gangbangers, drill rappers who are now boxing fans, you know what I'm saying, who are rocking out, man. I encourage you guys to embrace a glass of water. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Have a cool glass of water and relax, bro.
And let's keep it real. Boxing is a gentleman's sport, and it's also meant to be a conversation in the barbershop or in the men's lounge or anything of those natures, because it's supposed to be respectable. You're supposed to have your points, be able to, draw your conclusions, whatever the case may be, bring facts to the table if you have to, and go that route. It ain't supposed to be, all this nonsense and who's tougher and my guy's better.
2 cents, you know what it is, bro. This is I've heard videos, 2 cents. I've heard videos, bro, and listen, man, I've heard them where people are straight up. It sounds like drill. It's like, I'm trying to give it a name. I'm calling it drill rappers, but it's like drill boxing talk, like drill. I don't know what you want to call it, but I've heard it be real spicy out here in these boxing space streets on YouTube. It's like I'm listening with my eye, like my Malcolm X look, like I'm in disbelief. I don't even know how to process it, bro. I don't go into these boxing spaces anymore. I don't do it. It's not worth it to me. And anybody who would like to believe that there's a man sitting on this side of the camera that could ever have fear in his heart for some internet voice behind of an emoji, brother, you need to get some perspective on life. I'm literally trying to avoid getting tricked out of my happiness and out of my life with my family. That's all I'm focused on doing. I'm trying to have a boxing conversation, bro, and be able to be okay. I'm avoiding conversating with you because I don't want to be emotional. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get caught up in that. Literally, bro. If you think for one moment you talking tough on the internet got me shook in any kind of way, or bro, like it's not even like I'm just being serious. So I'm not even trying to be tough, but it's so ridiculous for you to think that. It's so ridiculous for you to think that. I don't even know what else to say except go ahead. But I'm asking you, because all I want to do is live my life and move forward and do what I want to do. I be at these boxing events sometimes. I'm gonna be at them. I'm in the future. Don't walk up on me with that nonsense, bro. That's crazy. Please don't. Just hate me from a distance like you've been doing. Because everything else, man, this internet doesn't really represent the real, the reality of a lot of conversations and situations that you guys do. A lot of people that y'all pushing around and playing with and throwing shots at, when y'all see them, it's not the same energy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it should always be understood that. So I do my job. I play my part in it and I avoid you. I don't talk to you. I don't get into arguments with you. I play my part in keeping the peace. I stay away from your platform. I don't get into it with you. But you know what I mean? But some of y'all act like it don't matter, right? Like y'all gonna stir it up one way or the other. This space is not that. Everybody welcomed here. Come build, come share some perspective, come enlighten me. I'm here to be enlightened. I'm okay with being enlightened. I love the sport. I want to learn more about the sport. It's all love, bro, in a genuine way. Anything else is uncivilized.
Yeah. Let me Dr. Wing, you get like a few minutes of people coming up if they want to and chat with us. Any conversation they want to bring up from today, topics. Keep it quick.
For sure.
All right, let's do that.
I'll throw the link up.
I got it.
Oh, you do? All right, cool. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, listen, it's all real, man. And I'm glad that was a good conversation. But definitely the Adrian Broner era changed boxing, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I really, it's crazy. It's crazy to say it. And I hate putting that out there, but it was the start of that era. And you've seen how the movement went after he lost and took a few losses, actually. I think the Pacquiao was the last loss when they really went a different direction. Like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, man. At some point it changed, man. But and as important it is, or as interesting as the conversation is about when it started, I'm definitely more excited about where it's going, and I'm loving 2025.
Oh yeah, it's coming back.
I'm loving what Turkey's doing. Oh, I forgot to bring it up. Roscott brought it up about Turkey and that Grand Prix little tournament he's trying to do. What division was it he's trying to do it in? Was it 135? Hold on, let me pull it up right now. Turkey. He brought it up this past weekend at that IBA summit. She announced tournament. Let's see if it pulls up here. Mauricio, here it is right here. Turki Alalshikh unveiled the WB. It's going to be a WBC. It's with Mauricio Suleiman. Let me pull it up real quick here. Extra slide, share screen, bang.
130, right?
Hold on, pull it up. I heard about it, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't even really read it yet. Let's see what it says right here. It says Hamburg, Germany. Mauricio Suleiman and Turki Alalshikh have announced a WBC Grand Prix of Boxing. The announcement came at the 62nd Annual World Boxing Council Convention on Monday, actually, just yesterday, obviously. The Grand Prix will be a World Cup of the sport, a tournament featuring 120. Oh, yeah, this is about the prospects. It'll be featuring 128 prospects across 4 weight classes, and was a dream of Mauricio's late father, Jose Suleiman, the former WBC head. The entrants will be no older than 26 and have no more than 10 fights in their name. Oh, this is exciting. The tournament will start in February. So this is not an idea. This is happening. Bro, this is just adding to what I was saying, right? Let me pull up. I think Thomas Hill right here. Yo, salute Thomas Hill. Salute to the OG, man. What's good, family? Matter of fact, let me pull this down so they can see your face. What's good, family? What's good? Let me just read this off before you go off, Thomas. I know you cruising. Crack the window, enjoy the air, bro. We'll be right with you, brother. Go ahead. No, what were you gonna say something, Thomas?
I'm just gonna say, what did you say? To a glass of water? I need to do that.
Have a sip of glass. You know how it is. Keep that water close, right, Thomas? Keep that water close. Every now and then you might need to be like,
there you go. I need to embrace myself a glass of water, bro. Because
yeah. Every now and then you gotta be like, you know what? How did it go, Thomas? I was going to, but you know what? Hold on a second, brother.
Yo, man.
Let me relax. Go and let you have that, my G. Let me let you have that, bro. Enjoy this water.
People be pushing their chest out a little too much over the internet, man. I experienced that with the game SOCOM, bro. I used to be on that game heavy. Tough.
Oh, yeah. I remember that game.
Mickey freaking used to be a internet thug, they be cyber banging like a mug on there, boy.
Cyber banging.
Yeah,
I
sometimes you
ain't
be
gonna lie,
questioning,
bro.
right?
You know, I don't even talk much junk, man. I dropped the Addy and everything. I was like, bro, what you want to be, guy? You a tough guy, right? I'm not. But I know how to respond to tough stuff. So, like, you want to bring some tough stuff to me, man? Let me see if I'm still able.
Right.
Because, you know, he get tired. That and racism, boy. That racism was something fierce on that game as well, too.
Oh, yeah. It'd be the kids, too. It'd be somebody who knows like 15, 16, calling you a whole, calling you out your name, talking about, and you'd be like, where is your parents at? Because the way they talking to us, like, I know your parents can hear you. You talking loud enough to where I know somebody in the house is listening to you. Where anyway, let me finish reading this right quick, right? This is a very interesting thing that Turki and Mauricio Suleiman told me I'm putting together. I'm excited about it. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but I'm going to read it out here. So the entrance will be no older than 26 and have no more than 10 fights to their name. The tournament will start in February and feature quarterfinals and semifinals over 8 rounds, with the 10-round finals to take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So the finals, the 10-round finals will be in Riyadh. So I guess these fights will be worldwide or in America or in the UK. I don't know. The weight classes contested will be featherweight, junior welterweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. Those are great divisions. Great divisions. Early in the evening, Alalshikh was named the WBC Man of the Year, an award previously won by Ronald Reagan, Nelson Mandela, and Pope Francis. Damn. Alalshikh addressed the audience and urged Vladimir Klitschko, the former heavyweight champion, to come out of retirement to consider a fight with either the winner of Alexander Usyk Tyson Fury bout in December 21st or February 22nd contest between IBF title holder Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker. Okay, so what do we think about this tournament, man? What do you guys think about it?
That's pretty cool, man. It's good. It's a good thing for boxing. It's a way to get the young guys out there and get some respect on their names. It brings talent to the table, and it keeps boxing alive. I mean, this might be like something that's on like a free program or somewhere along the lines where you're starting seeing these guys come from these other networks and they're getting shown, and you see that they're all under 10 wins. So that helps in its own right. You know what I mean? That's pretty dope, man. I like where it's going. Yeah. This dude Torres ain't on there with no defense, bro. In the heavyweight division.
Listen, man. It's I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna let everybody else speak on it, but I definitely feel like this is gonna replace some. Anyway, let me just read here. Secret Dance, who says, problem with this tournament is that the promoters will not want their best prospects to enter the tournament. I think they'll be resistant that way, but I think ultimately, what Turki's doing, I'm gonna be honest with you, is ultimately he's gonna separate the game into 2 categories, right? You're gonna have the platform that provides the most competitive, like then. You know, it's kind of like the UFC and the rest of the MMA world, right? And it's kind of just understood that the UFC, if you make it to the UFC, that you are the best of the best, that their world champions are represented as world champions in the MMA culture. They are, because they understand that the fighters over there are tested properly, that the best fight the best over there. So they understand that the heavyweight champion in the UFC, when it comes to other MMAs platforms, they know that they're probably the heavyweight champion of the world because Dana doesn't play around. Dana matches them up a certain way. And I think Turki's platform, the Riyadh season platform, and what the WBC is aligning him with to do is, even Echo speaks that way, right? When he talks about Riyadh season, he goes, oh, we're going to find out who the best is. We're going to find out what people are made of, because Turki's not going to match you up in any other way. He's going to give you a competitive fight. So the people who are avoiding and won't fight on these platforms or not fighting these tournaments and stuff, they're going to start, after time, they will start to get looked at a certain way. People will start looking at them like, you're an exciting fighter, but you won't beat that lightweight guy who fought over at Turk. You know what I'm saying? You won't beat that guy over there. You won't go over there and show us that you're the best. It'll become that type of platform. At the end of the day, if these guys start to try to avoid competing in these opportunities, not only for the paydays, but obviously for an opportunity to show the world who you are. And then those fighters will come home, those prospects will come home to their promotional companies, and they will fight, and they'll be better fighters because of these type of tournaments. I think it's a win-win, man.
That's what I was going to say. And I wanted to tap in real quick, and I'll let these guys talk, is that what you were saying is it's not even like a B-League thing, or they're going to have their top prospects that they probably won't enter, or maybe they will. Maybe they think their prospect can go out there and win the whole thing. You know what I mean? We don't know what the outcome is of that yet. But here's the funny part is, it looks like it's going to be some of the younger guys that are not really known, like my boy Keith Cologne, you know what I mean? him out there fighting in Jersey. He out here, he's making good fights, but does everybody know who he is yet? But no, he's 3-4-0. Let him get out there and make a run for it. Who was the dude that H2O? Remember how H2O was out there? He was a prospect. He was like 17-0, but I mean, just a little higher. But that was somebody that people really didn't respect in the boxing game because he fought on MVP. He wasn't fighting on these other platforms. But we're starting to see this ProBox type thing. It seems like it's going to come out, and you're going to see more people getting recognized through this channel, almost like well, FS1 had that little prospect fight thing showcase. It's probably going to be something similar to that. It's going to be dope. You know what I mean? Heads up, big ups on that.
Yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. I kind of feel like we in one of them old black exploitation movies, kind of like the Boxing Council, and trying to figure out what's wrong with the game, man. But right now, beautiful thing, man. The more fights we have, the better, man. You know, because like I say, everybody that fight can't be a pay-per-view. Everybody that fight is not a top guy. You still have guys at every level of boxing, whether it be, you know, the tomato can level, the journeyman level, you know, the washed up level, the prospect level, the contender level. It's all a part of our sport. And we all need all the people to play their part in this sport. I know you had a question pinned on the channel, I think maybe about 5 minutes ago. Who's to blame, whether it be the promoters, the boxers, or the fighters? I think they all have equal parts in that. I think that the fighters are realizing that the fighters that came before them, they're looking at those old guys that have been exploited. You see a lot of our top legends, you know, that were great fighters, champions at one time, they don't have a pot to piss in. And those younger fighters are looking at those fighters like, yo, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be exploited, you know, by the promoter. So they follow the Money Mayweather type effect, is to get. It's almost like a finessing of the game, where they're trying to get as much as they can, you know, and take at least risk and as least punishment as possible, and get as much money at the game. Because at the end of the day, like my old trainer used to tell me, boxers come a dime a dozen. Out of sight, out of mind. There's always a new player in the game, always coming in the game. It's who they choose to promote. It's almost like a wrestling, like a theatrical. Who's gonna get the push? All the best fighters don't necessarily get the push. You know, it's who do the fans, you know, like Arturo Gatti, for instance. Arturo Gatti and Mickey Ward. The fans loved them. They weren't the best fighters, but the fans loved them because of the way they fought to fight. So boxing it's in a weird place, but it's in a good place. Almost like it's resetting right now, because we lost HBO, we lost Showtime, and those were some of our staples in boxing. You know, and then the Al Haymon with the PBC, they're falling off. So it's almost like a reset, and it's a good thing. And there's nothing wrong with a guy losing. And the fans got to also take part in it too, because we throw our fighters away when they lose. And the YouTube stations, you know, we do the same thing. You know, we make content off of these guys winning and losing and criticizing and critiquing. It's almost so everybody's getting paid in boxing, whether it be the content creators, whether it's the managers, the trainers, the promoters, the fighters. Everybody's getting money right now.
Yeah, I think it does change. It does change a lot, man. I think I agree with you as far as like the younger fighters starting to embrace the idea of fighting the best. They really try to. That's what you're seeing in Jalil Hackett, what you're seeing in Floyd Schofield, what you're seeing in David Benavidez. Not that he's one of the young fighters, but he's still a young fighter. You've seen them more interested in hearing what the fans are saying, and they don't like it. They don't like their names being. It's same thing with Jaron. He doesn't like being called an email champ. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, although everybody wants to see him move forward, his pride is like, nah, I want to go beat one of these champions here before I leave. A lot of these fighters are starting to respond to the pushback, and you know, with Turki Alalshikh out here moving the way he's moving, he's giving. I don't care who you are, and I understand people want to push back and they want to talk about sports washing and the politics and the monarchy government thing. I don't give a damn. At the end of the day, if you're a hardcore boxing fan, you love the idea of Virgil Ortiz fighting against Israel Madrimov. You love the idea of Teofimo fighting against Jerron Boots Ennis, or you love the idea of a promoter out there or somebody or investor who's willing to put money behind Terrence Crawford against Canelo Alvarez. You like the feeling of seeing the best fight the best. When you see this card coming up on February 22nd, if you're a hardcore boxing fan, you look at that card and you're counting the days. When February 22nd comes up, you want to see some boxes get checked, and you know it's about to happen. And as this continues to happen over and over and over and over again, boxing fans who may have once been casual and said things like, I don't care who my favorite boxer fights against, they might push back a little bit. Some of them will stay. Some of them will stay and be who they've been. But the other ones are going to be like, yeah, bro, but you know what? That card was cool, but look at this card. Man, that fight was cool, but look at this fight. How come you don't want to fight? Turkey says he's willing to help make that fight happen. These conversations are going to start coming up, and that's why the Oscar De La Hoyas, the Bob Arams, the Eddie Hearns, the Frank Warrens of the world, they're starting to match their fighters up a little bit differently. It is getting more competitive, and you're going to expect to see a lot of your favorite fighters take some losses. It's possible, but also get ready to see them be involved in the biggest wins of their lives and the most competitive fights of their lives as well, and seeing the cream come up to the top. You know what I mean? And this thing he's doing with these that Mauricio and Turkey's doing right now with the prospects, that's a literal response to the boxing space. Because I don't know how many people I heard say, man, you know what he needs to do? He needs to start investing in these prospects. That right there, this movie he's doing right here is showing you that he's listening, that those people over there, Riyadh season, are listening to the boxing space. And when the boxing space speaks, a few months later, all of a sudden comes out. This right here, this Grand Prix is a literal response to the boxing space, wanting to see not only you do something with the older fighters, with the heavyweight division, now you're in the junior middleweight division, now you're in the welterweight division, talking about Teo and Jerron Boots Ennis. You're also talking about working with these other divisions, literally responding to the divisions that people said he wasn't giving response to. Where's it at here? Where is it? Featherweight, junior welterweight, middleweight, and then he said the heavyweight, of course, because he's never going to leave the heavyweight division. He's responding to the whole entire space. He's not only investing in boxing today, he's also investing in the future of boxing by looking at the prospects and helping them get on the platform to make boxing big. You know what I mean? What's going on here? Boxing fans today.
You asked about that. What did I think about it? I think anytime you give people who are hungry and got that desire to prove their skills, the opportunity, it's always a good thing. And I mean, it's a good mix, especially if it will be non-affiliate. So that means anybody can come in there and get theirs, prove their mettle. There's a lot of cats out there, man. That's real nice. Just don't get them opportunities. So if it's going to provide an opportunity for anybody, I'm always down for some boxing. I'll be watching boxing in countries all over the world, man. My man Ham Queen hit me to that because he, much like myself, we boxing junkies. Honestly, bro, all I wanted to see the fights. I wanted to see the fights. And I know that oftentimes we don't get to see fights we like, but there are fights going on. And those fights sometimes be great fights, and we ain't talking about it because we talking about what ain't happening, what need to happen. Well, I know one thing that need to happen with that in particular, and from this point forward, they need to start screening them them judges. And they need to make sure that their referees are well schooled and know how to handle themselves accordingly in the ring so that we can get the very best action in the ring and we can get the very best outcome of the decision if it has to go to the decision. So that's another thing. They need to start cleaning up a lot of things that are considered the parameters of boxing. Man. They need to clean up like supplementation. They need to clear up how boxing gloves get selected and where they get stored. They need to do it back like they did back in the old days where the committee kept them. And then the night of the fight, they bring them back out to glove up in the ring. You know what I'm saying? That way, everything can be checked going into there. They need to also make sure that they change the vantage points on where these people can see the fight and judge the fight as well. I think a lot of these things should be implemented along with the opportunity of fights to be scaled from a professional all the way down to an amateur, to a prospect, all the way to a champion. Everything needs to be regulated properly. And these people who have sanctioning bodies, they need to be regulated. Mm-hmm. Like there need to be a committee that is put together, made of former probably officials and fighters that can regulate stuff that's going on. People that really know, like that know some things, so that they can make sure that sanctioning bodies is on point too. Man. It shouldn't be that I go to an event that they host, a gala that they host, and I can put down some money. And next thing you know, I'm like number 15 in the sanctioning body, but now I done put some money on it. I'm like fighting for a belt. I'm contending for a belt.
Right.
You got to work your way up, man. I mean, I think in basketball and football, hell, you got a playoff system. You're going to have to play this month because, you know, they one of the best teams. You one of the best teams. They've been playing the best, even if they're not one of the best teams. They playing the best now. They're playing their best football. In California, we had 2 teams that in the regular season was combined, in high school, was combined 1 and 15 in regular season play. They playing for the title, for the state, because they started playing good football at the right time. So, I mean, like, you know, the people who are producing need to be rewarded. And they need to start putting these people in the ring with one another. And it don't need to be some reason why it's not happening. So, like, yeah, anything that's going to show that for the prospects, give them the opportunity to prove their mettle and get some exposure on top of that. I'm for it, man. I'm always for it. Always for the fight. I'm not for interpreting why fights ain't taking place because, hell, everybody's going to have their spiel on why it is, especially if they got something vested into specific people, specific entities. I'm not into me as a brother hating on my own brother. I can never be that way. I don't understand why. If this space is riddled with that stuff, we throw more shade and hate on our own people than we do on other people, and they could be doing the same goddamn thing. And on top of that, I'm dang sure not backing anytime somebody is guilty of something else that somebody else is getting lambasted for. We don't hold them accountable to. And also, lastly, man, I agree that, you know, your boy Eddie Hearn be making some good fights. I'm not gonna say he don't, but the way after that fight went down with my man Hackett and the way he spoke after that in regards, man, I think as a fighter, if I'm a fighter and I'm in that camp, I gotta wonder how you can go ham for a brother that got convicted of cheating and taking some substances, but a dude that actually maybe shouldn't be at the weight class, but got up in there and he went there and handled his business and actually won the fight. You saying maybe you're not the fighter I think you was. Now maybe he was just using that in context to address something somebody else said. But if I'm that fighter, I'm gonna feel a little slighted because you didn't have that same energy that you had for a cheater. So, like, yo, if I'm doing things the right way, man, I'm trying my best and I get in there and I bust my tail off, and you talk about, like, yo, maybe you're not the fighter I thought you were, yeah, I'm going to feel a little certain way, especially given the way that plays out. So, I mean, I think that's all I got to say about that. Other than that, man, you know, I just want to see the fights, bro.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That was a good point.
Yeah, that was a good point. Yeah, and I saw when Eddie said that, and even me myself, I'm like, damn, Eddie. But I also understood and put in the context, and I think Jalil and his father are very happy with Eddie Hearn. I think Eddie's doing what they wanted Eddie to do. But I think Eddie in that one segment there where he was responding to anybody who would complain about losing a fight, right? So he's saying if you're going to complain don't complain to me about matchmaking. You do what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? You be in the right weight class. You're not who you should have been able to perform a certain way. You should have beat that fighter. I put that fighter in front of you. You are a favorite in that fight. But he wasn't talking to Jalil because Jalil wasn't complaining. You feel what I'm saying? But he was speaking really to the pushback he was getting from the boxing space that was trying to be like, he's not matchmaking. He's like, listen, if a boxer wants to complain to me, or if people want to complain to me about fights I'm putting them in, no, you do what you're supposed to do.
I feel you too. I think the way he said it was convoluted, man, because he said it at the same, man, he wasn't professional in the way that he approached the fight, meaning that he had to
that was the part that specifically to Jalil Hackett situation. Yeah, he was. But it was part of people complaining about the way he matched Jalil Hackett.
But that's his fighter, though, Clay.
He kept it 100 on what happened with Jalil Hackett. And listen, what I think he said, I think he said to Jalil. right? I think he sees that. I think he was a little frustrated as well with the decision and the way the fight went. And what he's saying is, bro, I think he had a point. I think he said it and it looked bad, but I think he had a point. Like, yo, from what I heard about what happened in the hotel, I heard it was bad. And I heard, and we've been hearing this about Jalil Hackett, right? We've been hearing that he's having these hard weight cuts. And I think he just got frustrated and felt like if Jalil would have been either at 154 or had a better weight cut, that he would have won that fight. And I think he was upset himself that Jalil lost. And he put the blame on Jalil in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? I don't think he was emotional. And Eddie's been known to do this. He gets emotional and he gets mad and he starts speaking into this microphone. But I think there was some frustration with Jalil Hackett and the way that weight cut went that weekend. I think he felt like he was pissed off to see Jalil struggle that way in the hotel. And he just felt like, damn it, professionalism. Don't do it if you can't do it. If you can't make the weight the right way and be on point, go up in weight. You know what I mean? But I agree with you. Though. I ain't gonna act like I don't, because I remember the interview and I thought it was crazy.
I mean, if that's the gist that he did it in, then that's on me. I didn't really hear it. I just caught the after effect of it, but I did see the context. He said right. This, then this followed. Now, if I'm a fighter, I don't give a fudge how bad I look trying to make weight or whatever the case may be. I'm your fighter, bro. You don't never spin it like, yo, it was my bad that I got robbed. I won 7 of them rounds, at least 7 of them rounds.
He won that fight hands down. He won that fight hands down. Period.
You know what I'm saying? And you coming over there and saying some stuff like that, make it look like, yo, I was the reason why that fight went that way. And we know Jalil ain't never asked for no soft touch. So, I know that doesn't apply to him, but just in general, man, I mean, if that were the case, then that as a promoter, though, I would be hot. As a fighter under that banner, I'd be like, yo, man, how you gonna do the young bro like that? When that bro went out there and he put in the work, out punched him, outland him, had my man looking bad. Yeah, his eyes was a little lumped up, but he ain't trying to duck no smoke, nothing like that. And on top of that, yo, he might have been fight depleted, but he still went in there and did his job, man. You do your job and account and have a good account of him. Say, yo, you know what? Maybe it was some things that didn't look right in that ring to some judges, but from my eyes, it looked like he won the fight. Like you do every other fight that when
I would have appreciated that right there. I would appreciate him after he said all that, also saying that, no, my fighter won. That was a bad judge. Yeah. That situation was messed up. Fight for your fighter as well as, but I think he was just addressing, he wasn't speaking on behalf of Jalil. He was speaking on behalf of himself in that moment. In that one moment, he was defending himself because he was being attacked, and he did throw Jalil on the bus, in my opinion, to a degree. I ain't gonna lie, I felt it. I remember it was cringe. I was watching and I was like, damn, bro, I ain't gonna hold you. I saw it.
Especially when you saying that, and this is the other thing that kind of rubbed me wrong. I'm making fights that, gonna test my fighter. Then you're gonna say, oh, well, he was in there with somebody he should have shrilled through. Which one is it, dog? But so you see how it looks a certain way? Just like my man here for boxing. I don't agree with a lot of his takes, but what he said about Boots, spot on. After that victory, he over there doing that nervous laugh because he know he didn't perform the best that he possibly wanted to perform. I just think Kukadajian or whatever you call his name is just a good, fantastic fighter. I always said that. I thought the first fight he was showing excellent skills in that ring. People said he was running, but it looked like he was boxing to me. But of course, because it's Boots and Boots is calling out Crawford, and Crawford is their darling, and they're gonna spin it any old type of way. See, I don't get into that stuff. I know what I see in the ring. And when I see somebody in the ring doing things that, like, yo, make it difficult for somebody, you got to get that person some back. So, like, my man Hearn done just a couple of weeks ago defended somebody who clearly got his butt kicked, and it was all we're gonna have to check the scorecards, but on him, who
you're right, yeah,
started the catalyst for people signing with your company, and you got him hitting on TV on non-televised matches. And you say some stuff like that, man, that lends to the way that my man said about Boots when he said, hey, yo, maybe I should go to 54. And then Bootsy said, well, we'll take this or that. It just look a certain way. It look a certain way. Why wasn't he fighting on TV? Why didn't you back him when you know he clearly got shielded? You know that man outworked that man. You know he broke his butt to get in that ring and still perform. And perform far better than the other guy yet, and still the scorecards was crazy. So that's what I say, man. You know, other than that,
no, I agree with you. Eddie, I would have liked Eddie to have a moment to where he represented for Jalil. You know what I'm saying? Even if it wasn't that moment, like a later moment, have something on record where you're doing for Jalil what I've seen you do for Dmitry Bivol, when I seen you do that for Israel Madrimov. I seen you do that for these other fighters who you felt like won the fight and didn't get the head nod that you think they deserve to have. Didn't do that for Jalil, but I think he also was, unlike those other fighters, I think he went into that fight frustrated with Jalil. I think that weight cut kind of bothered him. You know what I'm saying? I think he really felt like, damn, bro, why are you doing this? Why are you looking like this the day before the fight? Have more professionalism. Like, he went into that fight nervous about the fight. You know what I'm saying?
You are absolutely right.
You shouldn't have communicated, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you're managing somebody, you go in the weight room, you see him about to get himself ready for weight, and you seen him like looking like he's struggling, he dehydrated, and he might not even make the weight. You frustrated. You like, damn, bro, we can't be doing this at this point in the game. You're asking me to put you in these big fights. You went on that damn platform yesterday and asked for Brian Norman Jr. for a WBO title to compete at the highest level of this division, and you're gonna sit back here and look like you about to pass out on the scale? I need you to do better. He should have kept that more in-house, though, and spoke directly to Jalil about that and had some poise about himself out in his social media about his fighter, though.
I feel that, Ray. And Clay, you absolutely right, bro. I'm not going to say that you're not, dog, because I'd be wrong if I said that. Let me say this. You go and you have it in, if you're tied to a company or if you have your own truck, but if you have a deal with the company, you frustrated with the company, you're not going to be unprofessional when you go out there and do something for the company, man. You're going to represent them in the best light possible. This man is a professional first and foremost. I don't give a fudge what you got going on. Your frustration with that person is yours. It's almost like that's your family. You're going to step up and ride with them no matter what, especially when they're in the wrong. And that was a bad look for my man, because that wasn't professional in my opinion.
Yeah, you're right,
you know, especially, I'm especially vested in it because I don't believe he'd do any other fighter like that. And I know he didn't do another fighter that way. I forgot that fighter name that was on his card, and they clearly lost. And he was like, man, we believe that was an injustice to the all this other nonsense. So, he should have done that for him too.
That's because Bob Arum complained that he got Josh Taylor beat by what's his name, and then they fought one of Bob's guys, and the opposite happened on that too, where Bob's guy won, and he was like it was a robbery. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I did, I said, he was wrong, but the frustration.
No, you're right, Clay. Before you go on and justify what you said is absolutely spot on. Now, I agree. I
think what's missing is the frustration. What's missing is the frustration Eddie had with Jalil the day before. He was wrong, but the reason you hear him, I don't believe it's a race thing or like it's because Jalil's black. He did that. I think it's you pissed me off yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that because he go. I'm not saying that because he go ham for your boy that ate them eggs. He go ham for him.
Yeah, for Connor, right?
Yeah,
and even Devin too.
Well, when he was under him, yeah. But after he left, you started hearing his true feelings about Devin. Did you not? Or am I making that up?
No. So what I'm saying is, you see how he could have spoke, how he didn't speak that way, how he understood. What I'm showing you is he understood how to carry himself. And he didn't do the wrong thing in that moment. That's what I
follow you. I follow you. You're right. That's why I said you are absolutely right. It's just in this moment, he was a little less than stellar, and he could have done a lot better, especially for his own.
I would hope that he would fix that somehow.
Yeah, because that can be misconstrued on so many levels. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you, man. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with what you said.
Speak on it another time and speak on it and put some dare I say apologize, but at least you know what I mean? Hey man, you know what I mean? Just put some perspective on it and let it be known that I be mad just like y'all get mad. I get
for sure.
You know what I'm saying? I be fucking up out here just like y'all fucking up. I be out messing up, bro. Might get
but you being behind the wheel, you know that you can't let what you going through affect you because it can lead to some other stuff getting affected. He gotta know that as somebody that's a head or the main guy of an entity that is big time.
You're right.
And you know, he got to understand that, especially dealing with people, man, because people are fragile. People have feelings and people have loyalty. And when you cross that at times, it sometimes becomes irreparable, man. But I definitely agree with what you say, bro. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I like it. I like both what your points are. And I'm going to say your last point, Thomas, is what I like about what you said is here comes the part where you become a man. And once you become that man, you have to you got to own your responsibility. So the criticism is going to come with the poor performances and things of that nature. And when it does come, it's up to you to separate what you should take in and what you should get rid of and not accept based on it being constructive criticism and disrespect.
But no, let's keep in mind, Jalil Hackett and his father did not complain about the decision. They didn't. They held it down and were like, "Yo, that's part of the game." I mean, I think they charge a lot of it to part of it being we're in Puerto Rico fighting a Puerto Rican, so we gotta be, you know, it's our job to make the fight really the way it's supposed to look, and also acknowledging the fact that we asked for this. And that's a very important part of this too, because they were coming from a situation where their issue was activity. You know what I mean? Their issue was the way they were being promoted, and Eddie's giving them that activity. Keep in mind that Eddie pushed back at them fighting Pete Dobson, but he still did it. He was like, y'all saying y'all ready for this, I'm going to do it, but I don't think you should take this fight. I think we should be building you up a certain way. So I think Eddie's whole point was, you're going to ask me to do this, I'm going to do it, but I'm also going to ask you to meet me halfway and be professional and put yourself in the best position, because your whole career is on the line. My vested interest is in your success, because I want to get rich, just like, even though I'm richer already, but I want to be richer and richer. I want us to be successful, but that doesn't happen if you're losing fights like this after having nights like you did last night or the night before. You know what I'm saying? Having those weight cuts and struggling like that, and you coming in and your face all sunk in and everything like that. We don't get to where you're talking about you ready to go to without you being professional and being prepared all the way through. You know what I mean?
That's twice. So that's a clear understanding right there for them that they probably gonna have to move up, man.
Yeah, move up or really take this weight cut seriously. Like, really get this nutritionist. If you can't do it, don't do it. Because I also understand can't, right? Like, if you can't hire the nutritionist, if you can't do these things, I understand. You need to understand that you can't too, though. You know what I'm saying? And you might need to go to 154. I need you to, if you give me everything you got.
I saw her coming. I was going to open the door. Sorry about that, man.
If you give me everything you got, I'm gonna give you everything I got. But I don't want you half-assing me because you asking me to negotiate with Brian Norman for you, bro. I'm not gonna do that with you looking like that on that weight cut. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, nah,
you know?
I feel you.
It is what it is, man. But he's not perfect. I've seen him do a lot of stuff that's weird, and I thought the way he handled. I have other situations I've seen him handle where I'm like, I don't even with this boot situation, I'm not too sure about the way he handled it all the way. You know what I mean? I'm not too sure. I'm like, I question some of the things he did. Like, damn, bro, did you know what I mean? Like, I think Eddie sometimes, I think with their boot situation specifically, he let that thing drag out longer than it should have been dragged out. He should already know his fighter wants to stay at 147 and told Turki what Turki needed to know so Turki could move forward. You held on too long, hoping, in my opinion, Boots would go to 154. And I think Boots made it more than clear. I felt like I even understood that literally the day before that information came out, I put a video out talking about decisions. I knew Boots was still floating in the air about that fight, that he wasn't for certain that fight was going to happen. When I heard that fight got put on the card, I still didn't believe that fight was going to happen. That's why I just wasn't shook like that when he made the decision. I wasn't. I knew in my heart, for real, I didn't see why he was going to go to 154. Because after I heard Brian Norman talking the way he was talking, and you guys remember, go back to the video, I'm talking about the live, when we were talking about if Boots goes up to 154, does he come back to 147? Most of y'all in the chat was like, hell no, he ain't coming back. So I'm like, why would he leave 147 then if he wants to unify?
My whole point with that, Clay, is if you're going to call him a duck for going from not fighting somebody at 154 when he's already in the division, right? What happens when he leaves those guys in the division that's now start calling him out because they think he's vulnerable, and he goes to fight somebody at 154 and he drops his belt? That's going to look worse to me, in my opinion. I mean, we don't see it that way because we're not looking at that side of the street or the event. We're only looking at the front side where, he was called out because this is in the press. But let's look at that backside. If he leaves 147, they're going to say the same thing. Well, not only did he duck one person, he ducked this because those guys are going to start saying
even if they don't say, I'm about to say, those guys are going to say that.
They're going to say it first. And then what I'm saying, us publicly are not going to say it. Like me and you and everybody else here, we're not looking at that end because the news is here. But these guys are going to be like, he ran from us, bro. We wanted him. He ran from us. Barrios, I wanted that fight, but you know what I mean? He ran from us. First, they tried to lowball us, and then they ran up to 54. You're going to hear that all over the scene. So it's best to take it one step at a time and let things develop at the end of the day.
Yeah. You're right, Secret Dance Move. You're right. The conversation was always there, but the actual official offer on paper didn't come to Boots until about 2 to 3 days from when that information came out. And I believe that. Eddie confirmed that as well as Boots. Go ahead, Coach Eddie.
Yeah, see, that's the thing when I was talking about finessing the game, man. It's been going on a lot. They've been doing it a lot. How these guys can come from a lower weight class, and they basically they're jumping the line, they're skipping the line, and the perception is that they're the best in that division, and they're not. I don't believe Terrence Crawford is the best at the 154 division. They just bring that celebrity with them, so we automatically put them on that pedestal. It's a lot of smoke at 154. I don't think Boots is the best at 154. I don't believe he's the best fighter at 154. It's a lot of guys that are there, but that's what, if they can fix that in boxing where you can just come from a weight division and you just automatically, you basically skipping the line. You skipped over 9 guys. And there's no sure thing that you could beat those 9 guys that you skipped over. But the perception would be, you're the best at 154. You hadn't proved anything at 154. You came from 147. You jumped the line and got a title shot. You didn't beat Erickson Lubin. You didn't beat Sebastian Fundora. You didn't beat none of those guys. Mm-hmm. And all those guys are tough outs for any of those guys, especially that 6'6" Sebastian Fundora who throws a million punches. You know what I'm saying? Just keep coming and keep that pressure on you all the time. So until they fix that in boxing, man, I don't think they'll ever fix it. That's just that's a money thing, that's a popularity thing, that's a celebrity boxer thing where you can just jump the line, man. It's not fair to the guys who've been there, putting in work for years and years, and number one contenders and mandatories, and you get leapfrogged by a smaller guy who maybe won a few belts. Some of them are even paper champions. Just come and just jump their line and jump straight to the front of the line, and that's a messed up part about boxing also.
Right. And I'm glad you said that because I was laughing. And I'll bring this up with fun and humor at the same time. When Shakur was being challenged by Cordina because they put that fight together for Riyadh, and everybody's like, "Yo, he just came off of loss and he's moving up the weight." Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, hold on. Right, let's go to 54. Who jumped the line that just came off a loss? Jumped in the ring and said, "Yo, you and me next." That was Earl Spence. And everybody cheered it on. Everybody was all for it. So I'm like, what's the difference in the parallels in this conversation? It's not the parallels. It's who we like and who we don't want to deal with. And that was actually a good point, what you just said. So that brought that to my attention. I know we mentioned this before, but that's actually a really good point, Coach.
Yeah, real good point. Really good point, man. Bottom line is, it looks like at the end of the day, boxing just needs more structure. We need more structure. Sometimes the sport doesn't get treated like a sport. It gets treated like WWE as far as like an event all the time. And the thing that makes football is the rules, right? It's the structure of football. It's the ranking system. It's the playoffs. It's the Super Bowl, the ultimate Super Bowl championship in the teams that did what they needed to do during the season to get into the big game. If it was just about like, nah, man, I just like the Dallas Cowboys been really shiny this year, bro. I don't care. You know what I mean? You're putting them in. Let's give them a chance to become Super Bowl champions, but they didn't beat who they had to beat in the playoffs. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Did you see how many people they packed out in the stadium? Let me ask you a question. Do the Cleveland Browns have more people in their stadium than the Dallas Cowboys? You know what I'm saying? Dallas Cowboys do? Exactly. Don't talk about it. They're the A-side, B-side nonsense and all the other things that boxing does. the sport in boxing gets discredited when the structure doesn't matter anymore, when fighters' popularity can get them in the biggest opportunity, and fighters who've worked their tails off fighting inside of the so-called structure of the sport, and they're unable to get an opportunity. Fans, real fans of sports, aren't fans of stuff like that. So that's why we've seen boxing on a trajectory it's been on for the past couple of years, and why the sport has lost so much credibility, because it's not a secret. The best don't fight the best all the time. As a matter of fact, most of the time, the best ain't fighting the best now, which is when it got real bad. The best didn't always fight the best, but there was a point in time where the best fought the best more than today. You know what I'm saying? The best just don't fight the best at all anymore, and it's almost by design by these promoters. You know, they're doing it on purpose because they're trying to preserve something and bleed your pockets. You know what I mean? And they say to themselves, damn, bro, if they're willing to pay this for that, why do I need to give them the next level when they're already willing to pay for this? You know what I'm saying? If I'm a drug dealer and I'm selling drugs and you buying stuff that I'm cutting like 75% of it, I'm cutting it, and you buying it like water, why would I raise it up and take the cut off of it? If anything, I might mess around, throw some more cut on it and see how far I can go with it, how much I can stretch it. Don't get mad at me for selling it the way I'm selling it. You buying it. You stop buying it, then I'm going to pull off the cut, pull up off the cut, pull up off the cut. Before you know it, it might be Pudo one day, 100% Pudo. Or either that or I'll get out the game and let the guy who's willing to come in with the Pudo hit the scene. You know what I'm saying? It might not be for what I want to do it. You know what I'm saying? So that's up to us as the fans to really regulate the space. And I think a lot of fans have given up. They like to just concede to the status quo. You know what I mean? And they don't understand that it never stays there, right? It just gets worse, 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 and worse. It doesn't just stay there. Shout out to 2 Cents. You already know, baby. Been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of at the end of the day, and that's not how you spell it. Are you heard? You know what I'm saying? but yeah, you know what I'm saying? It gets worse. It don't get better, right? Like they don't keep it there. They continue to cut it. They continue to cut it. They continue to cut it until you stop buying it. Then they'll go the other way with it. So we don't have to accept the status quo across the street politics, or we can push back. That's why it's important for us to push back. That's why if you don't like Tank fighting Roach, you should say something. That's why. It's because if you don't, then it'll be worse the next time. It'll be worse the next time. The reason, you know, I mean, and no shots being thrown at Tank. Shout out to Tank. And the Tank and Roach fight is happening already. We'll be watching it. But just to let you know that if you're wondering why it's okay, it's because you packed the building out when he did it with Leo Santa Cruz. You packed the building out when he did it with Hector Garcia. You packed the building out when he's done it before. So why wouldn't he do it again? If you didn't pack the building out with Hector Garcia and celebrate it like it was the best thing, that, you know what I mean, that it was this great thing, he wouldn't have thought, he'd be like, I can't do that, bro, because they're not going to want that, right? So as fans, it's our job to express, celebrate the things we like, but also throw, you know what I mean, push back on the things we don't like if you want the sport to grow a certain way. It is what it is. Guys, it's 4 hours. I can't believe it. I just looked up and realized that. Holy ish. I got to go. I got stuff to go do. I got a 3:30 appointment, and I think I got a 3 o'clock appointment too. I think I got a 3 o'clock appointment. Somebody was calling me at 3 o'clock for something. So, and you guys want to put some last words before we move on?
I'm good. I think it was a great talk. That's about it. I got you.
I'm good too, brother. I appreciate the content. I've been listening every day, man, sitting in the background. Y'all bringing the knowledge, man. Keep up the work, play more. Salute to you, my brother.
No doubt. Thank you to everybody, man.
What's your co-host name again? I'm sorry.
Ray Davis. Ray Davis.
Salute to you too, Ray Davis. Yes, sir.
No problem, Coach Eddie.
No doubt.
Right,
remember to hit the like button if you haven't done it. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? Tell a friend to tell a friend, man. The channel's moving in a good direction. I'm loving it. Tomorrow we should be on. I think later on today. You guys already know I'll be on Blue Blood Sports later on today. I think we got Roy Jones coming up. That we're gonna be building with Roy today. So that's what I heard, at least. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said nothing. I don't know.
No, he said it. He said it. He announced it himself.
Right? Okay, cool. I think we got Roy Jones on there today. And we'll be here in the morning, man, building up on what we got coming up. Probably talking a little bit more about that Tyson Fury fight a little bit, and a couple other things I want to talk about, believe it or not. And you know, boxing has so much stuff going on there. I don't understand how people just talk about one thing all day. We just showed you 4 hours of going through about 12 different topics. I'm telling you, bro, boxing is busting, man.
I haven't had my Teddy Atlas conversation early on in the game, bro. Tired. Anyway, go ahead. I'm just messing around.
What was it? What happened?
I had my Teddy Atlas on early. I was tired. I had just woke up, man.
Oh.
Talking like Teddy Atlas out here.
No doubt, man. Nah, you good, man. You good. You tired. We working hard, man. It's not easy doing this, man. We working real jobs, taking care of our family, and finding 4 hours out of the day to go ahead and just talk about boxing. That deserves some love and some respect, man. Some acknowledgement for sure, man.
Absolutely. Same to you, man. For real.
All right, guys. Salute to all you guys. Shout out to the chat. Remember, hit the likes, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We'll see you guys in the morning, man. On that note, at this point,
it feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah, why they wanna put me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before